Good morning and welcome into the Bulldog Student Sports Network as we get set to do our broadcast of the 122nd edition of the Battle for the Golden Egg. It's Mississippi State and Ole Miss ready to square off here in just under 30 minutes live from Davis-Wade Stadium at Scott Field on the great, beautiful campus of Mississippi State University. Good morning, everyone. I'm Ty Goldman alongside my partner, Connor Davis. We're about ready for battle here under 30 minutes on Black Friday here in Starkville. We'll go through the series history to start things off. Ole Miss leads the all-time series 68-46-6, and they have won the last two against these two teams. State's last win versus Ole Miss was the 2022 win, where they won in Oxford 24-22. And State's last win at home was in 2019. We all remember that one very fondly. A missed extra point at the end of the game by Luke Logan won it for Mississippi State, 21-20 over the Rebels. So, and interestingly enough, this one being played at 11 a.m. for the first time at Davis-Wade Stadium since 2009. And Mississippi State won that game in Dan Mullen's first year in 2009, 41-27 in an upset win over Ole Miss. Connor, anything to add to the stakes coming into this one for Mississippi State?
Well, it wasn't the case for Jeff Levy last year in his first Egg Bowl in Oxford. I actually went to that game. Since I've been to Mississippi State, I'm a junior now. I've been able to attend every Egg Bowl in person. I haven't been able to do that with my entire life prior to going to school here. But you look at that last game and you say there's been a lot of improvement from last Egg Bowl to this Egg Bowl. Your offense is looking a lot better. Your defense is looking a lot better. There's been improvements all across the board. Hopefully Jeff Levy can get something done. If you win this game and you're Mississippi State, you have bowl eligibility on the line. You make your bowl game for the first time since that 2022 season with Mike Leach. And you know we played Illinois in that Reliant West Bowl. So hopefully we have some good showing of some offense and defense. All I want to see is improvement, Ty. Win, lose, or tie.
Exactly, and you know what I want to see too? I want to see that egg brought back to the sideline of the maroon and white.
Bring it back home, baby.
Mississippi State coming into this game 5-6 and 1-6 in the Southeastern Conference, and we're going to talk about Ole Miss first. They're coming into this one embarking on one of their best seasons in program history, 10-1 on the year, 6-1 in Southeastern Conference play. Their only loss to the Georgia Bulldogs, and they have a chance to go to the college football playoff. Along with that great season has come some drama. Lane Kiffin been at the end of some coaching carousel in college football, maybe going to LSU, maybe going to Florida, maybe staying at Ole Miss. Don't want to delve into that too much, but that does have a little bit of maybe of an effect on this game. At least it's in the minds of the Ole Miss players. But we're going to talk about Ole Miss in general. This offense, Connor, an elite offense, and has been under Kiffin. Tell me more about that.
Yes, this offense and Kiffin. Now, Kiffin is the first head coach and only head coach in Ole Miss history to have 3 consecutive 10-win seasons. This Ole Miss offense now is the 11th fastest in the country, 3rd fastest in the SEC. They're taking 23.7 seconds on average between the end of one play and the snapping of the ball to the next. That's a little bit over ours, Ty. We're 23 seconds on average for the year. So you look at Ole Miss's offense with those stats, you would think, well, how has Mississippi State been on offense compared to Ole Miss? With that stat to compare, you're not doing so great when it comes to Ole Miss, but that's just the nature of Lane Kiffin. Look at this stat right here, Ty. Since 2020, Ole Miss leads the country in offensive yards per game. That's 502.6 yards a game. And total offensive yards, that's 36,690 yards during this span of 73 games. So Lane Kiffin's offenses, 4 out of the 5 Lane Kiffin offenses that since he's been here has been squarely the top 5 best offenses in Ole Miss history.
Yeah, I mean, he's been absolutely fantastic. I would go ahead and say the best offensive mind in all of college football. There's no question as to why LSU and Florida are interested in him, and really every job around the country, every school around the country probably would want Lane Kiffin to be at the helm.
Well, let's talk about it like this. The way I think about it is if Lane Kiffin goes to LSU, there's a lot of head coaches that have won a national championship at LSU. If he wins a championship at Ole Miss, he'll be the first and only head coach to do so, and he'll cement his legacy in college football if he does that at Ole Miss.
Well, I mean, he definitely is the type of coach to be able to do that, has done a great job with talent acquisition for Ole Miss. We talked about the offense. Wanted to mention, Trinidad Chambliss has had a great season. The transfer from Ferris State really came out of nowhere as Austin Simmons was starting the year. Simmons turning the ball over too much at the beginning of the season. Chambliss comes in and has had a really, really fantastic season. And also Kawan Lacey. Would be remiss if we didn't talk about him. Kawan actually holds the Ole Miss single-season rushing touchdown record and also the all-purpose touchdown record. And his performance against Florida ranked as the 8th best rushing performance in Ole Miss history. He's one of the best running backs in this conference, Connor.
It's crazy when you had that stat because you have people like Quinshawn Judkins, you had your Parishes, you had your Snoop Connors, you had people that played well in that running back position against Ole Miss, and it's scary to hear that stat. Well, you see what Quinshawn Judkins doing in the NFL now. He's about the Cleveland Browns' only offense. You hear that stat, you're like, well, is Lacey better than Quinshawn was for Ole Miss, Ty?
Lacey has been really, really good this season. They were expecting Logan Diggs to kind of come out of the rough, the transfer from LSU. He didn't really, but Lacey just kind of outplayed him, and Lacey has been fantastic for the Rebels this season. To kind of wrap up Ole Miss, I want to mention their defense. It's seen a lot of improvement under defensive coordinator Pete Golding, but I want to talk about this too. In their one loss to Georgia, really struggled in that one to be able to stop Georgia. Connor, talk about that loss to Georgia and maybe how that maybe gives State something in their mind to be able to see what they want to attack on this defense, to be able to have the offensive success that the Georgia Bulldogs did.
Look, if we know anything about Georgia, they are a second-half football team, and that game was very, very close in that first half. But it's just seemed that Georgia got out of the grip of Ole Miss in that second half. And if you look at the Mississippi State game, it was about the same thing that happened to Ole Miss. You let Gunnar Stockton get too hot. You did not protect the pass as well as you should have in that second half. He got too hot, and Georgia ended up taking the dub with that one. But the Rebels have 12 sacks across their last 4 games as their season total sits at 22. In that lone loss against Georgia Tech, Ole Miss allowed 510 yards of offense, 34 first downs, along with 17 fourth-quarter points. We talk about that second-half team. They fell 43-35 against that big Georgia team.
Yeah, didn't have as much success defensively in that one. And, Ole Miss, though, this season has been good defensively, 30th overall in the country, 7th in the Southeastern Conference. And a lot of that's due to some of the guys they have up front, and that'll be the last thing we talk about. Got some good guys up front, including Suntaran Perkins and Prince William Mielen. They have been great at that edge position. You also have Xavier Harris on the inside. They're racking up a lot of sacks for Ole Miss. They have been pretty good for Ole Miss, and it really kind of helped that front be so dominant. Now, we'll go into Mississippi State. You mentioned on the line for the Bulldogs. A guaranteed bowl appearance for the first time since 2022. Would be the first bowl appearance for the Bulldogs under head coach Jeff Levy. A lot on the line in this one. We talk about offense first. That's what I want to talk about first. To talk about what they've been good at. They've thrived on explosive plays this season. Thrived on them. One of the best in the country, and one of the most explosive offenses in the country. And the Bulldogs also, too, to watch in this game, if they get the ball first or whenever they get the ball their first time, they script first drives really, really well. The offense has seen its fair share of success this season. What have you seen from the offense this season, and what has worked for the Bulldogs this year?
Yes, I want to point out they're doing senior night, or senior morning, rather.
Yeah.
They usually call it senior night, but hey, it's senior morning today. But I'm glad you mentioned it, Ty, because if you are in that Mississippi State football building, score from far is the term you'll hear inside that building. In 2024, State scored 12 offensive touchdowns of 30-plus yards. That's the highest since 2016 when they scored 16 that that year. You got to be explosive. This is what Jeff Lebby has built his offense out of. He wants to score quick, he wants to get points on the board quick, and he wants to score down your throat. In 2025, you have 9 touchdowns of 30-plus yards. All of
40, actually 40-plus yards.
Yes, that's what I was about to say.
Exactly.
You're going to cut me off now, Ty.
I'm sorry.
All of them are being greater than 40 yards. You got to keep your identity if you are Jeff Lebby, because Ole Miss is going to try to attack you quick. But if you can get points on the board quick, catch them off guard, you're going to give Lane Kiffin a chance to scheme you up. You have to play offense on offense with Lane Kiffin, because he's going to be a bad mamma jamma when it comes to offense.
We'll see if the explosive plays work for State. The second in the Southeastern Conference in scrimmage plays of over 40 yards with 18. And they've scored, you talk about quick play offense, score from far. They've scored 18 touchdowns in under 2 minutes this year. They like to score quick. See if State can do it today. Now we talk about the offensive success. Now we'll talk a little bit about the not much success, right? The failures, I guess, for lack of better terms, of this offense, at least this season. They've struggled recently running the football. And more specifically, have struggled with getting their running backs going, like Fluff Bothwell, like Devon Booth, who I will mention. Devon Booth will be out for the first half of this one, serving a suspension for disciplinary actions. I think he got involved in something at the Missouri game, so that's interesting to listen to. With State has been struggling running the ball with their running backs. Now you'll have to have Bothwell will have to be the guy, but also you have Xavier Gayton as well. So State has recently been struggling running the football over the past couple of football games. And also, too, you have the offensive line that struggled this season for Mississippi State in both pass block and really been able to – run block has struggled over the past couple of ball games. And then you also have that Kamario Taylor and Blake Shapen dynamic where a lot of the fans want to see Kamario Taylor play. Jeff Lebby has been really strong in his point of keeping Shapen under center for Mississippi State, or really in the shotgun. State rarely gets under center. So a lot of different things that State has struggled with this season. I mean, what have you seen so far, at least in the struggles, and what can State fix today to help them beat Ole Miss?
So check this stat out, Ty. Since that fourth quarter of the Texas game, this defense has dropped in their production. Since the start of that fourth quarter, State's defense has allowed 156 points. That equaled the amount of points they had allowed in every single game before that. Now, that is Southern Miss, that's Alcorn State, that's Florida, that's Northern Illinois, Tennessee, Texas A&M, all those guys before the Texas game, and the first 3 quarters of that Texas game, 156 points equaled.
Well, I see the point at least you're making there is at least jumping ahead to defense. When we're talking about offensive struggles, it obviously, it does not help that your defense has struggled over the past couple of football games this season. An insanely wild stat that you just mentioned, 156 points in the first 7 games given up by the defense, and since the fourth quarter of the Texas game, 156 points given up in those. So, it doesn't help with your defense that has been struggling over the past couple of games. It does not help your offense at all, who has struggled with a couple of things in terms of running the football, and your offensive line has struggled this season, among other things.
And you need to be able to stay on the field if you're the offense. Make those drives lengthy. Stay on the field, because Lane Kiffin can score quick. If Jeff Lebby can score quick, Lane Kiffin can score quicker. You got to be able to use your dynamic of Blake Shapen and Kamario Taylor. I assume they might start Blake Shapen here. We'll see when they start. It's senior day, so we'll see what happens. But you have to use Kamario Taylor to your advantage. Look at this, Ty. I was able to go to that Florida game in Oxford, and they struggled against a two-dimensional quarterback like DJ Lagway. They struggled on those explosive plays. DJ Lagway, he threw like 50%. He had 218 yards, a touchdown, and a pick, but he also ran for 4.2 average yards a carry on 8 carries, and he had a touchdown on the ground. Now, you look at that, and you're like, well, that's just DJ Lagway. But when you look at Florida this season, that's been about the only offensive production they had is DJ Lagway. And when Ole Miss kind of struggles, that game was fairly close. Florida was up 24-20 at one point, 27-24, something like that, and Ole Miss just got the best of them in the fourth quarter. But Florida led that game the majority of the time with help from the legs and arm of DJ Lagway. If you can emulate that with Kamario Taylor, because they're not ready for what Kamario Taylor can do on the football field, because there's not a lot of film that shows what Kamario Taylor can do on the football field. You bring that out today, you got a chance to win an Egg Bowl and become bowl eligible for the first time since 2022.
Well, Taylor just has a tremendous amount of upside as a freshman. I think there's a tremendous amount of upside in playing him in this game. You would be playing a running quarterback and a dual threat quarterback in an offense that doesn't have the strongest of offensive lines. That seems like more of a guarantee for success than playing Blake Shapen, and there's no slight to Blake Shapen. He's just not able to get out of the pocket like Kamario Taylor is. It's just that plain simple. He just wasn't gifted with that ability like Kamario Taylor is. Seems like that could be the play. I know Blake Shapen's going to start today, and he'll get the first snaps on the first drive. You know, we'll probably see, no doubt, we'll see Kamario Taylor at some point in this ball game. I would say that's a 100% guarantee.
Oh, yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see that dynamic, and Taylor has already proven in SEC play that he's able to go. I mean, and against Arkansas, had a great game against Arkansas. Scored the only touchdowns in the game for State against Georgia.
And one more thing before we get to the defense, I know we're kind of running out of time here, but if you can't be if you can't be two-dimensional on offense as a whole, you got to put the player in that can give you the best chance to be two-dimensional. Because you struggled against Missouri. You had 16 carries with Bothwell and Booth, and they had 59 yards and averaged 3.7 yards a carry. You can't win football games being one-dimensional in the SEC.
Yeah, you're exactly right. We mentioned defense already a little bit earlier. Just the main thing from that, you got to be able to find a way to stop this Ole Miss run attack. We'll see what they can do. They've struggled over the past couple of games. The matchup doesn't really bode well for Mississippi State's defense against the Ole Miss offense, but we'll see how that turns out. Any final thoughts on the ball game, Connor? And then we'll send it to a break and be back in just a little bit after the national anthem. And I believe probably we'll come back after State runs out of the tunnel and give you our keys to the game.
You got to have guys that step up and want to play some football. If Kamario Taylor's going to be a light on offense, you got to find those same lights on the defensive side as well. You got to beat Ole Miss in every facet of this football game or you will not win. This is a good Ole Miss team, way more balanced, I would say, than last year's Ole Miss team. This is a team that has a chance to make the college football playoffs for the first time in school history. They have a lot on the line, just like Mississippi State does. So if you want to take them out against your school rival and there's a lot on the line for you. Win this game, you'll have a lot going for you if you're Mississippi State.
State looking for their first win in this series since 2022 and the first home win against Ole Miss since 2019. A lot on the line in this one for Mississippi State. We appreciate you listening to the Bulldog Student Sports Network post-game show. We'll be back after Mississippi State runs out of the tunnel with our keys to the game, and then we'll flow it right into the start of the game. I'm Ty Goldman alongside Connor Davis. You're listening to Mississippi State football on the Bulldog Student Sports Network.
So your bag's backed up against the wall, and the bandwagon's falling right off, and you're hearing all the talk about maybe you should think about what you're gonna do if it don't work out. It ain't about if it makes sense, 'cause if the boot do, it don't fit. As far as I can see, there ain't no way to be somebody if you just gon' quit. So if you got a fire, don't lose it. If you gotta do or die, dream, do it. If you got something to prove, go on and prove it. Don't let nobody clip your wings. Keep your head down, keep on the blinders. Tune out the doubters and all the closed minders. If it's in your blood, falling down ain't enough to change who you were born to be. And getting back up, that's the only backup plan you need.
was nice, the party was pumping.
Hey, yeah.
And everybody having a ball. Until the fellas started name calling. And the girls respond to the call. I hear a woman shout out,
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
I see the dance people had a ball cause Billy Fountains get out. Get back, Gruffy, bash Gruffy, get back, you flea infested mongrel. Gonna tell myself I man no get angry.
Hey, yeah.
280 cows calling them K9. Hey! But they tell me, hey man, it's part of the party. You put a woman in front and a man behind. I heard a woman shout out,
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
say, a doggy is nothing if he don't have a bone.
Bulldoggy, hold your bone. Bulldoggy, hold it.
A doggy is nothing if he don't have a bone.
Bulldoggy, hold your bone. Bulldoggy, hold it. Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
I see the dance people had a ball cause Billy Fountains get out. Get back, Gruffy, bash Gruffy, get back, you flea infested mongrel.
Well, if I am a dog, the party is on. I gotta get my groove on, got my mind, I'm gone. Do you see the rays coming from my eye? Walking through the prison, Digimon is breaking them down. Me and my white talk, short, deal, and gassy color. Any caliber do, I think I knew that's why they call me Pitbull. Cause I'm the man of the land, with it to me to do. Who let the dogs out? 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 Who let the dogs out?
It's been a crazy last year, I'm trying to process still. I don't even know how I should feel. I got a couple big houses and some wish, maybe 3. And I got family members that got bigger egos than me. And I got fans around the world whenever I'm overseas. And I got friends who just pretend and say they love everything. And yes, I fell in love again, I thought that was impossible. And I promise it's too real for me to care what they think. I promise I don't give cause I know who I am. Hating on me undercover, I just won't understand. Say we're brothers, call me family, you act like a fan. 2 a.m. in Atlanta, screaming, baby, I'm back. Play me like a fool, I see. But it's been so long since I thought about you. I swear, okay, baby, I'm back. I guess you want the one for me. But it's been so long since I thought about you. I swear, okay, baby, I'm back. I told my baby, let them talk, that's the caption. I don't even really like being online, that texting. Started off as an attraction, now it's turned into attachment. Overseas, we relaxing, I ain't think about the past tense. Everybody wanna say, all of a sudden y'all believed in me. All of a sudden you want a favor now, all of a sudden you wanna be with me. All of a sudden y'all always knew, but I remember you ain't see it in me. And yes, I know I'm blessed, but sometimes I wish I could go back to the way it used to be, just so I feel what I've been missing. You could have it all, you see. there's still something. It's not the same about you. It's been a crazy last year, I'm trying to process still. I don't even know how I should feel. I got a couple big houses and some wish, maybe 3. And I got family members that got bigger egos than me. And I got fans around the world whenever I'm overseas. And I got friends who just pretend and say they love everything. And yes, I fell in love again, I thought that was impossible. And I promise it's too real for me to care what they think. I promise I don't give cause I know who I am. Hating on me undercover, I just won't understand. Say we're brothers, call me family, you act like a fan. 2 a.m. in Atlanta, screaming, baby, I'm back. Play me like a fool, I see. But it's been so long since I thought about you. I swear, okay, baby, I'm back. I guess you want the one for me. But it's been so long since I thought about you. I swear, okay, baby, I'm back. I told my baby, let them talk, that's the caption. I don't even really like being online, that texting. Started off as an attraction, now it's turned into attachment. Overseas, we relaxing, I ain't think about the past tense. Now everybody wanna say, all of a sudden y'all believed in me. All of a sudden you want a favor now, all of a sudden you want to be with me. All of a sudden y'all always knew, but I remember you ain't see it in me. And yes, I know I'm blessed, but sometimes I wish I could go back to the way it used to be, just so I feel what I've been missing.
Welcome back into the Bulldog Student Sports Network. Both teams are out the tunnel. Mississippi State has just come out the tunnel. The famous Maroon Band is exiting the field on a picture-perfect day and a chilly day here on the campus of Mississippi State University as we get set for the battle for the Golden Egg. Some keys to the game for Mississippi State in this one. I've written down 3, and Connor and I have talked about this as well. We think Mississippi State needs to attack the Rebel corners. They're missing Antonio Kite, who is a starting corner on that defense. They're missing him today after an injury. I think we need to attack the corners for offense as well. Also, I think Mississippi State has to protect Blake Shapen and push that defensive line of Ole Miss to generate some run game efficiency.
But you have to be careful doing that passing game. This is a team that has a pretty good pass rush team. Not as good as last year, but still really decent. They're third in the conference, 22 in FBS, 183 passing yards per game they are allowing. With your offensive line struggle that you have had this season, you have to be mighty careful with defending that pass rush. You have someone like Kamario Taylor in, he can usually get out the pocket and make a play. But if you have Blake Shapen starting today, it's going to be a little bit difficult to be able to attack those corners.
And also, too, defensively for Mississippi State, we think that the linebackers and the hybrid guys like Tony Mitchell and Isaac Smith are going to be huge for State today, facing this multi-attack Ole Miss offense with how good they are running the football, how good they are passing the football. So those are our keys to the game for this one as we're just about set for kickoff. Ole Miss won the toss, and they are going to receive. They'll head to the north end zone here at Scott Field. So Ole Miss gets the ball first. Pretty rare that we see the other team get the ball first. If you're Mississippi State, State's usually getting the ball first, and they have for a good amount of games under Jeff Levy. Can't exactly remember the amount, but it's State has gotten the ball a lot first under Jeff Levy.
I know at least one against Northern Illinois. We were here for that game, Ty.
We're just about set for kickoff here. 11:08 in Starkville, Mississippi. Again, I want to remind you, I told Connor I'd remind us, we will not have the score on there today, but we will have the quarter, just a two-man show. So no score, but we will keep you updated with the score. Kyle Ferry's kick runs through the back of the end zone, and we are ready for some ball here on Black Friday in Starkville.
Let's play some football. I know you couldn't get your shopping done this morning if you wanted to get some Christmas presents, but hey, you got a little bit of some entertainment in front of you. I think you might want to shop for an Egg Bowl trophy if you're Mississippi State tonight rather than get those Christmas presents out the way.
So Ole Miss will start. They are in their all white with that white and gray camo helmet. State in maroon helmets, maroon jerseys, and gray pants. Interlocking MSU on the helmets. Chambliss in the pistol. He'll play fake and throw it out to the sideline. That one caught on the far side and taken up for about 6 yards.
I believe that was...
It's actually only a gain of 2, excuse me. Thought he got out.
I thought he did too.
Thought he got out a lot higher. So a gain of 2, second down and 8. Chambliss will hand off. It's Lacey bowling forward, but only gaining about 2 yards, maybe 2.5 up to the Bulldog, up to the Rebel 29.5-yard line. So it's a 3rd and 5 early.
This is a big 3rd down for Mississippi State. If you're Mississippi State, use your guys like Nick Mitchell here. We talked about hybrids. He leads the team with 2.5 sacks this year. Let's see what he can do here.
Chambliss in the shotgun. 3 receivers here to the near side, 1 to the far side. State showing a little bit of pressure. They're going to back off and rush 3. Chambliss will throw, looking, still looking. Fires over the middle. That one caught in a big play down the field all the way inside the Bulldog 40, and a 1st down for the Rebels.
We talked about how well Lane Kiffin can scheme you up. You brought your pressure back, you put them in zones, and they threw that pass right in between those zones.
So 1st down for Ole Miss. They get on the ball quick. Hand off Kawan Lacey. He takes it down inside the Bulldog 35 to around the 32-yard line.
Well, now Ole Miss is in field goal range. They're really in hurry-up offense right here. They're trying to get that Mississippi defense off guard as they make substitution right here.
Shotgun or check that pistol set. Travion Williams will check out of the game for State. Pistol set for Ole Miss. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. A tight end also on the line to the left side of Chambliss. He'll hand the football off. Lacey trying to get outside here to the near side. Cuts up the field down inside the 15, 10, 5. Touchdown Ole Miss. And the Rebels score on the first drive of the game. An easy drive for Ole Miss. 5 plays, 75 yards. They scored 1:56 before the famous Maroon Band could even get seated.
We talked about how difficult it would have been for Kawan Lacey, or the State defense against Kawan Lacey. A defense that had 300 yards on one of their running backs against Missouri. So you had to be careful because Kawan Lacey had 224 against Florida. He can run the football. You have to watch that.
So lining up to kick the PAT is Lucas Carnero, a Lou Groza Award semifinalist. Snapback is good, the hold is good, and the kick is good. So with 13:05 to go in the first quarter, Ole Miss has a 7-0 lead over Mississippi State. Again, after a 5-play, 75-yard drive and a 31-yard rushing touchdown for Kawan Lacey.
And I talked about how balanced this team was overall, but look how balanced they are just on offense. 36 pass yards, 39 rush yards, almost identical stats passing and rushing the ball on offense. Lane Kiffin, I told you, if Jeff Levy scores quick, Lane Kiffin's going to score quicker. That was, how many plays they have right there?
5 plays.
5 plays right there. Lane Kiffin knew exactly what to do against his Mississippi State defense, and he showed you just a great example of it on this first drive.
Well, they did a great job. They did a great job after on that 3rd down. Things kind of got tight. State did a good job on the first 2 downs of play, and then they just find an open Harrison Wallace over the middle for a big gain that got him down inside the Bulldog 40. Wallace has been great all season for the Rebels, and they really have shared the rock around in terms of passing the football this year. And then Kawan Lacey just does Kawan Lacey things. So a tough open for Mississippi State's defense.
You stacked the box perfectly on that third down, but you didn't commit. What Florida did so well against that first half against Ole Miss is they stacked the box, they brought pressure to Chambliss. As good as Chambliss has been this season, he was in, D2 football last year. He still has not had as much experience as he needs to play in the SEC. Florida did a great job bringing pressure. Chambliss had a pick in the red zone against Florida early on in the game. He had a couple mistakes. They fumbled the ball. You have to bring pressure to make those mistakes so you can capitalize on them. Ole Miss, I hate to say it, but they're a better ball team than you. This is why they're the 7th ranked team in the country. If you can get them making mistakes on offense like they did against Florida, you can capitalize, continue to play complete football. We talk about that. We reiterate that across the season, across the board. Play complete football, capitalize on mistakes, because Ole Miss can make them. You just got to send a little bit of pressure on defense.
Yeah, I think you're right. State decided on that third down to just rush 3, and a team that, has struggled this year, at least getting to the quarterback, deciding to rush 3, maybe not, push the pocket, and didn't turn out well for Mississippi State on that drive.
Well, when you're blocking 5 on offense, do you think it's easier to get 3 down there or 5 against and match them up and try to get 5 to the quarterback, Ty? I mean, three against this Ole Miss offensive line is going to be difficult to get to Chambliss. You can't bring pressure that way. You got to send more than just 3. Put 4 on the line. Put 5 on the line. Show something you haven't shown before, because if you keep running the same old Mississippi State defense, you're not going to beat Ole Miss today.
So both teams will take the field as we get ready for Ole Miss to kick to Mississippi State. The Bulldogs will go to the south end zone here at Scott Field, hoping to reply to what Ole Miss did on their first drive of the game.
Shoot, Ole Miss got your number. You just got to call them back.
So it's going to be a different player returning the kick for Mississippi State, as Devon Booth is suspended for this first half. But I don't think it'll matter anyway. Is call a fair catch. Ball is muffed, but it's a fair catch anyway. So State will start at the 25-yard line.
You might take a shot here if you're Jeff Levy, maybe catch Ole Miss defense off guard. You said to attack your corner. What better way to attack that corner than the first play of the drive to take a shot downfield?
Now, interestingly enough, for Mississippi State, it's Camario Taylor that's going to lead the Bulldogs out there. He'll get going. The ball's actually going to be at the 3-yard line after the muff. So State is in a really tough position.
That's why he brought Camario out right there, because you're on the 3-yard line.
Well, I think he was just going to start to begin with. So Camario inside his own end zone with Fluff Bothwell to his right. 2 receivers to each side and 2 tight ends in the formation. Bothwell to the left of Camario. 16 on the play clock. Camario looking to the sideline now, check with his line of scrimmage. 4 down linemen for the Rebels, 6 in the box. Sam West motions to the far side of the field. They'll hand it off. Fluff Bothwell trying to get back to the line of scrimmage, and he can. I think he lost a yard on the play back to the 2-yard line.
It's going to be difficult, especially when you're deep in your own territory with the offensive line struggles you've had. You almost need a miracle to get down against this Ole Miss defense.
2nd and 11 for Mississippi State. We'll go play fake. Taylor will fire to Brennan Thompson, caught, and if he wasn't tripped up on the play, he would have scored.
A touchdown right there.
Exactly. He would have scored. That's number 13 on the tackle for Ole Miss. First down for State at the 20-yard line. They'll hand it off. Fluff Bothwell to the 25. Tackled it. It was a weird-looking tackle. No face mask call or horse collar call on that, but a good gain for Fluff of 5 yards as he runs to the right.
For being a freshman on that RPO deep in your own territory to that slant on Brennan Thompson, you sure made the right read right there.
2nd and 5 for State after the run. Traore in motion to the near side. Taylor will pull on a read option, fighting his way to the 30-yard line, past the 30 to about the 31.5. First down, Dogs.
I would have loved to see him kind of go outside his tackles. He had a really good block outside in the far hash.
Nevertheless, he gains a first down. State in the shotgun, 2 tight ends. Play fake. Camario Taylor looking over the middle, fires a Traore complete to the 45, now 50, 45, 40. Bowling inside the 40-yard line of Ole Miss. First down, Bulldogs looking to respond to Ole Miss after they scored on their first possession.
It might have been already 5 plays, but man, this Mississippi State offense is booming, baby.
Got to sustain the drive here. Shotgun set for State. Still 2 tight ends. Traore will come in motion. He'll go to the far side. The handoff. Fluff Bothwell gets outside right tackle. And a gain of about 4 or 5 there, Connor.
A running back that only ran once against Missouri now has more carries in the first drive for this Mississippi State offense. That's how you're going to win this football game. You got to be two-dimensional.
Well, he's going to have a big workload today, at least in the first half, with Devon Booth having to sit out for that first half. Ole Miss with kind of a line change up front as they get some fresh bodies in. State will come out of the huddle now, 18 on the play clock. Brennan Thompson will come out here to the near side. He's the lone receiver. Traore and Anthony Evans, 2 receivers out to the far side. Sam West as an up back, and State will hand it off. Bothwell won't get very much here, maybe a yard. Ole Miss manages that well. So it'll be about 3rd and 7 for Mississippi State. 3rd and 8 maybe.
I think you just drew up your 3rd down play. You hand it off right there to draw up a 3rd down play that you feel comfortable enough to convert right here.
We'll see if State throws a football. They've stuck heavy with a 2 tight end set. Still 2 tight ends and 2 receivers. Brennan Thompson goes in motion to the far side. Camario going to throw. Pressure on his backside. Will fire to Brennan Thompson complete. Trying to make a move out near far side 30. Makes a move and past the first down marker down to the Rebel 25. First down Mississippi State.
Made a man miss. You might hear Anthony Craven talk here in just a second if this Mississippi State offense can slow down enough for him. It's been fast, like a well-oiled machine here. I love to see it.
Brennan Thompson will come out of the game. State in the huddle. Ricky Johnson comes in. State been really scrambling to find like a wide receiver 3 this season. It's been between Mosley and San Francisco McGee and Ricky Johnson, Jerron Glover. Johnson comes in for this one. State in the shotgun, 2 tight ends. Sam West motions here near side. Bothwell will carry it right up the middle for a gain of 2. Good job by Ole Miss on first down to stymie the Bulldogs' rushing attack. State now with 16 rushing yards and 59 passing yards on the drive. They want to score, got to march it 97 yards as this drive started from the 3-yard line after the mishandled kickoff. Evans in motion here to the near side. Taylor going to carry. Far side 20. Cuts inside 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Mississippi State. What a response for the Bulldogs, and they're on the board.
I think this team knows very good that they need to win this football game because there's a lot on the line. Jeff Levy has instilled in him that this is probably the biggest coaching game in his career if he beats Ole Miss today. You started off at the 3-yard line. We said that you probably have to start Camario Taylor in this game. You did just that. There's not a lot of film on the freshman hopeful, and he just marched down the field and scored, and hopefully we got a tied ball game here in Starkville, Mississippi.
The referees are holding up play for whatever reason. I don't know, Connor. Fixing the game clock. Trying to ice Kyle Ferry is what they're doing.
I think Camario was just too fast right there. He had even the clock not being able to tackle him.
Well, it was a great block on the outside, too. I believe by Anthony Evans, who laid the block out there.
I think Fluff was out there as well.
Yeah, so, I mean, they did a great job blocking that. And, Camario's speed, as you mentioned, is wonderful. Really, a great speed for such a young kid. Kyle Ferry on to kick the PAT. Pass back is good, hold is good, and the kick is good. Mississippi State 7, Ole Miss 7 with 8:50 to play in the first quarter.
You have, right now, I would say you have the momentum on your side if you're Mississippi State. You started off with the home field advantage. Ole Miss scores, you respond right back and score as well. You have all these cowbells ringing here in Davis-Wade Stadium. You got to do something on defense if you're Coleman Hutzler. If you need to stack the box, stack the box. If you need to bring pressure, bring pressure. I'm telling you right now, Ty, 3 men is not going to cut it for Mississippi State if you're going to bring pressure to rush. You got to send more. Coleman Hutzler knows he's got momentum on his side, and right now he's got to do something for Mississippi State so that they have a chance to beat their rival Ole Miss.
Yeah, well, the Bulldogs just, got to eliminate the explosive plays, but that's something that State has struggled with over the past couple games, as we mentioned, really since the fourth quarter of the Texas game, and a big thing too has been stopping the run. It's been so hard for Mississippi State to stop the run, not only since the Texas game, but really all season. Jaden Ball had a good game against Mississippi State. Arizona State was really running by committee in that one, and they ran it pretty well against the Bulldogs, especially in the second half. You look at the Arkansas game. Arkansas ran pretty well. I mean, they did a lot of things well in that one. I mean, just in State's most recent game, Ahmad Hardy out of Lawrence County, Mississippi, 300-yard rushing performance. So State has struggled against the run this season, has allowed really explosive games from all types of SEC running backs and non-conference running backs.
They've struggled on the run, but they really haven't struggled that much in first quarter touchdowns. You look at it, they only have 3 on the year. That's 1 versus Texas and 2 last game against Missouri. If you're Mississippi State, you have on your side that you can stop teams in the first quarter. You stop teams in the first quarter, you allow your offense to do exactly what they just did with Kamario Taylor. If you can have that gap higher than what you expected, you need to play higher than what you expect Ole Miss to play against, because right now you're facing a team that is expecting you to play at your best, play at your hardest, and you got to get around that somehow.
Yeah, definitely. You know, Ole Miss, a great first drive. They've been great all season, have been great, as we mentioned in the pregame, under Lane Kiffin offensively. You talk about Coleman Hutzler maybe bringing some pressure. I would have liked to maybe see that on that third down, like we talked about on the first drive of the game for Ole Miss. State forced a third and 7, 3rd and 8. It wasn't 3rd and intermediate. It was honestly a 3rd and long. State just brings 3 on that play, gave Trinidad Chambliss a lot of time to throw it over the middle, and completed a pass to Harrison Wallace. So
he's going to do that if you give him time.
Exactly. He is a very accurate quarterback, and we'll see how State adjusts as both teams come back on the field here on the Jumbotron. You got Benardrick McKinney, Fletcher Cox, and Kyle Love back in Starkville repping their alumni.
Love to see those. I mean, there's no pun intended there, but love to see those guys on the board and here in Starkville.
Big, nasty defensive players from Mississippi State, and some of the best defensive players in Bulldog history.
Oh, I used to love watching Benardrick McKinney. Before Buki, we had Benardrick, so that's the guy you had to watch back in that second level of the defense.
Love Benardrick McKinney, and then, of course, in that first level, Fletcher Cox and Kyle Love. Really good at Mississippi State, had long NFL careers. They're back to watch their Bulldogs play. Kickoff from Kyle Ferry will travel into the end zone. Isaiah Hartrup, will let it go, and the Rebels will come out and start their drive at the 25-yard line.
So look, Lane Kiffin, he's taking a deep breath. He's saying, look, I know exactly what I got to do against this Mississippi State defense. You got to expect the unexpected. Mississippi State, show them something you haven't shown before on defense. If you wanted to win a game, you got to win this game and want it more so than you want to breathe out here.
1st and 10 for Ole Miss. Shotgun set. Kawan Lacey is the back. In motion to the near side is Deuce Alexander. 2 receivers to the far side for the Rebels. Chambliss will roll out to his right, looking to pass, fires to a wide-open Harrison Wallace, who has been active early on in this one. First down, Ole Miss to their 37-yard line.
They played another zone defense right there, and they just ran a hitch right in between zones and sat down and got that first down.
Receivers to both sides, or 2 receivers to both sides of the formation for Ole Miss. Lacey still the back. Shotgun set, 3-down lineman for Mississippi State. Handoff Kawan Lacey. And he spins out of a tackle, able to get it up to the 40-yard line, a gain of 3 on first down for the Rebels running back.
I will say, if you're going to play some zone defense, you have to attack. Attack those zones. You did really good on this hash over here. That far hash is where you made the mistake last play.
Shotgun set for Ole Miss, kind of taking their time here. Harrison Wallace, the lone receiver to the right side of the formation, a tight end to the left side, and also 2 receivers here to the left side of the formation closest to us. Play fake and a throw outside. That one caught by Winston Watkins. He takes it down in Mississippi State territory, inside Bulldog territory to the 45-yard line. So a couple of big pass plays for Ole Miss in this one.
Also another freshman hopeful for Ole Miss's offense maybe. He's from Fort Myers, Florida.
3 catches and 34 yards in the game against Florida. Ole Miss goes quick. They hand off Kawan Lacey, who runs it forward to the Bulldog 43, so a gain of 2.
Lane Kiffin is doing a fantastic job right now, being able to run the ball, kind of slow it down, speed up, and then run a really, really quick pass in the same exact formation that he just ran the play in. That's where the mind games happen. You think they're going to run with the same exact formation, they do the exact opposite the next play. Let's see what they do here.
3 down linemen for State, 3 linebackers. Nick Mitchell calling the signal. Shotgun set for Ole Miss, 2 receivers to each side of the formation. Lacey in the backfield to Chambliss's right. He'll hand off. Lacey will try and run outside right, and he is popped at the 42-yard line. It's going to be a gain of 1 on the play. Don't see who made that tackle. Might have been Nick Mitchell. We'll look at it on the board. I mean, Lacey was absolutely leveled, and it was number 7 for Mississippi State, Zachary Tillman, who laid the boom. 3rd down and 7, another 3rd and 7 situation. Let's see what State does in terms of rushing the passer.
You got a single high safety right here. You're stacking the box just a little bit on this defense.
Trips to the right for Ole Miss. A lone tight end here to the near side is Daquan Wright. Lacey in the backfield. State brings 4. Chambliss stepping up in the pocket. He may run. He does. Dives forward to the 35-yard line. They're going to give him the first down by about a half yard.
It's crazy because I don't know if State had a spy on Chambliss right there. He might have just had a little middle read zone, but he didn't come up enough to be able to make that play, and Chambliss got the first down.
Ole Miss moves the chains. 5:47 and counting in this one. 7-7 our score. Chambliss throws out near, or far side rather, to Winston Watkins for a gain of about 9 or 10. There is a flag on the play. That was really thrown right at the snap.
First flag of the day, too.
And it might be on Mississippi State. Offsides.
Number 27, the defense line up in neutral zone. The result of the play is the first down. The penalty is declined.
Penalty is declined, as that was a gain of 10 to Winston Watkins, who has 2 catches in the game. So Ole Miss now inside the 25 of MSU to the Bulldog 24. Set for Ole Miss. Cowbells picking up here at Davis Wade Stadium. Crowd trying to implore their defense to get a stop. Lacey is the back to the left of Chambliss. 3 down linemen for State. They go play fake. Chambliss fires up top. This one is caught. Touchdown, Harrison Wallace. And he has had one heck of a game to start this thing. Caught that one right on top of the head of Diego Brumfield, and Ole Miss is back on the board and back out in front.
What a perfect time to take a shot right there to the end zone. I mean, Mississippi State showing pressure, pass 5 on the line, backs 2 back. They both bit, those linebackers in that second level, both bit on the ball because of that play fake they had. Play fake, took a shot, bit your 2 linebackers, and you got that one-on-one ball in the end zone. Perfect.
Carnero on the kick. The PAT made the first one that he attempted today. Snapback is good, the hold is good, and the kick is good. 14-7, Ole Miss leads Mississippi State with 5:22 to play in the first quarter. Harrison Wallace talked about how the day that he's had so far, 4 catches for 72 yards and a touchdown so far for the Rebels.
I mean, that's just a fantastic showing. It's a guy that is usually not on your radar if you're a team against Ole Miss. You know, you're thinking of Ole Miss's other guys that's making some plays, and now you have a name that's really crossing you up here. And it's a guy, like I said, if you're Kamario Taylor, it's a guy that doesn't have a lot of film out there, and they're using them to their advantage. Exactly what we should do, and we did the first drive. If you respond to the first drive, let's see if you can respond on the second. Keep doing things that are unexpected, because that's how you beat your rival here in Starkville.
So Brumfield was the one that had that one caught on him in the back right of the end zone. Harrison Wallace on the year, 42 catches for 647 yards and a touchdown coming into the ball game. He has been,
second one of the season.
Yeah, he's been one of the best for Ole Miss so far this season. I mean, leads the team in receptions. Like I mentioned this before, I mean, they've really been kind of, it seems like by committee. Nobody's really gone crazy out in front. Nobody's been a lead receiver, but they have guys like Wallace, like Caden Lee, Deshaun Stribling, Deuce Alexander, Winston Watkins, who's had 2 catches in this one. They've really been by committee this season. And so far, it's been Wallace who has cooked so far in this first quarter.
I hate to see it, but Diego Brumfield, he didn't turn around and play the ball at all. He was on his receiver the whole time, and part of that, if you're a cornerback, and you have that little bit of leverage where the receiver goes to the back of you, and you think, oh, dang, I got torched. The only way you can continue to make a play is you got to turn around and locate that football. You cannot allow the receiver, if you are torched. Diego Brumfield still could have made a play on that ball because that ball was probably 2 inches from his helmet. If he turns around, he makes a play on that football, it wasn't thrown extraordinarily out of reach for Diego Brumfield. But he got the best of him when he saw that receiver was behind him. His whole mind said, oh, I got torched, and that was it for Diego Brumfield on his mentality on that football play.
Well, one thing I want to point out, Ole Miss 2 of 2 on third down so far. They had a third down in the first drive. We went back and looked at it. It was a 3rd down and 5 that they converted on a pass play to Harrison Wallace, and then a 3rd down on this drive, or on this previous drive, where the Rebels had a scramble from Trinidad Chambliss on 3rd and 7 to move the chain. So Ole Miss, with those 3rd and intermediate situations, have been able to convert, and that's what's led them really down the field.
In Mississippi State, 2 for 2 on sending 3 on 3rd down. Usually you want to send pressure on that 3rd down play. Try to make a mistake. You make a mistake on 3rd down, you capitalize, you get a punt, you get stop a field goal. You have different opportunities, but you can't give yourself those opportunities if you don't call the right defensive call.
On the first 3rd down, it was a rush of 3 for Mississippi State, and in that last one, they rushed 4. They really just lacked pass lane integrity on that one.
Well, when you have a guy that's 2nd in sacks that hasn't played but 1.5 games for the season, you know that you've struggled a little bit on the defensive side. Hopefully you go into the offseason this year, you pick up some guys, and you kind of get that defensive line back up.
New return man on the field for State, it's Anthony Evans, but this one's going to get kicked to the side of Xavier Gayton, and he calls it off. It'll be a touchback.
Xavier Gayton probably going to get some reps today since Devon Booth is out. You can't start Fluff the whole first half of the game.
Yeah, he could get some reps here in the first half. It was all Fluff on the last drive, had 5 carries for 9 yards. Taylor, meanwhile, the leading rusher with 2 carries for 29 yards in that score that tied the game on the last drive for State.
Well, when you have a mobile quarterback like Kamario Taylor, you can keep running backs like Fluff Bothwell in, because once you run the ball, it's not only him taking the workload.
Fluff still in the game for State. Kamario Taylor also still the quarterback for the Bulldogs. Brennan Thompson in motion to the far side. Taylor will fake a swing pass to him and try and run it outside here to the near side to his right. Gains about 2 yards on the play.
Now, although it was only 2 yards, I think that was the right read there. You had Brennan Thompson on the motion. He saw that cornerback was coming in and biting on that motion. He could have thrown that screen outside, but he decided to keep it. It could have been a costly mistake, but he did well for the freshman.
Xavier Gayton now the running back for Mississippi State, I believe. And he'll get the carry. Runs it up to the 30-yard line or around the 33. And that was Xavier Gayton on the carry. So it makes it a 3rd manageable for State, 3rd down and 2 from their own 33-yard line.
A nice little gain right there for Gayton, his first touch. He's the type of guy that makes opportunity with every single chance he gets, and I love to see it.
Gayton, a sophomore out of Brookhaven, Mississippi, and Brookhaven High School. Empty set for State on 3rd down. 2 receivers to each side, and a tight end in the game is Traore. Taylor going to try and run it up the middle, takes it outside to the right here near side, and is knocked out of bounds ahead of the first down marker at around the 37. State moves the chains.
I know he's a big old boy, but man, it stresses me out, especially our QB injury history against Ole Miss over the years. To just bring your shoulder down, I would have loved him just to see commit out of bounds after he got that first down.
He's a tough kid, so
I know.
We're going to probably see that a lot. Again, empty set for State, 2 receivers to each side, and Traore just off the line to the left as a tight end. Taylor going to throw over the middle. It's behind Brennan Thompson, and he had Thompson, and Thompson Might would have scored there if that one was online, but really a layered throw there and tough to complete that one.
Now, all Ole Miss had that play was zones really, really deep and zones really, really forward on that play. They had no zone in the middle of the field. You had like three deep thirds if you're Ole Miss right there. And, man, you had Brennan Thompson in the middle. All you had to do was make that play. He could have got you some yardage.
Shotgun set for State. Evans motions to the far side. State will hand it off at Xavier Gayton. Fights his way to the 40-yard line. Only a gain of 2 on second down. It makes it 3rd and long for Mississippi State. Ole Miss is converted on 3rd and 7 and 3rd and 5. State's converted on 3rd and 2 on this drive. They need to convert on 3rd and 8 in order to keep this thing alive.
Take a deep breath real quick. Draw up the play you want for Camario and see what happens.
Trips here to the near side. It's Thompson, Evans, and Williams in those trips. And Camario's just going to throw it out of bounds really to nobody.
I'm not sure what the route was there for Brennan Thompson. He kind of motioned out to the far, closer to us, and then kind of ran a little kind of hitch and go. He acted like he was going to do a hitch, and I think that's what Camario threw, was that hitch to Brennan Thompson, but Brennan Thompson kind of faked him out. I don't know what the communication was there for Camario and Brennan Thompson.
Yeah, nobody near the ball as it traveled out of bounds, so it'll bring on State's punt team. Ethan Pulliam with the punt. And this one caught by Harrison Wallace at around between the 25 and 20. Don't know exactly where the balls will be spotted. Should be spotted at the 22-yard line, and Ole Miss will start their drive from there. So this is a big drive for Mississippi State's defense early in the ball game. They trail 14-7 with 3:16 to play in the first quarter. And it's a big drive for State's defense after State's offense fails to convert on the last drive. Trinidad Chambliss in the shotgun. Kewan Lacey, the back to his left. Daquan Wright is kind of an up back in front of Kewan Lacey. 3 receivers here to the near side for Ole Miss. They'll hand off Lacey forward to the 24-yard line. A gain of 2 on the play. It'll bring up 2nd down and 8.
That's not a bad defense. I don't hate that right there. I mean, you made Kewan Lacey have to run straight into your first level, and they got the tackle. I don't hate that.
2nd down and 8 for Ole Miss. Chambliss talking to his men. Lacey switches from the right side to the left side of Chambliss. Chambliss looking to throw a shot downfield, and that's going to be a PI. Pass interference on Brylan Lanier. Kind of pulled at the hip of
They might get him for a holding right here. I don't know if the ball was
either a hold or a pass interference, but it's going to be a first down for Ole Miss.
It's going to be a first down either way. You're right, but I would rather a hold because that at least gives us a little bit of yardage. Oh, they're going to call it pass interference.
Yeah, I mean, that one was obvious. Really pulled at the hip of Caden Lee. And, you know, if he didn't do that, State might have been in trouble there. Caden Lee was going deep for a shot play, and it looks like on the Jumbotron on the replay, Lee had Lanier beat.
And sometimes you gotta do those penalties. You hate to see it, but there is a such thing as a good IQ penalty, and maybe that was a showing of it right there. I mean, that could have been a 6 points for Ole Miss. Who knows? And Brylan Lanier just really saved that right there.
Now Ole Miss with the ball at their own 39. 1st down and 10 after the pass interference call. Moved it up 17 yards. Chambliss off play fake. Fires over the middle to Caden Lee. Complete to the 50. Breaks a tackle and skirts his way to the 40-yard line of Mississippi State. Just too many explosive plays given up so far for the Bulldogs, and the Rebels are on the ball quick.
It's crazy how they get so many guys involved because these guys' names were not heard of versus Florida.
Pistol set. Chambliss will hand off Kewan Lacey. Lacey out to the right side. Runs forward to the Bulldog 36-yard line, so gains 4 yards on the play.
Host of Bulldogs on the tackle.
Host of Bulldogs on the tackle right there. State really got to stand tall here and at least force a field goal. 2nd down and 6 for Ole Miss. Shotgun set. Chambliss with Lacey to his right, hands off to Lacey. And Lacey's cut down inside the 35 of Mississippi State, really between the 32 and the 33. So about 3rd and 2.5 yards for the Rebels here.
You're going to ask me what I think we should do?
Probably
Stack
bring
that
pressure.
box and bring pressure.
We'll see if Ole Miss decides to take a shot off of it. They'll instead hand it off. It's Lacey forward, and he's stuffed at the 30, really at the line of scrimmage. Big-time play right there. And a big hit from Jerron Manning.
I mean, you had about every man on defense in that box right there. There was no safety back there. You had no help back there. If a big play happened, you stopped them where you need to stop them. It's a big 4th down here for Mississippi State. And Lane Kiffin's going for it.
Lane Kiffin likes to go for it on 4th down. He's 68% this season. It'll be Kawan Lacey who takes the carry. Down inside the 30, just almost broke a tackle inside the 25. Brylan Lanier lucky to bring him down, and that moves the chains for Ole Miss.
It's amazing how Kiffin can use Chambliss's legs when they need to, because you would think that would almost be a quarterback blast. And he ended up just doing a little wildcat and giving it straight to Lacey to run it up the middle.
See if Ole Miss decides to take it to the end of the quarter. Play clock is like a half a second ahead of the game clock here. Or maybe they're really synchronized. Ole Miss decides to run a play. It's Chambliss with a scramble out to the left. That's to my closest side, me and Connor's near side here. And he gains about 2 yards on the play, and that'll end the quarter as there's triple zeros on the board here. Into the first quarter, Ole Miss 14, Mississippi State 7. What have you seen so far in this first quarter, Connor?
I think he heard me talking about using Chambliss's legs, and he decided to do that play because he was like, well, shoot, they thought I was going to do it the 4th down play. Now I'm going to do it the next play after. Only got 2 yards out of it, but man, what I've been noticing is Lane Kiffin, exactly what we expected was going to happen into this game. The schemes, the offensive formations, the way he's been able to kill and slash at your defense, he's been able to do that and do it successfully. I mean, the explosive plays, the runs when he needs it, everything has been very well oiled for Ole Miss here. They came in to Starkville and they weren't playing any business. You have a guy like Trinidad Chambliss, not a lot of experience going into D1, not a lot of experience going into SEC play, but he's been the guy for Ole Miss to be able to decide what needs to happen on the offense, and it's been going well for Ole Miss.
Well, he's been perfect today, 7 of 7. Throwing the football today, 118 yards and a touchdown. Also has 2 scrambles for 10 yards. One of those was a scramble that gained a first down for Ole Miss on 3rd and 7 on their last drive. So he's been elite today, and he has really been elite all season for Ole Miss. 195 out of 299 coming into the year, or coming into the game. 2,600 yards through the air, 14 touchdowns through the air, and also 6 touchdowns on the ground. So, 20 total touchdowns coming into this ball game. Had a good game against Florida. Only missed on 9 passes. Had 300 yards and a touchdown. So, he's been good this season. He's been great so far for Ole Miss in this one. Yeah, you talk about the efficiency for Ole Miss's offense. I mean, they've been really good. And like we said, we expected this, right? And it's a state defense that struggled over the past couple of ball games, ever since the Texas fourth quarter and the overtime against Texas. State's defense has struggled, and so far Ole Miss taking advantage of that with 192 total yards in the first quarter, 118 of those being passing yards, and 74 of those being rushing yards.
Well, it's a defense that you thought going into the season that you took one big step forward. You said, look, there's been so much improvement with this defense, but now we get to the last game of the season, 12th game of the season, you're like, man, it feels like they've took 2 big steps back. You look at what's happened and transpired since that Texas game, and it hasn't been pretty, Ty. Since Missouri, you look at that Missouri game, you are now dead last in rushing in the conference, and it's not a good thing to see when you're trying to build what you're trying to build here at Mississippi State. You've done well, I think, for the most part with Lacey, but it's been those explosive pass plays because you're sitting there anticipating the run. You're not able to protect the pass as well, and simply it looks like you're guessing out there to me.
Yeah, it's been tough sledding so far for State's defense. A couple of players have played well, though. Mentioned that really the hybrid guys and the linebackers had to play well. Those guys doing well so far. Isaac Smith with 6 total tackles, Mitchell with 4, Jerron Manning with 3, Tony Mitchell with 2. Those guys have played well, but they're going to have to step it up here as Ole Miss is nearing the red zone as we get set to start the second quarter here from Davis-Wade Stadium. Again, I'm Ty Goldman alongside Connor Davis. We broadcast to you the 122nd edition of the Battle for the Golden Egg. Mississippi State trails Ole Miss 14-7. The Rebels have a 2nd and 8 to start the quarter. Logan Diggs actually in the backfield now to the right of Trinidad Chambliss, transfer from LSU. Diggs they'll play fake to him. He'll throw near side looking for Wallace, and really some miscommunication between Wallace. Chambliss kind of threw a fade ball, and Wallace just cut his route off.
Well, you look at this Titantron, and it's only covering so much of this field. Chambliss has that little sliver of sun. Now, it's 11:48. He's got a little sun in his eyes that he's got to protect, and it just looks like he didn't really know what Wallace was doing that play.
3rd and 8 for Ole Miss. They're 2 of 3 on third downs today. Big third down in this one. They have failed on a third down in this drive. They converted, though, to keep the drive alive on 4th down. Chambliss in the shotgun, Diggs to the left of Chambliss. 3 receivers here to the near side. And I think it's going to be a false start on Ole Miss's right guard. Might be on the right guard, Patrick Kutas.
It's crazy because the defense was anticipating something big there, and that right guard flinched before that ball was snapped, and you're like, well, it went from 3rd and long to 3rd and really long. So now you have a chance, if you're the defense, stop them, get the field goal, get the ball back to your offense, and see if Jeff Levy can do some scoring.
Ole Miss with 4 big passing plays in this one so far that have gained over 15 yards. Are going to need something like that here. As Chambliss is in the shotgun. In motion to the near side is Deshaun Stribling. And instead, they'll hand the ball off, and Lacey takes it forward to the 20-yard line on the end zone side of the 20. And Ole Miss will settle for 3. So really an unforced error there, and it kind of saved Mississippi State. Really didn't know what we were going to see on 3rd down and 8, but Ole Miss decides to run the football on 3rd and 13, play smart and conservative, and they'll bring on their field goal kicker, who's a Lou Groves Award semifinalist.
It's usually a term you don't attribute to Lane Kiffin, conservative, but right now he's probably doing the right thing, kicking the field goal on 4th and 7.
I really don't want to give State any opportunities if you're Lane Kiffin. Maybe turn the ball over. Don't want to do that with a chance to score. Snapback is good. The hold is good. And the kick is it no good? It's no good. Heard some reactions from the student section. Thank you, student section. You helped me out. Kick is missed left, and Ole Miss comes up empty.
Well, from our position, Ty, it's really, really difficult to be able to see where that ball is going on the field goal. And if you are Mississippi State defense, you just won your rep. You just won your rep. But like I said, it takes 2 to tango right now. If you're Mississippi State, you got to get back on offense. You got to win your rep. Your defense just gave you some big momentum. Take advantage of it. Take advantage of every single opportunity you get. Go down the field and score. You cannot afford to go 3 and out here, because you will lose every ounce of momentum you have in this ball game.
You were exactly right. State got to find a way to at least put some points on the board, whether that's a field goal or a touchdown. Bothwell in the shotgun, and Brennan Thompson motions here to the near side. Taylor was looking to throw a screen to the right side. He's in trouble rolling to his right. He's going to evade all that pressure and somehow gains 2 yards to eliminate State of losing any yards there. I don't know how he got out of that.
I hate to say it, but if that was shaping, it'd be a sack. But Camario did some wonderful things right there, and I'm glad to see it.
3 receivers here to the near side for State. It's Traore as a tight end, and then Thompson and Evans. Traore goes in motion to the far side. It'll be a keep with Camario Taylor to the 30. Now down the far sideline, 45. Juke move inside to the 50, to the 45, 40, and out of bounds. How about the run game from Camario Taylor?
I don't want to put a high standard on him, but I have really only seen a couple quarterbacks do that from maroon and white in my lifetime, Ty, and I'm thinking you can probably guess the 2 quarterbacks I'm thinking of that have just done that.
So State has the ball at the 40 of Ole Miss. 1st down. Cam Ball in motion to the near side. Kind of a weird start to the play. Ball tipped up in the air and intercepted by Ole Miss. It was thrown to Bothwell, and it was hot on him. Tipped up in the air and intercepted by the Rebels.
You hate to see that, but look. That did not ruin your whole momentum. Ole Miss is still in their own territory. You still got some life left to play if you're the defense. Just go out there and make some plays. Hey, I like to be optimistic when I'm up here in the booth. I know we got a lot of emotion and passion for this Mississippi State football team. But, hey, I'm going to look at the bright side. Camario just did that fantastic run play for you, although there was a pick that was probably not Camario's fault. It definitely wasn't. You got a chance to do something.
I would say that ball was a little bit too hot from Camario from where Fluff Bothwell was standing. Both of them had got to make a play, but just a killer turnover for Mississippi State after a big run play of 39 yards for Camario Taylor. Now Ole Miss has the ball back at their own 38-yard line. Chambliss empty set. He'll bring a tight end in motion. 3 down lineman for State. Chambliss will run to his right, looking to fire it deep downfield. He's got Harrison Wallace, but the ball is thrown out just too far in front of him. It's incomplete.
I don't know if you could see me on that play, but I got really scared. I knew they were going to come to this sideline that we're sitting out right here, and Chambliss did a great job of running out the pocket, getting to the right hash over here, and then overthrowing a little bit, but it was a good play by Ole Miss.
Second and 10 for Ole Miss. Lacey in the backfield, 2 receivers here to the near side, 1 to the far side. They'll go play fake and throw out here to the near side. That ball too tall for the receiver, Deuce Alexander. A big hit also. Check that. That was receiver Winston Watkins. Big hit also by Jerron Manning to really eliminate any chance of Watkins catching that football. It's 3rd down and 10, and State's defense needs to stop here.
You stay optimistic. Chambliss got the student section right in his ear behind him. This is going to be a difficult conversion.
Shotgun set for the Rebels. 4 down linemen for State. They'll bring the tight end, Daquan Wright, to the left side of the formation. Is kind of an up back now in motion to the right side. Chambliss will pass, looking downfield, trying to find Watkins. He has got him, but the ball is too far. A couple of missed throws by Trinidad Chambliss that could have resulted in big plays for Ole Miss on the drive. I mean, every play was a pass that was too far for the receiver on that drive, and Ole Miss goes 3 and out after taking the ball away from Mississippi State.
I did not like that defense, Ty, but it did work.
Well, I tell you what, it scared the crap out of me.
I mean, yes.
Because he was open. He was open.
Wide open,
and
right
he
in between those zones.
He missed him. Missed Winston Watkins. Ole Miss will punt. Oh, Anthony Evans back to field it. He calls a fair catch at around the 12-yard line. There's a flag on the play.
From Bird is fair caught.
I think it's on Mississippi State. It's not they didn't hit the punter.
No, they didn't, but Tweedledee and Tweedledum fell against each other at the backfield.
Yeah, I did see that at the north end zone 30.
That's why I did one of them Shaq eating hot wings faces when that happened.
Yeah.
Illegal formation against the receiving team. Number 88 of the defense was lined up over the long snapper. 5-yard penalty will be tacked on to indicate first down.
So an illegal formation on State. We were lined up over the long snapper.
First down, Mississippi State.
And that's just football like you, man. You understand that you can't do that.
Can't do that. Yep. Can't do that for sure. So State's going to get the ball inside their 20.
Starting to feel a little breeze here, Ty.
Yeah, it's starting to get a little chilly.
Hopefully the State players are okay down there. I assume they are, but man, I've been having to put my hands in my pockets. Hopefully my wallet's got some hot cash in there to warm my hands up, maybe.
Your attention to the north.
Well,
35-yard line.
we are in a TV timeout. I think we're going to take a timeout here. We've been talking for a while, so we'll relieve y'all of listening to us for just a moment. A TV timeout with 12:44 to go in the second quarter. State with the football after we get back from the timeout. 14-7 Rebels. You're listening to Mississippi State football on the Bulldog Student Sports Network.
And the kick is just a little short.
place to be since I was 19. You can find me, maroon and white tee. Stay grinding, you're not on my team. To get behind me and stay behind, you will play behind. Man, I'm in a Mississippi state of mind, and this state of mind ain't a greater time. Take a break the line and just take what's mine. It's an our state, our place, and you can see that it's written on our face. This is our break, our race, and if you ain't with it, get out of our way. Now stand up in your seat, sling a cowbell to the beat. Got 3-6 on my cheek, my boy and B gonna rest in peace. We just left the being in, cowbell to the wind, and this maroon and white is blending like I'm Two-Face. I'll be denting my friends up in the den, and you know they Mississippi, and we coming for your heart. So before we start, gonna put a stint in. My state of mind is a place for these dime rhymes to mint in, and if you cross a line, that's the place that they're gonna be spent in. I'm looking at the Mississippi women in the district, got me grinning. You step up in the pen, man, you probably gon' get hit. And we about to roll, and everywhere we go, we taking control. We MSU, and when that whistle blow, you already know that we gon' show. 'Cause we MSU, and we about to roll, and everywhere we go, we taking control. We MSU, and when that whistle blow, you already know that we gon' show. 'Cause we MSU. We up in Star Vegas, we got that bar, baby. And all ladies breaking hearts, they call it sharp rating. That identity.
Welcome back into the Bulldog Student Sports Network. I'm Ty Goldman alongside Connor Davis. 12:44 to go here in the second quarter. Mississippi State trails Ole Miss 14-7 in the battle for the Golden Egg. State has the football. They will start at the 12 after a 5-yard penalty pushed them back on the punt. Taylor still in the ball game as the quarterback. He'll start with a handoff to Fluff Bothwell, who's able to gain a yard to the Bulldog 14-yard line. Maybe 2 yards.
Wasn't as good of a cut as I'd like to see from Fluff right there. His legs went too far apart, and he ended up just falling forward.
State will go quick. Taylor looking to throw. Can't find anybody open. Rolling out to his right, and that's going to be a hold on Mississippi State. Taylor, meanwhile, is scrambling to the 25. Slides down, but it's going to be a hold on the Bulldogs back at around the 7-yard line.
I don't know if I've seen a Mississippi State quarterback make a slide as well as Camario did right there. I mean, he's natural born.
Holding. Offense, number 76.
Holding on Albert Reese of Mississippi State.
That's your veteran, too, right there.
Yeah, can't have that mistake from him. It puts Mississippi State back to the. We'll see where they mark it off. It'll be a spot,
probably, huh?
Spot foul. It'll be a spot foul. Ball at the 6-yard line.
I chose my words very
the
precise right there.
Oh, the 6-7.
Oh yeah.
Oh goodness gracious.
I wasn't gonna give you any opportunity to make a joke right there.
Oh, trust me, I wouldn't. 2nd and 16 for State at their own 6 after the hold. Traore in motion. State will throw the football. Taylor looking to pass. He's got pressure on his back. He's just got to throw the ball away. He does. Should be another hold on Mississippi State, I believe, too, and it might be on Cannon Boone.
And now you're at the 3-yard line like you were the first drive. Maybe that might work.
Well, I think if you're Ole Miss, we'll see what they do. I think you might just decline this penalty. That would make it 3rd down and 16 for Mississippi State. As Taylor just threw the ball out of bounds.
Offense, number 72. That penalty is declined. 3rd down.
And they do decline it, so it'll be 3rd down and 16 for State at the 6. At this point, you just got to protect the football.
You might just run it here and punt it away. I don't see any reason for you to try it. If you couldn't protect Kamara the first 2 plays, I don't see why you would try to keep him throwing here.
Ole Miss playing heavily off the ball, and also 3 safeties back deep for the Rebels at the 22-yard line. The ball's at the 6 for State. Shotgun set, 3 receivers to the far side, 1 here to the near side. Taylor looking to throw. Pressure on him in the end zone. He throws to Bothwell, who takes it up to the 15-yard line. And it'll be 3rd down, or check that, 4th down and 7 for Mississippi State. The Bulldogs are going to have to punt here.
The 15-yard line.
Unless he's feeling a little bit of Kiffin in him.
Yeah, I would hope we don't punt or we don't go for it from our own 15 at this point in the game. It would not be a smart decision.
No, your defense has been playing pretty well, I would say.
At least on the last couple of drives. They were fortunate with a missed field goal, and also you get a 3-and-out on the last drive, so maybe have some faith in your defense. State will break and get ready to punt. It's Ethan Pulliam who will boot this one away. Kind of a lower line drive. It's fair caught by Harrison Wallace at around the 37 of Ole Miss. So the Rebels will start from their own. It's actually going to be at the 36, so they'll start from their own 36 on the last drive. They started around that as well.
And they got a 3 and out.
They had a 3 and out on the last drive, so hopefully State's defense can replicate what they did, but it was a lot of missed passes from Trinidad Chambliss on that last drive. 14-7 the score. Ole Miss leads Mississippi State with 11:10 to go in the second quarter. Chambliss is in the shotgun. Kawan Lacey to his right, and Daquan Wright is kind of an up back in front of Kawan Lacey. They'll hand it off. Lacey with a gain out to the left of 1 yard. Really good tackle by what looked like to be Isaac Smith for Mississippi State. And it was Isaac Smith.
I loved what State was showing there because they were prepared for the read had Chambliss kept it there.
Pistol set for Ole Miss. 3 down lineman for the Bulldogs. And they'll run it with Lacey. He's stuffed at around the 40-yard line by a couple of Bulldogs. Looks like Isaac Smith was in there again for Mississippi State, as he is the leading tackler so far in this ball game. Was questionable coming into the game and got the green light to play. I'm sure the kid wanted to play too.
If you're Mississippi State, you can't run zone here. Ole Miss is expecting for you to run zone, and they're going to sit their receivers right in between them.
3rd and 6 for Ole Miss. Shotgun set. Chambliss talking to his offensive line. 2 receivers to the far side here, 1 to the near side. Chambliss will throw, looking to his left, fires. It is incomplete. That one was out of bounds. It was caught, I believe, by Caden Lee. It was caught, but it was caught well out of bounds, and State forces another 3 and out.
And it had me scared, Ty, because you had your tight end, you had Wright, and then you had another receiver right on that first down line to gain. And Chambliss was like, hey, you know, I want to be flashy. I'm going to throw it to the guy that's double covered, and he just made a bad mistake. Wrong read right there.
Oscar Bird to punt for Ole Miss. This one booted back to Anthony Evans, who I believe will fair catch it, and he will at the last second at the 15-yard line.
This is where you give your offense another opportunity. You can't have those mistakes again, though, because we've understood that this offensive line will struggle, and you just got to put those mistakes in the past, say that happened in the past, and let's go forward and have a real good offensive showing for this drive.
Well, you had such a great, for both teams, really, a lot of scoring in that first quarter. The first quarter is where all of our points in this game were scored. 21 points scored in that first quarter. Over 200 combined yards between the two teams, and now you have in this second quarter alone only 61 combined yards for the two teams and no points scored at all. So this is a spot in the game, Ole Miss's offense at least struggling right now. 2 3 and outs in the last 2 drives for the Rebels offense. That's not very common, at least from Ole Miss, with how good their offense is. If you're State, you have got to drive the football and get points and convert when Ole Miss is not converting.
I think Mississippi State, and both teams, why you're not seeing a lot of points scored, a lot of yards gained, they're getting settled into to each other's teams. They understand that, hey, this is what Kiffin's running on offense, this is what State's running on defense, and this is what we have to understand, that if they continue to run this, we are very well going to stop it, which is a good showing. But I like that Hutzler has been learning from his 3rd down plays. We talked about him rushing 3. This last drive, he had about 4 or 5 lined up on the line. He showed that he was going to go, hey, we're going to send a little bit of pressure. We're going to send some guys back in coverage, and it worked. Although Chambliss made the wrong read, he probably could have converted on that play had he thrown it to the right receiver. The defense worked. You kind of confused Chambliss because he thought you were sending pressure from one of his sides, so he needed to get the ball quick. You didn't give him time to make the correct read. I think you did a fantastic showing on defense.
See what State can do, at least, in terms of throwing the football. They've struggled so far throwing the football. 4 of 8 is Camario Taylor, and 68 yards through the air. Also has an interception off the tip of Fluff Bothwell's hands. And that one, me and you had 2 different opinions about it. I kind of thought that that one was just a little too hot for where Fluff Bothwell was. So State's offense, at least passing the football, has struggled. Running the football well, 95 yards, which is something State hasn't been doing over the past couple of games. All those, really a majority of those rushing yards belong to Camario Taylor, was 77 in the game on 6 attempts, and also has the lone touchdown for Mississippi State. So got to see State succeed in the pass game, though. We got to have that. Got to get Brennan Thompson available. Brennan Thompson, get him some more catches. Anthony Evans without a catch in the game so far.
I get that, and we defined what their weakness is on defense, and I told you what it was going to be when we talked about it in pregame. This is a rushing defense that's 13th in the conference, 53rd in the country. This is a team where you know you can run all over it. I understand that I have harped on we can't be one-dimensional and win a football game, but Ty, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You're running the ball well. Keep doing those fakes. Keep running it with your quarterback, Camario. If you go and pass it, he understands that if I don't have time, I'm going to use my legs and make a play out.
And I think the best thing to do would be simplify the pass game if your run game's working so well. So State will have the ball out of the TV timeout. 9:54 to play in the second quarter. 14-7 Ole Miss. Taylor pump fakes to the right. He's going to try and carry it. Breaks a tackle up to the 19-yard line, carrying defenders to the 22-yard line. My goodness, what a run from Camario Taylor.
I don't know how he does what he does, because frankly, he looks like a little pinball on a machine right there. He's just bouncing off of his blockers, and it just turned out to a great game.
Wearing that number 1, he's got the physique of him, too. Kind of looks like Cam Newton.
Oh, don't say that, Ty. You know, we're both Saints fans on this broadcast.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Pistol set for State on 2nd down and 2 at the 22. Sam West in motion. State's going to run the ball. It's Bothwell up to the 25. First down, Mississippi State. Past the first down marker, which was set at the 24.
And even if you do design a pass play like we saw on that first down play that Camario had, he was still able to discern that he needed to make a play with his legs, and it worked out in his favor.
State, make sure here, they got to get a receiver out. Brennan Thompson will come out. State did have 12 on the field.
I saw you counting with your
Yeah, I was
fingers
making
over there,
sure.
like
They
Max
subbed in San Francisco McGee for Brennan Thompson. So State out of the pistol will run it. It's Bothwell up the middle for a gain of about 4. He takes it to the 29-yard line. So State continuing to pound the rock. Now with 110 rushing yards in the game and a second down and manageable here, 2nd and 6.
And I'm never going to hate a play like that. You give me 4 yards every run, that's a first down every 3 plays.
State moving quick now. Anthony Evans in motion here to the near side. They'll hand it off again to Bothwell. He takes it forward to the 32-yard line. And that's going to be a gain of 3. That'll make it 3rd and 3 for Mississippi State. Bothwell splits the distance, and now he'll split out as a wide receiver to the far side of the field. 2 receivers at that far side, 2 to the near side, and Sam West on the line to the left of the Bulldog left tackle. Camario is alone in the backfield. 4 down linemen for Ole Miss. They're looking like they may bring 5. Booth comes in motion near side. It'll be a carry for Taylor, and he is bottled up at the 32-yard line. He just could not move forward. A good play by Ole Miss defensively. Great pursuit to the football, And we'll see what State decides to do. They're going to send out the punt team.
And you saw an Ole Miss defender come in, and you want to talk about the toughness and the build and the physique of Camario Taylor, and almost resembles a Cam Newton, a Superman, if you will. This man took a deep hit into his chest, and he stood up like Paul Bunyan, tall and ready to keep wielding the football like an axe.
Well, Andrew Jones and Geschicken on the tackle for Ole Miss, and they bottle him up. Ball is muffed on the punt, but somehow corralled by Harrison Wallace of Ole Miss down inside the 15-yard line. That ball was bobbled around and could have been trouble for Ole Miss, and would have been a great gift for Mississippi State if it was indeed dropped to the ground.
I might have done a heel click up here if we would have got it inside the 10 on offense, because there's no telling what Jeff Levy would have drawn up with Camario to get in that end zone.
So the ball is going to be at the 14-yard line. Another TV timeout on the field. But I hate to bring up a bad memory. It was kind of reminiscent of last year for Mississippi State. Now, they did this in the second half, but State muffed a punt in the second half that Ole Miss later scored on the drive where the Rebels recovered the ball. And that ended up, kind of putting the game. Ole Miss, I believe, went up by 2 scores at that point in the game. So kind of reminiscent of that. Last year's kind of the same place on the field as well, but just opposite teams this year. But Ole Miss catches a break with not dropping that one. Harrison Wallace doesn't drop it, but Mississippi State's defense will have to go back to work.
It's crazy, like in every single Egg Bowl I've been to, I've been sitting in a different spot. You go back to freshman year, I've been in the state student section. You go last year in Oxford, I was in Ole Miss's student section. Now I'm up here having a great opportunity of calling the game with Utah, and it's interesting to see how the perspective changes where you are sitting, because I was at that Ole Miss game last year, and you talk about it. You say you didn't want to harp on it, but I'm going to give my perspective on it. I was, content with how Mississippi State played for the majority of that game, but there just came a time where you get too upset with football, and you just got to say, look, they're just a better team than us, and the end of the score, it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be, and I was proud of what Mississippi State went in the vault and played, because it's hard to play in that stadium. Maybe not as hard as over here, a little bit biased, but it's hard to play in that stadium. I think they did a pretty good showing defensively for the most part that game, and we talk about explosive plays. There was a lot of explosive plays last year with Jackson Dart and company on Ole Miss's offense. You got to limit them. You got to continue to limit them today.
Well, the defense has done well, at least in this second quarter, only allowed 10 yards from the Ole Miss offense. And since starting 7 of 7, the Trinidad Chambliss now 0 of his last 5 throwing the football. So has struggled throwing the football as of late. And, that also speaks to, as I mentioned, only 10 yards offensively for Ole Miss in the quarter. We'll see what Lane Kiffin will draw up here. Lacey, 14 carries, 74 yards, had the long 31-yard touchdown, a 5.3 yard per carry average. But really, outside, I'm trying to do math in my head, outside of that one carry he only has in his other 13 carries, outside of that one long touchdown, he only has 13 carries for 43 yards. So State has done a good job at least of bottling up on every play except the one that he scored on.
Well, they've been able to understand if Ole Miss runs a formation, they might hand it off, and they've been really good limiting those big explosive handoff plays.
Both teams will break, get out of the TV timeout. Ole Miss will start from their own 18. They moved it up from where they had it originally at the 14. Now with it at the 18, 14-7 Ole Miss with 7:06 to go in the second quarter. Play fake. Chambliss rolling to his right, fires short and complete to Daquan Wright, and he's bottled up at around the 19-20 yard line, really between the 19 and 20. State did a good job there pursuing the football, rather. Nick Mitchell on the tackle.
Way to recognize somebody had to attack that flat.
No gain there for Ole Miss. Second down and 10. Shotgun set again for Ole Miss. Lacey to the left of Chambliss. Chambliss will throw quick. He fires. It is caught by Winston Watkins, but a big tackle over there made by Brylan Lanier at the 23-yard line. Only a gain of 3. It'll be, check that, a gain of 5. It'll be 3rd and 5 for Ole Miss. Big third down here for the Bulldogs. Looking like they may send pressure. Now Ole Miss looks to the sideline. They're in the shotgun. 3 receivers to the near side here, 1 to the far side. State with 3 down linemen and 6 total in the box. Ole Miss doing a lot of motioning, 8 on the play clock. Now 5. They snap it. Chambliss looking right, now back over the middle. Fires short and complete to Kawan Lacey. He breaks a tackle up to the 35 and down to the 39. First down, Ole Miss.
I was scared something was going to happen there. They sent a formation that they just haven't really done that much. They swapped a lot of receivers on that play, and it just worked because they weren't even going to throw it to the receivers. It was just all mind games.
Lacey now behind Chambliss in the pistol. Chambliss will check to the sideline, and we'll get a play in from there. Watkins and Stribling, the receivers here to the near side for Ole Miss. 1 receiver to the far side, and they'll throw over there. It's caught for a gain of 5 by Deuce Alexander to the 45-yard line. Rather, that's a gain of 6. As the line of scrimmage was at the 39, it moves to the 45 now with a 6-yard pass. 2nd and 4, Ole Miss moving quick. And now Chambliss will check at the line. Lacey to the left of him. 3 down linemen for State. They'll throw a pump fake right now. Chambliss looking back over the middle. Now looking right, nowhere to go. Maybe going to try and run the football. Cuts back and dives forward to around the midfield stripe, and he's actually going to get past the first down marker that was at the 49 of Ole Miss.
They're going to give it to him, and Mississippi State's playing really far back right now, and you have the cornerbacks to be able to press. They're going to keep running those 5-yard hitches and killing you when they see you playing so far back. Press a little bit, see what happens. You have the personnel to do it.
2-by-2 set for Ole Miss, shotgun. 1st and 10 from their own 49-yard line. Coming up on 4 minutes to play here in the first half. Rebels lead by 7. Chambliss pump fake to the left. Now looking over the middle. He's got a man in Winston Watkins, and it's too far, and they throw a flag on Jerron Manning. Either a pass interference or a hold. I think that's a good call.
He definitely got beat, and guess what, Ty? That was the only guy that wasn't pressing that play.
They call a hold on Jerron Manning. Not to the liking of this maroon and white crowd.
No, because I just got out my mouth. You pressed every single corner. Now that Jerron Manning's not a corner, but you pressed every guy on every receiver, and it worked. And then you had one DB that wasn't pressed, and you had a hold call.
Chambliss in the shotgun. Logan digs the back to his left, and it'll be a power left for Chambliss, who's popped at the 40-yard line.
Mississippi State was all over that. The play recognition by those linebackers in the box was phenomenal, that play.
Under 4 minutes to play here in the first half. 14-7 Ole Miss leads Mississippi State. This has been the most successful Rebel drive so far of the quarter after scoring 14 points in the first quarter. Shotgun set for Ole Miss, 2-by-2. Digs the back. They play fake to him. Silla coming off the edge. That one is not free. Are they going to leave it a fumble on the field? It's recovered by Mississippi State. I believe it's recovered by Mississippi State, and we might have a fight going on.
Oh, we got to fight.
Slide. We got to fight. We have got to fight.
Bench is almost clear.
And the crowd loves this. And I tell you what, I may not be able to say this. I love this.
This is the most heated rivalry in college football.
You've got nothing to lose here now. There's a lot going on. I mean, it's a big fight. And we could have another 2018 situation where everybody gets an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty.
I mean, you got
now the important thing, I started to cut you off. The important thing, I got to make sure if they mark that a fumble or not. We got to make sure if they marked it a fumble or not. Mississippi Highway Patrol troopers are on the field, making sure everything's okay. And every fan in this building is fired up.
They might have to go non-lethal on a couple of those players.
Yeah, we're going to have to see what they do also with the flags. He is on the field. Chambliss was hit by Malik Silla. And the ball looked. They left it. They did not call it dead on the field. So I think it's going to be a fumble. They ruled it a fumble. They haven't said anything else. The ruling on the field is a fumble recovered by the defense. That'll most certainly be reviewed.
They're going to review it.
The play is under review. I'm sure they'll also sort out the flags and the laundry that's on the field.
The good thing is it happened after the fact. So if anything happens and Mississippi State gets that fumble recovery, it's Mississippi State football regardless of what those penalties are. If something happens, I had to guess that it might be offsetting penalties. So you might not go too far back, if any.
You got the replay on the board here. I really thought that was an incomplete pass. His arm is going forward.
It is, but you got to see if he has possession. But also,
it looks like it's an empty hand coming forward as well.
It almost looks like a push.
I don't know. It does. It looks like he just put a pass. It looked like he's just pushed the football. Keep in mind the call on the field is important here, as it was called a fumble on the field recovered by Mississippi State, and the ball right now, if State were to get the football, at least before all the penalties are called, whatever that will be, the ball sits at the 34 right now of Mississippi State. So if the play does stand, State would get the ball back. There's also just under 3.5 minutes to go in the first half with 3:28, and that would be another big opportunity for State to score before the half, and maybe try and double up. Maybe try and double up after halftime, as State will get the ball first in the second half.
What's interesting to note, though, is man, Hutzler decided to send for that play. It was just enough to be able to make a play there. But I'm telling you, that looks like an empty hand, Ty. It looks like he's pushing the football. I think this is going to be upheld.
It might be. Malik Silla beat Jaden Williams, and he forced this play. Referee has broken from the monitor, and we'll see what they call. And keep in mind, they also have to sort the flags that were thrown on the field because we had a little scuffle.
He might talk a little bit more than us on this little bit right here. He's going to tell us some things we need to know from Mississippi
Well,
State's
hopefully we find out that State has the ball. But it really looked like an empty hand, but also, too, that arm's coming forward as well, so you have that, and that's why the call on the field matters so much. So not exactly sure what they're going to call.
You definitely have evidence to overturn it. It's not you have clear evidence of, hey, well, maybe it was
at least
a
that the ball
pass.
was coming forward.
That it was coming forward.
But it just
exactly.
looked that there is that empty hand aspect where maybe his hand was empty coming forward, and we also mentioned it looked like just a push.
I don't think a push ball is a pass. I mean, unless you're Patrick Mahomes maybe, but it didn't look a little Mahomey there. It looked like a fumble. It looked like a little fumbly. That's what it looked like.
Nevertheless, and now it'll be an incomplete pass if it's overturned. But that was a great rush by Malik Silla, who lit up Jaden Williams, just ran right past him off the right side and got to the quarterback Chambliss to force this review, and also we had a little scuffle after.
Now, one big thing they are noting when watching this is if
After review, the result of the play is an incomplete pass.
Call an incomplete pass.
Personal foul, number 11 and number 51 of the offense. Personal foul, number 8 of the defense. Both fouls offset. Third down.
Now, what I was going to say before we got that important information is what they were looking at on that play was if Silla had actually touched the football of Chambliss, because if that was the case, then we could say that Chambliss no longer has possession of the football, and that would have made a fumble call that much more easy to make.
So, play is overturned. There were unnecessary roughness fouls on both teams, so that all sets. It's an incomplete pass, and it's third down and 9 for Ole Miss at the Mississippi State 40. And the crowd is heavily into this one.
I think you got to send 4 again. I mean, you got to send some. You're out of field goal range for a college kicker right here. You missed your first field goal. Send a little bit of pressure. You know Chambliss makes mistakes. He's only human. He's not Superman. He's not Cam Newton. Make a mistake.
Malik Silla is lined up off the side of the left tackle, Diego Pounds. Shotgun set for Ole Miss on 3rd and 9. They'll throw. Pressure from State. Chambliss throws up top looking for Watkins. It's incomplete. Is there a flag? No flags. No flags. Watkins wanted a flag. So did Lane Kiffin, and the Ole Miss faithful wanted a flag. There is not one called. I think there is a flag on the play. It's a hold on Ole Miss. If I'm State, you decline that. And I would have to believe Ole Miss is probably going to punt the football.
They probably will.
It's a face mask on the Rebels. Penalties declined to be 4th down and 9 for Ole Miss.
When I saw face mask, I got a tad bit scared there because
but I saw before they had pointed to the Ole Miss side.
You're right.
Face mask, hands to the face. I mean, it's kind of, it's sort of the same thing.
Interchangeable term.
It's kind of the same thing.
They just use whatever terminology and vocabulary they have under their belt.
So Ole Miss is going to punt. Oscar Bird to punt. This is a big punt here, maybe to draw or Penn State deep, and that one's just punted straight up in the air. You got to let that one die, and oh man, it takes an Ole Miss bounce into the end zone. My goodness, what in the world?
What bad communication by Ole Miss special teams right there. They had a perfect opportunity right there to get it pinned deep in like the 1 or 2 yard line.
TJ Banks was back trying to pin that one inside the one, really inside the one he could have. And it just bounced up and hopped up on him and skipped into the end zone for a touchback. So State catches a break right there. They would have started at least inside the 3-yard line.
Well, I think there was also a bit of collision out there, too, as well, because you had 2 Ole Miss special teamers right there on the ball. I think they both were playing the ball, weren't paying attention to each other, and kind of got a little collision right there.
So 3:07 to play in the first half, 14-7 Ole Miss. State will start from their own 20 in a big drive here. Ole Miss has not scored in this half, neither has State. The State trying to even this thing back up. Evans in motion to the far side. And State will throw. Taylor looking to the far side, finds a wide open Brennan Thompson to the 35, cuts far side and is brought down right at the 35. A good tackle on the play by Geschicken, but it is a first down for State and a gain of 15.
You can say that again.
State on the ball. And it'll be a sweep out to the left. Bothwell trying to cut up the field. He does. 45-50, 45-40 down the sideline, 35-30, and pushed out of bounds inside the 25 by Ole Miss. But a big, big gain for State. TJ Dottery pushes him out of bounds, but it moves the ball into Ole Miss territory and deep into it. First down, Bulldogs.
Are we seeing magic transpire here in Starkville, Mississippi?
Shotgun set, 2x2. Traore in motion. Hand off to Bothwell. He carries it forward, but not for very much.
If you're Levy, you probably want this time to go out to the 2-minute warning and try to draw up something better this next second and long. Try to make it third manageable if you can.
I think what you want to do, and we'll take a break here in just a moment for the 2-minute timeout, but what you want to do is not leave any time on the clock for Ole Miss to go and score and try and score the football. You need to be the last team with the football and score the football. Go into the second half either down 14-10 or tied 14-14. Have a chance to come out at the start of the second half and score and take the lead. But that'll send us to the 2-minute timeout. Mississippi State has the ball at the Ole Miss 22. And they trail 14-7 to the Rebels, trying to tie this ball game up and get on the board before halftime. We'll go to a break. We'll be back in just a moment. 14-7, Ole Miss over Mississippi State with 2 minutes to go in the first half. You're listening to Mississippi State football on the Bulldog Student Sports Network.
You can see that it's written on a dog tag. And we ain't listening to what you think we gon' do. Cause either way we coming for you. And it don't matter how we do, we gonna stay true. Cause that's true maroon and that's through and through. Cause from that L-I-S-S-I. Now steak from the stands with a plate in my hand full of cheese fries. S-S-I. Cause I beat me, you know that we believe. Hit the street when we're ready, check me eat on the Yeti, you can see that we're reppin' S-T-A-T-E till we D-I-E. Every place that we step in, so rap that in maroon and white. We're gonna rule the night, we're gonna do the fight song all the way down Main and 9. Gonna make it back to maroon tonight, so wherever my head lands. Long as that golden edge still stands behind that glass, I don't have to ask. Know we adding who I am, we in this shoe. And we about to roll, and everywhere we go, we taking control. We in this shoe, and when that whistle blow, you already know that we gonna show. Cause we in this shoe, and we about to roll, and everywhere we go, we taking control. We in this shoe, and when that whistle blow, you already know that we gonna show. Cause we in this shoe.
Welcome back into the Bulldog Student Sports Network. We're at the 2-minute timeout here in Starkville at Davis Wade Stadium on the beautiful campus, Connor, of Mississippi State University. Ole Miss leads Mississippi State 14-7. The Bulldogs threatening with the football at the 22-yard line. They're going to have a 2nd and 10 when we get back from the break. I want to take this time to remind you, follow us on our socials, on Instagram at Bulldog Student Sports Network, also on X at BSSN_MSU. And if you're listening to us here on YouTube, if you come back and listening to us at this point on the YouTube stream, subscribe to us here on our YouTube channel and click that notification bell. I always say it's like ringing a cowbell if you're a Mississippi State fan. It'll help you then, or it'll help you now, and it'll help you then. You'll get notifications anytime we go live.
Nice little plug right there. I might give you a little bit of applause for that. I don't have a cowbell up here, unfortunately, but I can clap.
So 2nd and 10 for State. They come out of the timeout with Taylor in the shotgun. Aiden Williams in motion to the far side. A fake swing pass to him. They throw it up top into the end zone. It is incomplete. Looking for Anthony Evans, but the ball dropped by Evans. A tough catch. In coverage for the Rebels was Wadette Williams Jr., who's 2nd in the conference in interceptions.
If you look at that throw and you say, hey, Kamario Taylor, he's a freshman, you wouldn't believe he could make a throw like that, because that throw was not bad at all.
It's just a tough area to catch the ball.
It is very tough, especially when you're Brendan Thompson and in that coverage, but man, what a throw.
Important down here for State. Shotgun set. Bothwell to the right of Taylor. Troy motions to the left side of the formation. Taylor fires. It is incomplete off the hands of Evans. That one was just thrown behind Anthony Evans. And he had a chance really to sit him down and gain a first down there if that ball was on the money. It was not. And State, after getting to the 22 of Ole Miss, not able to move anymore, and they're going to bring out the field goal team and Kyle Ferry.
At least you get points out of this, and then you get the ball back after halftime.
Well,
we really wanted that time to go down more than a minute 50.
Exactly. Both teams still have 3 timeouts, but yeah, Ole Miss with 3 timeouts if they get the football back. Ferry on the kick from 39. Pass back is good. The hold is good, and the kick is good.
Did the student section help you out on that one?
They helped me out. I saw that one a little bit better as it went inside that right upright. So Mississippi State cuts the lead to 4. It's 14-10 Ole Miss with 1:45 to go in the second quarter in the first half.
Now, I don't want to jinx anything, but you know what my prediction for this Egg Bowl was going into this, and people called me crazy, and maybe you might call me crazy because we still have a second half of football to play, but I guess 20-10 going into this game. It's on the trajectory, but I don't want to see Mississippi State only have the points in the first half they have up there right now. I want to see Mississippi State go on there and win this thing here in Starkville.
You know, interestingly enough, too, it's a first half where Mississippi State up to this point has outgained Ole Miss 239-235, and they still find themselves behind. There's been some explosive plays for the Bulldogs, but just like on that drive right there, just can't convert. They get it down to the 22, but can't move the ball any further. So State's going to kick back to Ole Miss. Ole Miss has all 3 timeouts. So does Mississippi State. Kyle Ferry's kick will travel into the end zone and dive about 5 yards deep in the end zone for a touchback. And Ole Miss's offense will come out of the field, and so will Mississippi State's defense. The special teams unit trying to hype up the student section in the north end zone here at Scott Field. Ole Miss will start at the 25-yard line with 1:45 to go in the first half, leading 14-10. And a big drive again for Mississippi State's defense, who was held strong in this second quarter, holding Ole Miss scoreless. Dogs get the ball after the half, so a big drive here really for both teams. Shotgun set, Trinidad Chambliss, your quarterback, or Ole Miss's quarterback. He looks out to the flat, and he'll throw instead over the middle. Ball's knocked down by, looked like Brandon Jennings. He was looking over the middle, I think, to Harrison Williams. He wasn't looking to that flat, and he was looking to Harrison Wallace, rather.
That's just a play of athleticism right there by Brandon Jennings, man. Ooh.
Great play by him. 1:39 to play in the first half. 2nd and 10 for Ole Miss. Trips to the right and a lone receiver to the left. Ole Miss will throw. Chambliss looking. Has time. Fires over the middle. Caught. That one caught by Caden Lee in the middle of the field to the 37-yard line. First down, Rebels. A gain of 12.
And there were 2 defenders arm length of him as well, and he just sat down and caught the ball.
Shotgun set again for Ole Miss. They'll throw Chambliss looking, fires, caught by Lee. And a big tackle by Jerron Manning. Yes, Jerron Manning, the Old Dominion transfer and the team leader in tackles on the season, with a big hit there. But Ole Miss moving quick, so State got to keep their head on a swivel. Shotgun set. 2 receivers here to the near side, 1 to the far side, and the tight end in the formation is Daquan Wright. Lacey the back. Chambliss will throw far side. It is caught by Deshaun Stribling. Far side 40, down inside the Bulldog 40 to the 37-yard line and out of bounds.
And that was a beautiful back shoulder ball right there. You knew that that play was designed to be a shot. You had all your receivers right here just standing still. All Chambliss had to do was throw that.
Clock is stopped at 56 seconds to go in the first half. Ole Miss has it at the State 37. Chambliss out of the shotgun will throw. Looking left, fires left. It's caught by the tight end Daquan Wright for a gain of around 5 yards. It'll be a gain of 4 to the 33-yard line. Timeout Ole Miss with 43 seconds to go in the first half. So a big spot for both teams here right before halftime.
And this is what makes Kiffin so great. And why his quarterbacks look so great. He gives his quarterbacks so many options on the football field. So many options. It doesn't matter what defensive scheme is ran against him. He's going to have a hitch on a play. He's going to have a flat on a play. He's going to have some sort of check down to give his quarterback an option. Whether that's a delay, flat, kind of a delay, a running back route. You know, there's certain looks Kiffin is given offensively that is giving his quarterback Chambliss so many options to succeed. That's why they're driving down the field so efficiently right now. All he has is options for days. Mississippi State has to minimize those options. They have to cover correctly.
They put 50 seconds on the clock after the Ole Miss timeout, so 50 seconds, 2nd down and 6 for Ole Miss at the State 33. Rebels lead 14-10 over the Bulldogs. Chambliss out of the shotgun, looking to pass, looking over the middle. Won't fire. Now he's going to try and run. He's got some room near side, slides down to the 26-yard line is where he started his slide, and I think they're going to give him a first down, and they will. He moves the chains. Clock will stop momentarily at 43 seconds until they get the ball spotted. The ball is spotted, and it's running now under 40 seconds. Shotgun for Chambliss. Play fake. Looking, fires on a corner route. It is caught by Caden Lee, who's got those sure hands. He makes a grab to the State 11-yard line, and Ole Miss threatening here late in the half.
2 timeouts at Mississippi State 11. You got a lot of time with 32 seconds left. You might as well call it a 2-minute drill right now.
Clock is running as Lee did not get out of bounds. 24 seconds and counting. Chambliss will run. Cuts up the middle and down at around the 10-yard line. Timeout quickly by Lane Kiffin of Ole Miss. 17 seconds to go in the half. Ole Miss at the 10-yard line now.
This is where you use your second timeout. That's a good timeout by Kiffin because you don't know what happens in the Egg Bowl. Anything can happen. It's any given Saturday. If you give Mississippi State 17 seconds, who knows? They could go down the field on a defensive stop and score something. You don't know. What Kiffin is trying to do is make sure he has the final word. He has the final play on offense in this first half. And he's gonna do by any means he's gonna be able to get that. Even if he ends with a field goal, if he ends with a touchdown, I think if Mississippi State plays this right, they can make Kiffin get a field goal, and we can go to halftime sitting pretty.
Now you got to be smart here if you're, Trinidad Chambliss. Got to get rid of the football. You can't take a sack. On the other hand, a sack would be massive for Mississippi State. So 2nd and 9 from the 10-yard line, 17 seconds to go in the half. Ole Miss threatening up 4. Chambliss in the shotgun. Lacey to his right. 3 receivers here to the near side, 1 to the left. They'll throw it up on a jump ball to Stribling. It is caught. Is he in the end zone? He is. Touchdown, Ole Miss. And a masterful drive right down the field. And the Rebels score right before the half to kind of take the air out of this place, at least in terms of the State fans who were here.
There was so much kind of physicality on that play. You would think that something would have happened maybe. And I like the call right there. I like not drawing your laundry right there on the field. They were both pushing each other, and the receiver just got the better deal. I mean, that's a big receiver. You said that was Caden Lee. I mean, this is a dude that.
Well, that was Deshaun Stribling.
Excuse me, Deshaun Stribling. Excuse me. Yeah, that's a big receiver on a small corner like Javen Williams. You know, this isn't a Kelly Jones we're talking about.
Yeah, Stribling 6'2". Javen Williams also 6'2", but a little bit bigger of a wingspan, it looks like, with Stribling. So Ole Miss drives right down the field and scores. There's 12 seconds to go in the half. 20-10. Waiting on the PAT here from Lucas Carnero. Pass back is good, the hold is good, and the PAT is true. With 12 seconds to go in the first half, Ole Miss leads Mississippi State 21-10. A masterful drive down the field for Lane Kiffin's offense, and Ole Miss up now by 11 on Mississippi State.
And that's what we talked about. We knew if you gave Kiffin too much time, he was going to be able to score. Now imagine if you were somehow able to take those 12 seconds off, 17 maybe before they scored, you might be talking about a field goal attempt rather than a touchdown pass. You know, it's just different things happen in different ways. What the choices you make affects the outcome of the football game. But you got 12 seconds, you might as well go to half and congratulate your team for what they've been doing good, but really focus on the weaknesses you had against Ole Miss in this first half.
I mean, overall, a great second quarter for State's defense until the very end. You had a lot of momentum. Just talking about that last offensive drive for State after pushing it to the Ole Miss 22, had a lot of momentum. And, you know, maybe you look at the 2-minute timeout and that break maybe just threw State off and gave Ole Miss a chance to rest. And Ole Miss able to stuff State. State didn't move anymore, kicked the field goal, and then Ole Miss's offense drives right down the field and scores to take a 2-possession lead. Kickoff will go through the end zone for a touchback.
Special teams are scrappy. I'm telling you, there is some words being exchanged, almost some fists. But luckily, it didn't escalate like the last one did. They kind of ripped them away from each other. But man, it is scrappy today in Starkville.
That's something you probably expect in this rivalry. Been a heated rivalry for so long. And so State is going to take a knee as we go to the break. So Ole Miss, after struggling there in that second quarter, for most of the second quarter at least, put 7 on the board on their final drive of the second half or the second quarter. And they go out in front and take a 21-10 lead over Mississippi State into the locker room.
There's still a lot of football left to be had. You know, you can go into this locker room and say, look, I understand as the head coach what I need to do, but I also understand what we need to do as players, what we need to do as coordinators. Every single person needs to have a piece of the pie when it comes to the responsibility here for Mississippi State. There's a lot of things you can do right. For example, I have been harping on running so many deep zones where Ole Miss is going to come up and run a 5-yard hitch, run a 7-yard hitch, run a 10-yard hitch. They've been doing that to get down the field. We talked about running the ball. Mississippi State is prepared for the run, but what they're not prepared for is pressing up, maybe playing a little bit farther up than they're normally doing, and stopping those hitches, stopping those fast passes, the flats, the Texas routes by the running backs. You have to stop these passes from getting down the field. Like I said, you're able to stop the run. You've been doing fantastic on that, other than that big explosive run we had in the first quarter. But you gotta adjust. You have to adjust. You cannot keep playing the same way all the time, because then we talked about being one-dimensional on offense. You can do that on defense as well.
Conversely, as you just mentioned, Conversely, on offense for Mississippi State got to wake up in the passing game. Only 83 passing yards compared to the 151 rushing yards for State. If State can get both of those games going, both the pass game and the rush game, keep the rush game going and get the pass game going a little bit more than it is right now, I think you'll have a lot better offensive output in general. So State got to get that pass game going. 234 total yards in the half. They were actually ahead yardage-wise before that final drive for Ole Miss in the second half. So it was a long first half too. It felt like game started around 11:10. It almost lasted about 2 hours, about an hour and a half. So definitely a long half. A lot of good football played, and we're going to take it to a break, and we'll be back in just a little while for the halftime show, maybe 10 or so minutes until the halftime show. We'll also put up a graphic in just a moment with some halftime stats and also the score. But we appreciate you all listening to us here on the Bulldog Student Sports Network, and we'll be back in just a moment for the halftime show. Mississippi State trails Ole Miss 21-10 as both teams are in the locker room for halftime. You're listening to Mississippi State football on the Bulldog Student Sports Network.
So your bag's backed up against the wall, and the bandwagon's falling right off, and you're hearing all the talk about maybe you should think about what you're gonna do if it don't work out. It ain't about if it makes sense, 'cause if the boot do, it don't fit. As far as I can see, there ain't no way to be somebody if you just gon' quit. So if you got a fire, don't lose it. If you gotta do or die, dream, do it. If you got something to prove, go on and prove it. Don't let nobody clip your wings. Keep your head down, keep on the blinders. Tune out the doubters and all the closed minders. If it's in your blood, falling down ain't enough to change you. You were born to be. Getting back up, that's the only backup plan you need.
Life's got a lot of sticks and stones, and a blade that'll cut you to the bone. But if you're doing what you love and it kills you, well, you can live with that all day long. So if you got a fire, don't lose it. If you gotta do or die, dream, do it. If you got something to prove, go on and prove it. Don't let nobody clip your wings. Keep your head down, keep on the blinders. Tune out the doubters and all the closed minders. If it's in your blood, falling down ain't enough to change who you were born to be. Getting back up, that's the only backup plan you need.
So if you got a fire, don't lose it. If you gotta do or die, dream, do it.
If you got something to prove, go on and prove it. Don't let nobody clip your wings.
Keep your head down, keep on the blinders. Tune out the doubters and all the closed minders.
If it's in your blood, falling down ain't enough to change who you were born to be. And getting back up, that's the only backup plan you need.
Yeah, getting back up, that's the only backup plan you need.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
But the party was nice, the party was pumping, and everybody having a ball. Until the fellas started name calling, and the girls respond to the call. I hear a woman shout out,
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
I see the dance people had a ball, 'cause she Billy Bonders get out. Get back, Gruffy, bash Gruffy, get back, you flea infested mongrel. Gonna tell myself I man no get angry. Two 80 cows calling them K9. Hey, but they tell me, hey man, start up the party. You put a woman in front and a man behind. I heard a woman shout out,
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let
the Balkans. Billy Fountains, get out. Get back, Gruffy. Bash Gruffy. Get back, you flea infested mongrel.
Well, if I am a dog, the party is on. I gotta get my groove on, cause my mind I'm gone. Do you see the rays coming from my eye? Walking through the prison, Digimon is breaking them down. Me and my white talk, short, deal and gassy color. Any caliber do, I think I knew that's why they call me Pitbull. Cause I'm the man of the land, with it to me to do. Who let the dogs out? 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 Who let the dogs out?
Place to be since I was 19. You can find me, maroon and white tee. Stay grinding, you're not on my team to get behind me and stay behind. You will play behind. Man, I'm in a Mississippi state of mind, and this state of mind ain't a greater time. Take a break in line and just take what's mine. It's an R state, R place, and you can see that it's written on our face. This is our break, our race, and if you ain't with it, get out of our way. Now stand up in your seat, sling a cowbell to the beat. Got 3-6 on my cheek, my boy and B gonna rest in peace.
We just left the bin and cowbell to the wind, and this maroon and white is blending like I'm Two-Face, Harvey Dent, and my friends up in the tent, and you know they miss a sip, and we coming for your heart, so before we stop, wanna put a stint in. My state of mind is a place for these dime rhymes to mint in, and if you cross the line, that's the place that they're gonna be spent in. I'm looking at the Mississippi women, and the district got me grinning. You step up in the pen, man, you probably gon' get hit.
MSU, and we about to roll, and everywhere we go, we taking control. We MSU, and when that whistle blow, you already know that we gon' show. Cause we MSU, and we about to roll, and everywhere we go, we taking control. We MSU, and when that whistle blow, you already know that we gon' show. Cause we MSU. We up in Star Vegas, we got that bar, baby. And all ladies breaking hearts, they call it shark baiting. That identity, some crisis left you lifeless like your sparks. They need to decide who y'all move side, cause this state is ours, baby. Star crazy coming to pound, man, we drooling. You looking like a new kid in town, you gon' get bullied. You better draw back, bruh, we on the attack, bruh. We dogs of war, we coming forward, you can see that it's written on the dog tag. And we ain't listening to what you think we gon' do, cause either way we're coming for you. And it don't matter how we do, we gonna stay true. Cause that's true maroon and that's through and through.
Cause from that L-I-S-S-I, I'll stay from the stands with a plate in my hand full of cheese fries. S-S-I, got the beat me, you know that we believe. Hit the street when we're ready, check me in on the Yeti, you can see that we're reppin' S-T-A-T-E till we D-I-E. Every place that we step in, so rap that in maroon and white, we're gonna rule the
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Well, the party was nice, the party was pumping.
Hey, yeah.
And everybody having a ball.
Ha, ha.
Until the fellas start the name calling. And the girls respond to the call. I hear a poor one shout out.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
I see the dance people had a ball cause Billy Bonders get out. Get back, Gruffy, bash Gruffy, get back, you flea infested mongrel. Gonna tell myself I man no get angry. Two Eddie cows calling them K9. Hey! But they tell me, hey man, it's part of the party. You put a woman in front and a man behind. I heard a woman shout out.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Say, a doggy is nothing if he don't have a bone. Bulldoggy, hold your bone.
Welcome back into the Bulldog Student Sports Network. We're at halftime here from Davis Wade Stadium at Scott Field on the great campus of Mississippi State University in Starkville, Mississippi. Ole Miss leads your Mississippi State Bulldogs 21-10 after a late score in the second quarter. The Rebels went back up by 2 scores, or went up 2 scores, and they lead Mississippi State by 11. About just above 6 minutes to go before the second half gets underway here. Famous Maroon Band, coming off the field now. Special teams units will come out and get their practice kicks in. About 6 minutes, as I mentioned, until we get ready for second half play. So we have some stats on our graphic for you right now. You can see kind of a little bit of that. We'll get into some more stats that maybe we think are important that we can't put on there. But Connor, first half thoughts as Mississippi State trails 21-10 to Ole Miss.
Can I rant for just a second? Will you give me some time to rant? Now, people have been saying they've been enjoying somewhat of my comedic commentary here on the show, so I'm going to give you something. We walked in here today, and we usually don't have to wait that long for food. Now, I didn't know I needed my mom to pack me up a lunchbox before I came up here to call this game, but they did not have anything but some mashed potatoes and some snap beans up there, so we really didn't get that much protein. And
mashed potatoes were good.
They were really good. They were nice and cheesy. They had a nice cheese to potato ratio. It was good.
I missed my halftime hot dog.
And I was about to get to that. Ty goes up. He says, look, what do you want on your hot dog? And I'm really looking forward to this hot dog. I haven't eaten any protein today. It's been snap peas and some mashed potatoes with some cheese. So I was like, man, I'm really excited for a hot dog with some ketchup. You know, I mean, you can't have your football game, and usually it's a baseball thing, but hey, I'll take a hot dog. And Ty comes down and he said, well, they didn't have hot dogs either. And now I'm just befuddled because I don't have any protein here, man. And now I got some Muscadine Ripple ice cream, but man, I just had to get that off my chest because I was blowing up in that bathroom just about.
It amazes me how quick they rated the hot dogs up there in the booth. I mean, we didn't even get into. I mean, it was 2 minutes and a half time, and there were no hot dogs when I went up there.
Well, you got Big Back McGee up there taking 3 or 4 hot dogs, and usually I only eat one.
Probably so. I was going to grab one and one for you. We would have had one each.
I just need something to tie me over, Ty. I mean, I don't ask for much here. I know we're just students here calling the radio broadcast, but man, let us have some hot dogs in our life because you didn't give us the chicken you promised us when we walked in today. But hey, look, we got a really good opportunity to call this. I know it's all fun and games when I'm over here ranting. I'm really not that serious. The complaints are just a little fun thing to have, but we can go to some football. Some things I've noticed, I know we only have like 3 minutes and 43 seconds before we get to kickoff. A lot of things I've noticed is defense-wise, and And usually defense is what I would like to say. That's what I'm best suited at. I like to look at defense. I like to say, hey, this is what's going on. We are playing way too far back in defense, and Lane Kiffin is killing us that way. And then he says, hey, well, you're going to play too far back. The one time we play up, the couple times we do, he's going to throw a deep pass. Usually Chambliss has overthrown them. We've seen that. He hasn't really been able to execute.
He has hit, I hate to cut you off, but he's hit on a couple. He did miss a couple there in the early parts of the second quarter, but hit on a deep one to Harrison Wallace. That was the first score of the game. Wallace has 4 catches for 72 yards. Hadn't had a catch since the first quarter, but yeah, I mean, to piggyback off of what you said, I mean, Kiffin has done a great job. He always does a great job. It schemes you to death, really. But State, yeah, maybe a lack of aggressiveness in terms of getting on the football as a defensive back. But I will say too, I think Ole Miss has so many guys at receiver that it's really tough for Mississippi State to zero in on anybody.
But we have guys as well. I'm not going to say we don't have the personnel to defend it, but this is, I'm going to make it real simple for you. We're playing too conservative defense for too aggressive of an offense. That is plain and simple what it is right here for this first half. That's why you're down 21-10.
Now I will tell you, it at least worked out for a majority of the second quarter, though, because Mississippi State held Ole Miss scoreless for the first 13 minutes of that 13 minutes and some change of that second quarter. Ole Miss drives down at the end and scores, and they really got into a rhythm in their quick game offense.
Well, you started putting more guys on the line.
Exactly, but you had some big plays, though, defensively. I will say that. You had some big plays defensively, forced a lot of 3-and-outs, and to come off of that, you make plays defensively early in that second quarter after a tough first quarter, giving up 14 points. Your offense has got to get out there, and they've got to execute on drives that you get the football back, and your defense is forcing 3-and-outs, forcing punts. You've got to go out there and execute, something that State's offense didn't do. I think they moved it pretty well, 234 total yards in the first half, 151 of those rushing, 83 of those passing, 10 first downs for Mississippi State. A lot of their drives, though, have started deep inside Ole Miss or their own territory. So, State's just had some trouble. It's honestly been, there's a lack of a better word, but kind of a mid-offensive performance, I would say. I mean, you've had such a good rush game so far in this first quarter, but the pass game, you just haven't been able to get anything going. And I think maybe you're just biting the bullet at least with playing Kamario Taylor. Shapen is right now the better passing quarterback, but playing Kamario Taylor adds that rushing element into things. He's looked good running the football, but State's just struggled to pass the football so far in this ball game, and it's led to them not being able to score as much and not having so much success in the air.
And I've harped on it just about this whole game, and even on our show, the Bulldog Breakdown, if you haven't checked it out, go to our YouTube channel and go check out a couple of those episodes. We got to play two-dimensional, and I'm going to keep saying it. This second half, you have to make sure you are playing two-dimensional, because let's look at this. One thing I wanted to point out while I was doing these stats. 1 penalty for 5 yards for Ole Miss, 3 penalties for 32 yards for Mississippi State. This is a more disciplined football team than you. Now, 3 penalties is not that much, but for only 5 yards, this is a more disciplined football team than you. They are not going to give up many mistakes. You have to capitalize on those, because you can only do so much running the ball. You got to be able to add some passing element to them, and you got to be able to have them make mistakes and capitalize on that. That's bringing pressure defensively. That's doing something that's unexpected. You've done it with Kamario Taylor. Do it on the other side of the ball.
So we'll get ready now for play here in half number 2, quarter number 3. Ole Miss going to kick off to Mississippi State. Mississippi State will head in the direction of the south end zone here at Scott Field, as the Bulldogs trail 21-10, looking to bring the egg back to Starkville and become bowl eligible for the first time since 2022. Opening kickoff of the second half travels through the back of the end zone for a touchback, and State's offense will come out led by Kamario Taylor, and they'll start at the 25-yard line.
And this is what you want to see. You're not starting at the 3. You're not starting at the 10. You're starting at a really, really good 25-yard line. this is as vanilla and basic as it gets at the start of an offensive drive. You got to show something that's the exact opposite. Let's go start from the 25. Let's do a good drive here. You want to run it a couple times, fine. You got to find success in the passing game as well, because Ole Miss has been able to drive down the field with their passing game. Try to match them up on offense.
State chooses to start on the left hash. Bothwell in the backfield. Now Traore will go in motion to the far side. It'll be a quarterback keeper for Taylor. He tries to get outside, and he does just barely, though only gaining 2 yards on the play. Looked like Perkins on the stop for Ole Miss.
Well, I don't know about you. My ice cream softened up, so I might take a couple bites while we're over here.
Well, try not. Good job muting. No one wants to hear that. You do what you got to do. That Muscadine Ripple, some good stuff, though. Handoff for State on second down. Bothwell gets outside, able to fight forward to the 30-yard line and down at the 31. So it'll be 3rd down and 4 for Mississippi State. Really a manageable distance here. 3rd and intermediate. State was 2 of 6 on 3rd downs in the first half. Need to convert here. Make the most of your first drive as you trail by 2 scores. State in the shotgun, 2-by-2 set. Cam Ball motions inside the formation. He motions all the way to the left side of the formation, leaving a lone receiver here to the near side and Brennan Thompson. Taylor going to throw. He fires complete to Thompson to the 45-yard line. Brought down by Jalen Braxton. Took me a second to find that on the sheet. He's down to the 45, 1st down State. They'll move quick. 3 down linemen for Ole Miss, 5 in the box, maybe a run box for Mississippi State. Taylor talking to his offense. 2-by-2 set. State will run the ball. It's Bothwell right up the middle of the 50, and he slips at the Ole Miss, between the Ole Miss 49 and 48. If he didn't slip, he might have had a couple more yards on that carry.
That's something I've been noticing with Bothwell's running today. His legs are too far apart. His feet are not close together enough to make the cuts he wants to make. Bring your feet closer together, you can make those cuts.
A good gain, though, of 7 yards. It makes it 2nd and 3 for State on as they move into Ole Miss territory on the first drive of the second half. Bothwell now moves to the left hip of Taylor. Taylor rolling right, looks, fires short to Bothwell, and he tries to fight forward to the 1st down marker. He's shy of it by 2 yards, only gained 1. Nice tackle on the near side to keep Bothwell short of the line to gain. It's closer to 3rd and 1 now. Perkins on the tackle for Ole Miss. 3rd down and 1 for State. Traore in motion to the near side. State will hand off. It's Bothwell up the middle. Lowers his shoulder and drives to the Ole Miss 38. 1st down, Mississippi State. Lowered his shoulder right into Kapena-Kashikin.
I will say that Booth is available now for this ball game. He was only out in the first half, but, man, Bothwell's been getting it done.
Bothwell 14 carries, 82 yards. Play fake for State. Pressure right in the face of Taylor. Taylor going to try and carry, and he trudges forward close to the 35-yard line. Somehow really made something out of nothing. Gains 2 to the 36, and now Devon Booth enters the game. Fluff Bothwell will have a breather. Ole Miss with some subs as well. State brings out Cam Ball, and they'll put in Aiden Williams. At wide receiver for State, or eligible that is, it's Booth in the backfield, and then Williams, Traore, and then Evans and Thompson. Evans and Thompson here, the 2 receivers on the near side. Williams and Traore to the far side. A play fake and a throw quick to Traore. He bounces inside the 30, down to the 25, still driving forward, and down to the Rebel 24-yard line. Brought down by Sage Ryan. 1st down, Mississippi State.
And you got to love that downfield blocking out there by Aiden Williams, I believe that was out there. I mean, he followed his block, was able to get the 1st down. That was great chemistry by Mississippi State.
See if State hands it off. They do. Booth going to carry here near side and gains 2 yards on 1st down to the Rebel 22-yard line. 2nd and 8. 11 minutes and ticking here in the 3rd quarter. Ole Miss over Mississippi State right now, 21-10. Another handoff for State. It's Booth trying to cut up field. He gets to the 20, spins off a tackler, and fights his way inside the 20 to the Rebels 17-yard line.
Now we're showing a lot more versatility in our run game by just adding Booth for the second half.
I think they spotted it between the 17 and the 18-yard line.
I don't know if
I honestly think it's not a great spot. I thought it should have been at 17. But it'll leave 4 yards to go for Mississippi State on 3rd down. Shotgun set, 2-by-2. Booth is in the backfield. Sam West motions inside of the formation to the far side. And now Taylor will change the play at the line of scrimmage. 4 on the play clock. State's got to go. They snap it. Taylor looking, fires behind Anthony Evans and almost intercepted by Ole Miss. That was TJ Dottery who almost had the interception off the deflection. And it's 4th and 4 for Mississippi State. 10:05 to go. Here is State's on their first drive of the third quarter. And if I'm State, I'd probably kick it, and they will.
I'm thinking the same thing.
State will kick it, but you got to hurry up. Now 15 on the play clock, and you don't want to waste a timeout. So this is got to be a quick process. And Ole Miss does have the right to sub. And there's 6 on the play clock. State is going to kick from the 18.
Got to make
2 on the play clock. Kick is up, and it is good. So State able to come up with points on the first drive. Kyle Ferry with his second field goal of the afternoon, a 12-play, 57-yard drive that ends in a field goal for State, a 4-minute and 59-yard drive to start the second half for MSU.
I would have loved to see, now I wouldn't have loved to go for it, but I would have loved to see something happen in that red zone, man. And you look at Levy, what has happened the past several games in this season. You've only seen a couple screens out there. And I feel like when I watch Levy, he's a screen merchant. But, man, maybe this is why he's had a little bit of success against his Ole Miss defense. This is a different Levy coaching this Mississippi State team in the Egg Bowl. This is what I'd like to say his biggest game in his coaching career thus far.
Well, I will mention something. And on the third down, you had the incomplete pass from Taylor to Anthony Evans of Mississippi State that forced State to kick the field goal. It was behind him. Taylor, while a lot of people have been campaigning for him to be the guy this year for Mississippi State and start at quarterback for the Bulldogs, I tell you what, he's done great running the football today. 10 carries, 89 yards, and a touchdown, a long of 39 yards. He's got to start hitting his passes. He's been behind on a couple on the last drive of the first half, for State. On third down, he threw a ball behind Anthony Evans, who would have gained a first down inside the 10 and would have kept the drive alive for the Bulldogs. And then on the first drive of the second half for Mississippi State, the third down throw is behind Anthony Evans. It probably could have been a first down for Mississippi State and would have kept the drive alive, and State maybe would have had a chance to score a touchdown. So Kamario Taylor, all I'm trying to say, got to be at least a little bit more efficient for Mississippi State if they want to continue these drives and overall score touchdowns.
Oh, for sure. I told you it earlier. Ole Miss has not had a very successful run game. You look at 98 rushing yards and you're like, okay, that is not bad for just about the first half. But what I'm thinking is this is a Mississippi State defense that has given up 300 rushing yards in their last ball game to one player. So they've done really, really well, Ole Miss has, of saying, hey, we've ran it when we can, but we're going to pass it, and get down the field. And I'd love to see Mississippi State do that as well. Run what Ole Miss is running. Run those little hitch plays. Run those little flats and see what happens. Kamario, if he runs out the pocket and can't throw a flat or can't throw a hitch, he can then run it with his legs. But let him have the options that Chambliss is having, that Kiffin is giving him. Give him those options, Levy. I'd love to see it because you might have a different ball player in Kamario if you give him those opportunities that Kiffin's giving his QB.
Just about set for State to kick back to Ole Miss. 20 seconds left in the TV timeout. I want to remind you also tonight to tune in to the Bulldog Student Sports Network. Mississippi State men's basketball plays host to SMU tonight at the Humphrey Coliseum. I'll be on the call for that one. Stream will start at around 5:30. Game starts at 6, so make sure to tune into the pregame show and then watch the ball game. 21-13 the score as State kicks back to Ole Miss with 10:01 to go in the third quarter. 21-13 Ole Miss leads.
Now, I am reading the YouTube chat. I appreciate you. I forgot to update the third quarter graphic. I got a little bit carried away with my ranting and my Muscadine Ripple ice cream. If you haven't tried Muscadine Ripple ice cream, it might change your entire outlook on life. So sorry about that. The third quarter graphic is up. We're doing fantastic here. I appreciate you for reminding me, and we're here.
And we'll also keep you informed with the score as much as we can. No score on the graphic today, just a two-man show with me and Connor and I. So we'll keep you updated on the score as much as we can without that being on the screen. Ole Miss starts with a handoff to Kawan Lacey on the first play, and it goes for a big gain up to the Ole Miss 40-yard line. Gain of 15 on first down for the Rebels and Kawan Lacey.
He looked real shifty right there, and it's because his feet weren't so far apart. He was able to keep those cuts concise, and that's what happens, the first down.
Shotgun set for Ole Miss after the first down. Handoff to Lacey again. He moves out to the right side and taken down after a very minimal gain. Just really got back to the line of scrimmage, and that was all. A good job by State bottling up Kawan Lacey on that one. Now 17 carries and 89 yards for him, as well as a touchdown of the game. 2nd and 10 for Ole Miss at their own 40. Shotgun set 2-by-2.
State playing really far back on defense.
Snap to Chambliss. State bringing some pressure. Chambliss throws downfield. It is dropped. Dropped by Harrison. Dropped by Harrison Wallace, that is. There is, I believe, a flag on the field. There is a flag on the field. It might be on Mississippi State. It's a holding on Javen Williams.
It's crazy because, I mean, you saw a little bit of push from the receiver there, Wallace, I believe, and it kind of looked like a little bit of OPI, if I can call it that. But, man,
you saw the replay on the board, at least from the play. I didn't feel like there was any major contact.
They had to call something because he dropped the ball.
But they called the penalty, so the balls move up to the 50. It's an automatic first down for Ole Miss. 8:59 to go in the third quarter. 21-13 Rebels over your Bulldogs. Logan Diggs in the backfield to the left to Trinidad Chambliss. Chambliss play fake, and he's looking to throw. Got to try and scramble out of the pocket. Does get out of the pocket. Trying to make some type of move. He falls forward to the 48-yard line of Mississippi State as the Rebels push into Bulldog territory. A gain of 2.
You ever seen a chicken with his head cut off?
That's about what he looked like.
That's about what he looked like right there on that scramble.
But
he didn't know where he was going.
Able to gain 2, though. So
there you go.
Good scramble from Chambliss.
Better than nothing.
2nd down and 8. They'll hand off. It's Logan Diggs carrying it forward to the 45. A flag thrown from the center judge here close to us. And it could be a holding on Ole Miss. I'm not quite sure.
I don't know what else a center judge would call other than something on the offensive line.
Personal foul. Hands to the face.
Hands to the face on Mississippi State. And that's 2 penalties now in the drive that have given Ole Miss first downs.
It was on the line. I believe they called it on Travion. I think they said 23. I think they called it on Travion Williams.
Yeah, I think it was 23.
Yeah, they did. That's what I'm watching the replay. That's
Travion Williams with the foul. Ball was marked off all the way to the Bulldog 30. Couple of penalties helping Ole Miss on this drive. 1st and 10 for the Rebels at the State 30-yard line. Shotgun set for Chambliss. 3 down linemen for State, 6 in the box. Chambliss will hand off to Logan Diggs, falling forward to the 28-yard line, so a gain of 2 for the LSU transfer Diggs. 2 carries for him in the game for 5 yards.
He's a senior. He only had 2 carries for 2 yards last game, so he's getting a little bit more rep than he did last time. So I'm digging Diggs.
Kawan Lacey in the game now for Diggs. Shotgun set for the Rebels. Chambliss now talks to Lacey, and they'll go into the pistol. Lacey behind him. 2 receivers here to the near side, 1 to the far side. And a handoff to Lacey. He is popped at around the 26-yard line. And it'll be 3rd down and about 6 for Ole Miss.
I think we're going to get an injury timeout right here. I mean, that looked like straight. I think it's a Mississippi State. It does appear to be a Mississippi State player. But man, that hit looked like straight out of CTE.
It is a Bulldog. That was a big hit. Trying to see who it is now. The injury staff really covering up the player really well, and it's going to be Tillman, Xavier Tillman, the injured Bulldog on the play.
Well, it's hard to see numbers, but I can see colors, and I saw those gray pants, and I was like, well, dang it, that's a Mississippi State Bulldog down there.
Tillman, the injured Bulldog. Xavier Tillman has made 4 tackles in the ball game, has played well.
Got 3 last game against Missouri.
Playing at dime linebacker position. So he'll come off the field. It'll be 3rd down and 6 for State. I think for Tillman,
probably Galletti held here.
They put in Tyler Lockhart.
Okay, nice to see the freshman get reps. We stole him from Ole Miss.
That is true. He's played well this season in his freshman year. Shotgun set for Ole Miss. Chambliss with Lacey to his left, trips to the right. And a tight end on the line of the right, or to the far side. Trips to the left, actually. There's the near side. Wallace will motion here to the near side. Chambliss looking to throw. Fires high, intended for Wallace, and incomplete. So it'll be 4th down, and Ole Miss will bring on the field goal unit. And another missed throw from Trinidad Chambliss. That was open, and I think, Wallace had some green grass in front of him, and looked back at the replay, and he had some grass at him. I mean, he very, very well could have scored on that one.
It's just Hutzler loves to play zone, but what I'm noticing is there's not enough zone attack from our defense. If you're going to play zone the majority of the game, you got to attack your zones and make sure plays like that don't happen.
44-yard field goal attempt for Carnero. He's missed one in the game today. Snapback is good, the hold is good, and the kick is good. So Ole Miss answers the opening drive from Mississippi State as the Bulldogs score 3 on their opening drive of the second half. And the Rebels match with a field goal of their own from 43 yards out. It's an 8-play, 49-yard drive that took 3 minutes and 18 seconds off the board. 24-13, Ole Miss with 6:43 to go in the 3rd quarter.
You know it would be great, Ty.
What's that?
We could go down the field and score.
That would be great. I would appreciate that if we did. It's mainly, you went down the field on the first drive, right? And you went down the field on the last drive of the second half. When you get inside the red zone or get near the red zone, if you're Mississippi State, you have to absolutely have to convert. You have to convert. I think State's moved the ball well, at least downfield. But the Bulldogs got to convert when they get down deep into Ole Miss territory. And as I mentioned before the drive started for Ole Miss just a little bit ago, it mainly relies with, we know Camario Taylor is so good running the ball, but Taylor has missed some passes in this ball game and missed one on a 3rd down and 4 attempt on the last drive.
Exactly, and I was going to say, you talk about how conservative Hutzler's been playing the majority of the time, the defensive coordinator for State, but I would say it might be the same case for Levy. We're not seeing those shots that we've taken with Camario in the past. What happened to score from far, right? This is the team that is known for their explosive plays, known that they score a lot from outside the red zone. What happened to that? I'm thinking you might take a shot. You need to take a shot. I wish you would have taken one open in half. It might have been a good time to take one. But you got to take shots when they're available. I understand Camario is like, well, I don't want to make a mistake. But look, I'd rather you swing striking out than just standing there watching the ball hit the catcher's glove.
We got about a minute and a half to go in the TV timeout. Again, Mississippi State trails Ole Miss 24-13. The battle for the Golden Egg. Again, we want to thank our listeners listening to us as we broadcast here from Davis Wade Stadium at Scott Field. A great opportunity to be able to call the battle for the Golden Egg. I've enjoyed it so far, Connor. I'd enjoy it more if Mississippi State comes out on top in this one.
Oh, I've enjoyed it staying right beside you calling this game. Ty called me yesterday. I said, what are you calling me for? He said, look, I just wanted to call you and tell you how thankful I was for you. It's Thanksgiving. Tell somebody you're thankful for them, please, watching this broadcast, whether you're thankful for us calling the game. But, man, this has been a blessed opportunity. I almost sat in the student section or with my mom and parents outside on the away side, and, man, I'm glad I did. getting, because this has been an amazing opportunity. I'm very blessed and thankful for it. And just tell somebody you're thankful, man. Ty, you did a good job of telling me last night.
Agreed. You know what? Again, from us here at the Bulldogs Student Sports Network, a very happy holidays, happy Thanksgiving to all of y'all. And, you know, get Christmas coming up soon. Everybody stay safe during the holidays, but
it'd be a nice Christmas present. We walk out of here with the golden egg.
It'd be a great early Christmas present.
I wouldn't even have to ask Santa what I wanted this year. He'd already give it to me.
So 6:43 to go in the game. Ole Miss is going to kick it off back to Mississippi State after they answered State's opening field goal drive of the second half with a field goal drive of their own. 24-13 the score. Ole Miss leads your maroon and white. Carnero going to boot this one back. Gayton will call for a fair catch. And Mississippi State will start at the 25-yard line.
You know, regardless of what happens, 24-13, I'd love to see that gap get closer, maybe 24-20 after this drive. But whatever happens, I'm just happy to be here, man. I'm glad that even if I wasn't sitting in the student section or with my parents, I wouldn't have even had the opportunity to complain about a hot dog. You know, it wouldn't even be there. So, look, I got some ice cream in my system. We're good today, and we're ready for this first drive.
State will start from their own 25. They choose to start from the right hash this time. Play fake to Bothwell. Taylor looking to pass. Can't find anybody. In trouble, and he's going to be brought down back at his own 21 or 22-yard line.
I believe that's going to be the first sack of the game for either side right there.
It is, and let's see who got the sack. I think it was Deshaun Womack. Deshaun Womack with the sack for Ole Miss, his second on the year.
Loss of 3.
Second and 13 for State. Now they'll go with a read option. Taylor trudging forward to the 29. Makes this a fairly manageable third down, 3rd and 6 for Mississippi State.
Now, we know he can run the ball, but he would be so much more scary if he could just throw that ball, throw the rock, get it to one of your receivers' hands, and let's see this drive extend.
I'm going to assume he's probably going to sling it here on 3rd and 6 for State. Traore in motion. He'll sit beside the right tackle for the Bulldogs. Taylor will throw, looking, can't find anybody. He's going to try and run. Evades an Ole Miss tackler and fights forward for a first down to the 42, or check that. Well, that's the wrong hash marks, between the 37 and the 38-yard line.
That's fine. You call so much ball, sometimes numbers, something as easy as numbers kind of you fumble with. And hopefully we get down the field here and see some 6 as a number on our added to our score.
He evaded number 6, T.J. Dottery, on that one, and gained the first down. Handoff, Fluff Bothwell, and he fumbled the football. And Bothwell just hops on it. Or did he hop on it? I don't know exactly if he did. I think Bothwell has it.
He should have just hopped on it.
State has the football. Bothwell has it back at our own 31-yard line. Oh, he just lost control. lost the handle.
I'm going to tell you
the handoff looked clean, and then
do's and don'ts real quick, Ty. If you lose that handoff, it is so much more worse if you don't jump on it and that defense gets that ball, and then they're in the field goal range already. So you have to jump on that ball. That was really scary, but I'm glad we got the ball back. 2nd and 17. Let's see what can happen.
Loss of 7 for State after gaining the first down. Empty set for the Bulldogs. Taylor will throw quick. It is caught far side to Devon Booth. He just ran out of bounds at around the 40. Actually, they mark him out at about the original line of scrimmage at the 38, so it's going to be 3rd down and 10. I thought maybe he got down the field a little bit more, but referee was all over that one. So it's a gain of 7 back to the original line of scrimmage. 3rd down and 10 for Mississippi State. Clock nearing 4 minutes to go here in the third quarter. 24-13 Ole Miss. Shotgun set, 3 receivers here to the near side. Traore motions inside the formation to the far side. Taylor on a rollout to his right. Got to evade a tackler of Ole Miss. He just throws the ball out of bounds. Had nobody open. Principal Umanmielen was there pressuring Kamario Taylor. And the Bulldogs just had nothing doing there. Nobody open downfield. A good stand for Ole Miss.
I was about to tell the ref how thankful I was for him on that spot, but dang, he took about 6 yards off of it. And that fumble just killed all ounce of momentum and drive of that offense. I mean, you didn't lose it, but dang, that fumble.
Pulliam going to punt for Mississippi State. It's fair caught by Harrison Wallace at the 22, I believe, of Ole Miss. So with 3:43 to go in the third quarter, Ole Miss leads Mississippi State 24-13. State unable to answer the field goal and find themselves down 11 again like they were at the half. This feels like a really pivotal drive in the ball game coming up for both teams.
I will say, if y'all have enjoyed what you're listening to right now and you've enjoyed listening to us call this game, we're extremely grateful, but we will be doing a post-game show. If you love to hear our thoughts, that isn't play-by-play or color commentary, we'd love to have you on. Maybe we can tell you what Kiffin's announcement is after the Egg Bowl, if he announces it that quick. We'll be glad to share our thoughts on that as well. But please stay tuned. Don't just leave after the ball game, because we have a lot more to discuss. It's a beautiful day out here, and we'll stay as long as we can.
Showing on the Jumbotron a highlight reel from the 2009 Egg Bowl win over Ole Miss. 41-27 was the final that year.
Were you there, Ty?
I was there. I was a little kid, but I was in the stands watching that ball game.
Now,
I remember Dan Mullen giving a speech at the end of that game that fired the crowd up on the mic. I do remember that.
No, I haven't met you pre-facial hair, Ty. I didn't get to meet that Ty, but when I imagine you still having facial hair back then.
That's not true. I did not. I was like 4 years old at that point, so no. 3 or 4, so no.
I just can't imagine you without it, you know? So even at 4 years old, it's like when you imagine your dad as a kid or something, you know, and they still have facial hair back then. I don't know, Ty. Just you've seen a lot of ball here in person, and I'm frankly just a little jealous. But hey, now I'm here and I'm enjoying it with you.
Well, I hope that State can pull off some heroics like they did in that 2009 win, upset over Ole Miss that season.
No, it was a big upset.
Yeah, State in their first year with Dan Mullen that year, able to win that one and cap off the season. But State going to need, as I mentioned, some of those heroics now. They trail 24-13 with 3:43 to go in the third quarter, trying to upset number 7 Ole Miss, maybe knock them out of the playoffs, or at least dim the rate of success to get into the playoffs if you're Ole Miss, if State wins this one. But also, you know, to win the Egg, I mean, that's important in itself, and also you would love to secure a spot in a bowl game now.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And you can still do that 5-7. You know, we had La Tech go to their own Independence Bowl last year at a 5-7 seed.
Mississippi State did that in 2016 as well.
Well, there you go, Archive.
Yeah.
If you're listening to Ty, you always have some sort of archive history with him. He's going to know all sorts of Mississippi State ball. That's why I love just picking his brain sometimes. He's going to pull whatever out of his bag of tricks.
2016, State beat Miami, Ohio. In the,
do you know the score? Or are you going to
can't remember the score. I think I believe it was it was the St. Petersburg Bowl.
We'll try to guess it. I'm gonna fact check you real quick.
It was a low scoring. It was a low scoring game. I think Miami, Ohio missed a field goal at the end of the game, or State either blocked it to win the game. It's like 13 to something was the final score. State won, but State has made a bowl game at 5-7 before, but would like to secure a spot in a bowl game with a win today.
It was 17-16, really close game.
Yeah, really close game. Ole Miss back on offense. They lead by 11 with 3:43 to go in the third quarter. Lacey is the back to the left of Trinidad Chambliss. Chambliss takes a drop back, will fire downfield, has a man open in Wallace, and Wallace has just dropped the football. That one a little bit behind. Wallace. Lane Kiffin is fussing at, I believe, Harrison Wallace.
And one thing I've noticed on these DBs is they will not play the ball. I have not really seen much ball play by any of our DBs.
It's a penalty, though. There's a penalty on Mississippi State. I didn't quite get what it was, but it moves the chains for the Bulldogs. Or, excuse me, for the Rebels. It's just another penalty in this ball game for Mississippi State. defensive penalties have hurt the Bulldogs.
And it's to their discretion. If you don't play the football as a DB, that's going to happen.
They'll hand it off to Lacey. He cuts up and gains a first down. That might come back, though. We might see a hold on Ole Miss.
Flag on the play.
Lacey gained a first down, had a gain of about 13, 14 yards, but might get a hold on the Rebels. Crowd applauses that holding call.
I've never heard so much noise over a holding penalty.
Well, kind of like finally, Ole Miss has been called for a penalty. I think that was on 75, Patrick Kudus.
Was it on Okudis?
I think it was. It was actually on Wright. Daquan Wright. Daquan Wright with the penalty. It's a spot foul. It takes it back 5 yards. So 1st and 15 for Ole Miss at their own 28. Read option is Chambliss, and he falls just back to the line of scrimmage. Good tackle by Calvin Dinkins. Wrapping up the elusive Chambliss to make it 2nd down and 15.
And this state defense has done such a good job of limiting him on the run. This whole entire game they've done that.
No gain, 2nd and 15. Ole Miss in the shotgun. Chambliss with Lacey to his left. 2-by-2 set for the Rebels. Chambliss fires open to Caden Lee in a hole in the zone defense of Mississippi State. Gains about 10 or 9 or 10. I think it gained 10. Actually moved up to the 39. First down markers at the 43. It gained 11, so 3rd and 4 for State. There's a big 3rd down of the game.
Got to stop him.
Trips to the right for Ole Miss. Chambliss is in the shotgun. Lacey is now to his right. Chambliss will throw, looking, firing. That one somehow caught by Deshaun Stribling and taken near midfield, and I think they're going to put it at the midfield stripe. First down, Ole Miss. Chambliss fits that in a tight window.
It's really easy to scheme when you know the defense is going to run zone just about 100% of the time. Change it up, Hutz. Let's see something different here.
Shotgun set for Ole Miss. Ball at the midfield stripe. Chambliss fakes the screen, now looking to pass. He does have the original screen guy wide open. I think that's Caden Lee, and he is going to gain about 7 yards and is tackled hard on the play by Tyler Lockhart.
I was about to say it looked like sort of a Jerron Manning-esque tackle, but man, he brought some oomph to that tackle. Love to see it by the freshman.
Gain of 8 for Caden Lee. Lee now with 6 catches and 71 yards. At six catches, leads the Rebels. Handoff to Lacey, and he gains the first down inside the 35 of MSU to the 34-yard line.
Man, he stumbled for that one. I mean, he probably could have stumbled to the end zone if you gave him another blow.
I mean, it is imperative that State at least forces a field goal here as we're nearing the end of the 3rd quarter. Chambliss in the shotgun, Lacey to his right, Caden Lee in the slot to the left. Deshaun Stribling here close to the Mississippi State sideline. Looks like Wallace, the lone receiver, to the far side for Ole Miss. Stretch left, Lacey cuts it upfield. Takes it down inside the 30-yard line of MSU to around the 29-yard line. 2nd down, and we see if Ole Miss just decides to run the clock down here to end the 3rd quarter. 15 seconds and counting. Fake clap there from Chambliss, trying to draw State off sides, but
I'm telling you, I saw that booty of that left guard shake up.
Well, that'll send us to the 4th quarter, a relatively quick 3rd quarter that ends with the same difference in score as it was at halftime. Ole Miss leads Mississippi State at the end of 3, 24-13. 15 minutes left to play is, as I mentioned, it's imperative that State does not allow a touchdown here. You go down 31-13 with, not very much time left, depending on how much time Ole Miss takes off the clock. If you go down 31-13 late here in this ball game, it's going to be really, really tough to come back on Ole Miss.
It really will.
So it is, like I said, imperative that State at least forces a field goal. You can't allow a touchdown here if you're MSU. You just can't do it.
I'm having a little bit of deja vu almost to when we go back to that overtime game against Tennessee we called. Ole Miss right now is hammering the run at the right time. I mean, they have 4 rushes for 18 yards. They're 3 for 3 on passes, 30 yards. But the rushing, to be able to be two-dimensional on this drive has helped them out a whole heck of a lot, because now you're in state territory. You're looking to score again. And who knows what the score is going to be after this drive. Maybe State's defense can hold them. But, man, you're running the ball effectively, more so than you've done arguably the entire game, and it's just coming at the perfect time for Ole Miss.
Ever really since that first quarter, this game has really just been incredibly even. I mean, since the first quarter where Ole Miss led 14-7, Ole Miss has outscored State in the second and third quarter combined 10-6. I mean, it's been a really, really, even 2 quarters in the middle of the ball game. That first quarter was so important for Ole Miss, but the thing that we can point out is it's just Ole Miss has been scoring touchdowns. Ole Miss is scoring touchdowns. State has just struggled to score touchdowns when they get down in really good field position. The one I point back to, or the 2 I point back to, the drive before before halftime, where you had to settle for 3 and then gave Ole Miss a chance to march right down the field and score, and then the first drive of the second half. Both of those drives, you drove it inside the Ole Miss 25 and only came up with 3 points.
Well, it's not like Mississippi State is horrible in the red zone. Now, they're doing better offensively in the red zone than Ole Miss this season. They're 5th in the conference. They're 39th in the entire country. They're 40 for 45 on their red zone trips. That's 33 touchdowns, 7 field goals. They're not doing terrible. They're just not being able to execute against their in-state rival in the biggest game of the season. This is the game that decides whether you play postseason. If you want to play postseason and you're Jeff Levy, you got to change something up quick, because this fourth quarter, cowbells are slinging, voices are being heard, everybody's yelling, and we're ready to see if we can bring the golden egg back to Starkville, Mississippi.
Well, I mean, it'll be interesting, and I tell you what, if Ole Miss does score a touchdown here, now either way, if Ole Miss scores here, Ole Miss will either go up 2 scores or 3 scores. The sense of urgency is going to go up in the mind of Jeff Levy and in the minds of the Bulldogs' offensive players, overall the players all on the field for Mississippi State. So, I mean, you have got to...
That means you start passing and be able to keep as much clock as you can.
Don't have much time left, so you gotta find some stops. You gotta find some scores. Yep. So we change ends of the field. 2nd and 5 for Ole Miss at the State 29 as they head to the south end zone here at Scott Field. Shotgun set, Chambliss with Lacey on his right hip. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Play fake and a throw out route to Caden Lee. It's caught down inside the 25 and a first down for Lee, who has been really reliable today. Now 7 catches on the afternoon.
I want to see how many targets he has on the day, because he's been
7 catches, or 7 targets, 7 catches.
That's what I was about to say.
Check that. 8 targets, 7 catches. So I mean, he's only missed 1. Ole Miss on first down will hand off. It's Lacey, who's bottled up at the line of scrimmage by Mississippi State. Nick Mitchell in on the tackle along with a couple of other Bulldogs.
And that's a guy we knew that had versatility to his game. You're going to use him how he's been able to play all year. Ever since that Will Whitson injury, you've had to have a dude step up. This has been your dude stepping up on defense, and he's been playing a really good ball game. Hopefully he can make some magic happen here.
2nd and 10 for Ole Miss at the State 43. 24-13, Ole Miss leads Mississippi State with now 14 minutes and counting to go in the game. Lacey on the left hip now motions to the left of the formation. Chambliss will throw off his back foot and was looking for Caden Lee, but it's incomplete. Pass is incomplete, intended for Caden Lee. Kind of looked like they were setting up a deeper middle screen right there to Lee. And the ball is incomplete.
I mean, you look at Ole Miss's tackles, and they just struggled on that play. I mean, it looked like bull rush move.
Well, I think maybe that could have been the design, though. It looked like, at least to me, that it was a screen, kind of a middle screen play, and it just not a great throw either. But anyway, an important third down here, 3rd and 10 for Ole Miss at the state 23. Play fake. Chambliss fires up top. It is caught. Touchdown, Deshaun Stribling. Touchdown, Ole Miss. I mean, Diego Brumfield had no chance on that one.
Because you're not playing the football, and that's been the story of the game for Ole Miss's passes. I have not seen a Mississippi State defender know how to play the football. It's been all playing your man. When you have the receivers and the depth Ole Miss has at that position, you cannot afford to just sit there and watch their chest and the back of their neck go by. You have to be able to locate the ball and try to make a play on it. They haven't really been throwing to Kelly Jones. They've really been scheming up Brumfield and Javen Williams this entire game, and it's been working out for their favor as they're about to go up 31-13.
I don't know if they've thrown to Kelly Jones today.
I don't either.
And it makes sense because, I mean, he's one of the best corners in college football. PAT is good, 31-13 Ole Miss, and that honestly, right now, and I don't want to be a Debbie Downer or anything, it feels like a kill shot right now.
This is where reality starts to sink in if you're Jeff Lebby and company. This is where you have to start drawing up things that you have not really, you're not used to drawing up. You might be an artist right now who's used to drawing and coloring puppies, but right now you got to change up and start painting some scenic landscapes like Bob Ross. You got to put something out there on the football field that this defense can't recognize. If you're Bob Ross, they're used to landscapes, but you got to do some portraits now because now you have to show something that you're not being able to scheme up on for Ole Miss's defense. You got to be able to scheme them. You got to be able to attack them. You got to be able to show them something that Lane Kiffin has been showing you against your defense. Give them some effort. Give them something that's going to say, hey, we're Mississippi State. We're not going to go down without a fight. It's 31-13. This ball game might look like it's out of reach, but now, like I said earlier, reality is setting in. Sweat dripping down your face, and you're saying, well, I'm Coach Lebby. I've had a pretty good turnaround this year opposed to last year, and we're going to see what happens on this last offensive drive. I don't know what's going to happen. You think he keeps Camario Taylor in? I would hope so, but I see a couple quarterbacks down there slinging the football, so
yeah,
we'll see.
That's interesting to think about. You know, I mean, Chapin, you know, a better passer, at least at this point in his career, than Camario Taylor. So, you know, it'll be interesting to see with the urgency up for Mississippi State, and State with not very much time left, they're probably going to have to start throwing the football a lot more frequently. You really maybe could see Blake Chapin, you also, but, I mean, then again, you could see Camario Taylor still. So it'll be interesting to see what State does, and maybe they split plays, split plays on drives maybe like they have done this season, because it's been all Camario today. Chapin has not taken a single snap.
No, but you know Chapin can get you down the field. We've seen it with Florida. We saw it with Arkansas. You might have lost against Florida on that last drive, but you did go down the field and beat Arkansas. So there's a little bit of hope right there if you want to start Blake Chapin. We all wanted to see Camario start. Jeff Lebby has granted that wish. But can Camario get these reps and say, hey, I'm going to go down and try to win this for Mississippi State? If the answer is no, you put your veteran in, you put Blake Chapin in. I mean, heck, it's senior night. This has been the second time he's probably been a senior on senior night. Let's see what he can do. I'm not opposed to it, but maybe you start Camario Taylor. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm going to stay optimistic and open-minded and trust my head coach, because there's been some good hope for this football game. It's 31-13, like we said. But you got to look at the bright side, and the bright side is you got some reps for your freshman hopeful. He understands how it is to play against Ole Miss. You might give the reins to your senior now and see if he can come back and win this football game.
We'll see who comes out on the field for Mississippi State, waiting for the red man to come off the field so we can play football here. Ole Miss going to kick back to Mississippi State. They lead with 13:46 to go in the game, 31-13 over the Bulldogs. State needs to start scoring quickly if they want to stay in this one. I mean, you have to score. You really have to score this drive. You have no choice. I mean, you have to score this drive. If you don't score this drive, it's time wasted, and you know,
Probably game over.
who knows how long Ole Miss is going to take with the football with how they've played so far in the second half offensively. Or, you know, they've had some good drives so far offensively.
Well, Archive, when's the last time we've been able to come back like this? I know we had that Auburn comeback. What was it, 25 points back when Will Rogers was the quarterback.
In Egg Bowl history, I can't quite remember. So, I mean, it's a tough comeback. I mean, like we mentioned from the jump, it's a good football team at Ole Miss, and they don't make a lot of mistakes. We've seen that today. So State's got their hands full here. The kickoff traveled into the end zone for a touchback. Kamario Taylor is still in the game at quarterback, and he's going to lead this offense here. First down and 10 for State on the right hash 25. Taylor looking to pass, fires complete to Traore. He takes it forward to the 35-yard line. First down, Mississippi State. Got on the, really in between the 35 and 36. I think they gave him the 36-yard line. So a gain of 11 for Seydu. State moves quick. Taylor off a play fake, looking to pass. Got a defender on his back. He's bottled up. Bottled up by Ole Miss. That is, I think, Xavier Harris on the sack. Or no, excuse me, that's Will Eccles on the sack for Ole Miss.
You did so well that first play, though. I'd love to see it again. They're playing so far back, Ole Miss is, and you can kill them right here. Just gash them.
Well, I'd hit Brennan Thompson right now in the slot. If I was State instead, State will go with a hitch to Williams on the near side sideline after a play fake. Ball is going to be caught and taken out of bounds at the 41-yard line, so State will have, and it's actually going to be at the 40, so State will have a third down and 6.
I wonder what's going through his head playing against his old team.
Then we're going to have a stoppage of play here. Don't know what we could be reviewing. They're going to review if that was a catch.
That's fine. Give us some time to recoup.
Well, I mean, if that wasn't a catch, I mean, State's in a tough situation. They would be in a 3rd and 13 situation if that was an incomplete pass. From what it looked like, at least, I thought Aiden Williams made the grab, but it was definitely near the sideline.
Well, Richard Schwartz just came on the board. If you know him, his slogan's one call, that's all. I think one call that's got to be made for Mississippi State to win this game is probably call some Jesus, because miracles got to happen today for Mississippi State to come up against Ole Miss. So if anybody knows his number, please dial and see what can happen with Mississippi State. Ty's got his binoculars on to see if Aiden Williams stepped out of bounds.
That's really close. That's really close. I think I see a sliver of green, but I'm not sure.
I wouldn't be surprised if they called it back. He's got white cleats on, so.
But the call on the field was a catch. So I don't know. It looks like he's like, I think there's a sliver of green there.
It kind of looks out of bounds to me, but I'm interested to see which foot touched first.
Well, I mean, it was the right foot that touched first, and that's what they're looking at to see if that foot was out of bounds.
I think it might be out of bounds. Okay.
Call's upheld. So
that's okay. Give us some light now.
So State
uphold it.
State now with a 3rd and 6. You know, you're definitely 4 down for the rest of the game. If you don't get this here, you're going for it on 4th down. State has 6 yards to go from their own 40-yard line. It's like Bothwell in the backfield for Mississippi State. Aiden Williams in motion to the far side. State will throw. Taylor trying to step up, and he'll look to run for the first down. He's got it to the midfield stripe, and he's bottled up by a couple of Rebels there. So Taylor scrambles for a first down. Now over 100 yards on the day is Taylor running the football.
Well, you got to get back on this ball.
Yeah, got to move quickly here. Clock now at 12:05 and counting. State trails by 18, 31-13. In the shotgun is Taylor. He goes play fake, looking right, looking for a shot. He's got Brennan Thompson. Will he grab it? Oh, it's broken up. My gosh, what a breakup by Wyatt Williams Jr. Wow, what a breakup by Williams.
If only thrown in stride, that'd be 6.
Yeah, if that was laid out,
grabbing the back of his thigh, maybe kind of
you're right.
A hammy on that.
You're right. If that was laid out, you know, in a bucket, that's That's a touchdown. But Wyatt Williams with a fantastic pass breakup.
But that's when you take shots, right? I do not hate that at all. It's only second down. That's when you take shots.
Taylor will throw to Traore here. He's got it down inside the 40-yard line of Ole Miss to the 34. State on the move. Taylor took a little shot after that throw, but stayed in and was able to get it to Traore for a first down. They actually mark it at the Rebel 35-yard line. State sub, so Ole Miss is able to sub. Devon Booth is the man who subbed in for the Bulldogs, and he'll get the carry. And he is met at the line of scrimmage.
Get back on it.
At first, that was Deshaun Womack, who immediately got to Devon Booth, and he was brought down by another Rebel. Couldn't quite catch the number of that Rebel. No gain, 2nd and 10. Taylor with a roll out to the right and looking to throw it back to the left side. Nobody really open, and he's just going to throw this one maybe out of bounds, and it does go out of bounds. So 2 interesting play calls there. You run the ball on first down, which, that's not a bad, really, I can't say it's a bad decision, but, the rollout, I don't know about the rollout there. I would let Camario just stay.
They give him the option
Exactly.
to roll out.
Don't let him stay stationary in the pocket. If he needs to go, he'll go. I just think you got to let the pocket work and let your guys work instead of relying on what they were trying to do. They were trying to throw it back to the opposite side of which Camario scrambled to. 3rd down, Taylor in trouble, evades a sack.
I don't know how he did that.
Cutting up the field to the 30, 25,
I don't know how
20.
he did that.
My goodness, 15, cuts inside of the 10.
Touchdown. I don't know how he did that.
Touchdown. Ball came free. I think he was down by contact. Touchdown, Mississippi State. My gosh, what a run. I cannot believe he scored that. He evaded 3 Rebels in the backfield and scored.
I'm speechless. He had everybody grabbing at his towel. He had people grabbing at that number 1. But, man, the way he just evaded that. And look at him. He's sucking all the aura out of Davis Wade Stadium, standing there with his hands on his hip.
State is deciding to go for 2. I can't tell you why. You shouldn't chase here. If you kick the PAT, you'll be down a field goal and a 2-point conversion. I think it's too early to chase. That's just my opinion. Ole Miss is going to call timeout. Lane Kiffin's asking for one. If I'm State, I'd just kick the field goal. At least Kiffin was asking for one. And I don't know if they're giving him. I mean, he was asking for a timeout, and then now we're just talking. I guess they're looking at the play. There's 10:40 to go in the game. Camario Taylor just scored on a fantastic run of 35 yards. State's going for 2. I can't say I understand this. Empty set for Mississippi State. Now they condense.
He's just going to run it up the middle.
They might try and run it up the middle. In motion is Booth. Taylor off a play fake will roll to his right. Looking. He is going to throw a jump pass into the back of the end zone, and it's incomplete. 2-point is no good. Why do you go for 2 there? Just keep it at an 11-point game if you kick the PAT and let it be a field goal and a 2-point touchdown and 2-point conversion game.
I'd rather have guaranteed
You just took
points
the
on
field
the
goal
board.
out of the equation there. Why chase this early? You still got to score the other ones. It's not like you're there now.
That's young, inexperienced head coaching for you. That's what it'll get you. And we've
and maybe
seen,
some people, and I'm sorry, but maybe some people agree with that decision. I don't. And I'm just going to be as critical as critical. I don't think that's a good decision. I mean, you still got to score the other touchdown and the field goal, right? And get the
2-point.
Exactly. You still got to score twice. Why do you chase? Give yourself a better opportunity. If you kick the PAT, you go down, you're 31-20. You're down 31-20. All you got to do then, score a touchdown, go for 2, and then have a field goal and you tie the ball game. I don't understand, at least, I mean, I just, either way, if you kick the PAT, you're going to be down 2 scores regardless. I mean, you would just have to go for 2 at some point anyway.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's just
I don't understand.
Inexperienced, young head coach.
At least
you learn from these. You learn from these type of mistakes.
But it just takes points off the board. It takes a point off the board.
I would rather a guaranteed extra point. I am 100% with you. I was a little confused as well. But that's just the nature of how our head coaching is. Now, he might learn from it, and he might go, next time this opportunity presents itself, he might go, okay, well, I'm going to take the extra point this time. But to be honest, think about it like this. You have a freshman quarterback in. He has not had those type of reps before, those 2-point reps. So you don't know if you're going to be able to score again to give him that rep. That is one thing that's probably running through Jeff Levy's mind. Let me see how Kamario Taylor does in a 2-point conversion set and see how he fares. Now he rolled out and he wasn't able to make a play, but still, if you had not given him that rep before, he wouldn't have been able to discern that.
Well,
I got to be Mr. Optimistic here.
Either way, it's 31-19. Mississippi State trails. Yeah, I may not like the decision, but, at the end of the day, it is what it is. I understand. I at least can understand it, so I'm not going to complain anymore about it. But a big touchdown, though, regardless. A big touchdown, though, by Kamario Taylor, who evaded 3 Ole Miss rushers there and able to score for 35 yards, maybe bring some life back into the team, some juice into the building. And maybe State can find a way to come back and beat Ole Miss.
Well, I'm seeing everybody in the comments. They seem to agree with us, but I was just trying to be devil's advocate. You always got to have that type of person. There's 2 people on a broadcast, so I like to just put that out there. We haven't seen Kamario have those type of reps before, so you give it to him, see what happens. Obviously, it was unsuccessful. If he gets that 2-point conversion, maybe we're having a different conversation of, oh, well, maybe that was a good play call. It's just different opposed to if you get it or if you don't. So we know what happens. We can only try to keep this game manageable, and it's 31-19, 10 minutes and 40 seconds left to go in the ball game. Let's just see what can happen. Let's have some fun tonight.
Well, you cut into the lead like you needed to do, so you did your job with that. It's 31-19 with 10:40 to play in the game. State will kick back to Ole Miss. They're going to return it. Taken to the 20, now down to the 25, and return back near the 29, and a flag thrown. Maybe it goes on Ole Miss. We'll see. It's thrown at the back of the play. I think it's a hold, and it looks like it was a spot foul at the 20-yard line, so Ole Miss going to lose a couple of yards on this.
Just a couple.
Holding on Ole Miss. And so a spot foul. It was a hold at the 20, and it takes it back to the 10-yard line, so 10 yards from the spot. So favorable there for Mississippi State. Ole Miss starting with not great field position. Got to lock down if you're the Bulldogs here. I mean, you can't allow Ole Miss to have any sort of long drive, and you can't allow them most certainly to score.
Maybe you got to send some pressure here, but you really have to squish those zones together. You're playing way too far apart. Squish the zones together. Don't let them sit in between them.
Ole Miss decides to run on first down. Isaac Smith makes the tackle for Mississippi State. A gain of 2. I really only thought he got 1, but they say he fell forward to 2, and they're right. Yep, looking at it on the replay. So, gain of 2, second down and 8 for Ole Miss at their own 12. Shotgun set for the Rebels. Lacey to the left hip, or on the left hip of Chambliss. Ole Miss will throw. Got a man downfield. It is caught. Taking it down the field is Deuce Alexander, and he might score, and he will.
That was probably the nail in the coffin there, but I can't harp on not playing the dang football. I mean, geez, I know I'm not a D1 corner by any means, but man, I have seen a lot of football and know what the do's and don'ts, and I have not seen somebody turn their dang head around and spot that football. It has been...
Well, that's probably
hard to say, but it's been bad DB play if you're anybody but Kelly Jones, and probably Jerron Manning. He's had some good play today.
I mean, it's probably because Deuce Alexander just completely burnt the state defender there. Was that Brumfield in coverage?
Let's see who it was.
I think it was Brumfield in coverage. Whoever it was got burnt bad.
I'd have to watch the replay again. I think it was a single digit. I think it might have been. It was either Brumfield or Javen Williams. I'll tell you one of them.
Well, either way, that's exactly what you didn't need. So now you're just back in the same spot, down 3 scores again. 38-19 is the score. Ole Miss leads with 9 minutes and 50 seconds left to go in the ball game.
Well, there's some good to note for this. If you ended up betting the over for this game, congratulations. You have just now got that. So if you can bet in whatever state you're in, you got the over. So congratulations. I'm not sure who you bet to cover today, but you did get the over. So, 38-19 gives you that. And maybe you made a little bit of money tonight. Maybe you can go spend it on some loved ones' Christmas presents.
501 yards now in total for Ole Miss in the game. We mentioned...
Well, they got some Kirk Franklin on. Do you want a revolution?
Well, at least you're trying to have fun.
I want a revolution, Ty. I want to bring the golden egg back. Do you want a revolution? Do you want a revolution?
38-19 the score. Ole Miss with the lead. 9:50 to play. Ole Miss will kick back to Mississippi State. And it travels through the back of the end zone. State will start at their own 25-yard line.
Like I told you earlier, early on in the broadcast, if y'all are over here, it takes two to tango. And if you're only doing your job offensively now, you got to do something on defense. You got to spark something. You need to do your job, play your role, and win your reps. And right now, we're going to see if offense can do it.
First down for Mississippi State from their own 25. Taylor with Bothwell behind him in the pistol. State going to run on first down, a gain of about 2 or 3 for Mississippi State and Fluff Bothwell. State, again, got to move quickly, down 3 scores late here, under 9:35 to go in the game. State back to the line of scrimmage, now 9.5 to go in the game, down 19 to Ole Miss. Taylor looking to pass, fires it out to Bothwell. They're going to call it a backwards pass, so Bothwell going to field that and take it up to the 30-yard line, and he gets out of bounds.
I was wondering what they were going to call that right there. And good thing Bothwell noticed that, hey, the whistle's not blown. This could easily be a defensive pickup, scoop, and score, so I got to pick it up and try to advance the football. And now we're sitting at 3rd and 5.
3rd and 5 for State from their own 30. Under 9 minutes to play in the game. Taylor to pass, looking, can't find anybody. Ole Miss, great pass coverage. Balled up on his own offensive lineman. Now Taylor might have a chance to run, and he will. Near side, jogging to the 39-yard line. First down, Mississippi State. So Taylor able to get out of the pocket and run for a first down.
To the 39-yard
Well, this is when you can sit back and say, well, this game might not be in our grasp anymore, but hey, at least we're getting this nice freshman hopeful some reps to see what he can do next year.
17 carries, 153 yards, and 2 touchdowns for Taylor in the game today. Play fake, and Taylor will throw. Looking, firing, complete to Brennan Thompson. He breaks off a tackle, but is met really where he broke the tackle at the 48-yard line, a gain of 9 on the play for Mississippi State. As I mentioned, to the 48, that's the Mississippi State 48. 2nd and 1 for the Bulldogs, under 8 minutes to play now in the game.
And maybe this is where you do run the ball. Get that yard real quick, get back on the football while the clock stopped, and then move the chains and go.
State decides to throw. Taylor looking right. Covered is Evans, and he tried to hit his check down Booth, but the pass is too tall for Devon, so 3rd down and 1 for Mississippi State.
You had to be about the Green Giant to catch that check down pass. It was way over his head. He needed to have those little, like Mike shoes, jump up and catch it, but Kamar's got to hit that.
3rd and 1 for Mississippi State. Clock is stopped after the incompletion. 7 minutes and 46 seconds to go in the game. 38-19, Ole Miss leads Mississippi State. Bothwell in motion to the far side. Now 2 receivers to that far side and 3 here to the near side. Taylor fakes a quarterback draw and was looking to throw downfield, firing long for Brennan Thompson. Is it caught? It is not, and Thompson's hurt. And there was a collision with Anthony Evans and Brennan Thompson. And let's hope Brennan is okay.
Officials timeout for an injured player.
Thompson is up quickly, but a collision with the two, Evans and Thompson. So Thompson will have to come out of the ball game and come to the bench. So this is, if it's not really kind of out of reach now, this is most certainly the ball game here. 4th and 1 for State at their own 48-yard line, 7:37 to go in the game, and they trail by 19 to Ole Miss.
Well, maybe the selection committee will be nice to us and just give us a pity bowl game.
It'll be a Camario Taylor keep on 4th down, and he didn't get it. He didn't get it. So with 7:31 to play, Mississippi State gives the ball back to Ole Miss, 38-19 the score, and looks like it's all but over here in Starkville. And
well, that's why they had it at 11 a.m. You can go enjoy the rest of the game, because if I had to go to sleep after this game, Ty, I would not be able to sleep well at night. So now I get to enjoy the rest of the day with my family, while my family's up here, and kind of forget about what just transpired here in Davis-Wade Stadium.
So Ole Miss's offense will come back out on the field. Rebels should close in on an 11-1 season. Well, we go to a TV timeout now.
11-1, that would be one of their best, if not their best season in program history.
Yeah, one of the best.
Have they ever gone 12-0?
No, they have not. So, State, I mean, unless we have a miracle, looks like Ole Miss will probably come out with a win here in Starkville. Score is, again, 38-19 with 7:31 to play. TV timeout on the field. Looks like Mississippi State will fall to 5-7 on the year. Finish the regular season at 5-7. Bulldogs can still go to a bowl game if there's not enough 6-6 teams. There's a chance they might be able to.
Now they went 11-2, I believe, when they beat Penn State in the Peach Bowl. I think that was Penn State they played. But they did in 2023, but they did have a 10-0 season back in 1962 if you want to pull that out. But this would be probably, if they go on and win a playoff game, a 12-win season would be their best season in their program's history. Be the most wins they've ever gotten. So they could probably get there. This is not a bad Ole Miss team. If you compare them to a Georgia or an Ohio State, you might say there's something lacking there. But this Ole Miss team has a chance to maybe not go far, but I think they have a chance to compete. But pending a nice little announcement after this game.
Well, the one thing I can at least mention, at least in credit to Ole Miss, did a good job of when they were stalling offensively. Defense did a really, really good job of holding Mississippi State. I mean, they didn't score until the final drive of the second quarter, in that second quarter, but held State to 3 points for that entire quarter while their offense was struggling. And in different scenarios, and also to the third quarter, both teams only scored 3 points. So, you know, in both, when Ole Miss was struggling today offensively, their defense backed it up. Defense played really well today and forced Mississippi State really to not be able to capitalize on a lot of their longer drives.
And I told you it earlier, this is a really balanced Ole Miss team, probably more so than last year. The offense is going to have the defense's back, and the defense is going to have the offense's back, and that's been the story of their season. They've been really balanced this year. That's why they've had 10, almost 11 wins this season, and it's all thanks to Kiffin and putting his players in positions to succeed.
Chambliss in the shotgun. 7:31 to play in the game. He'll hand off to Lacey, who cuts it upfield and gains 2 down to the Bulldog 46. Lacey now, after that carry, 23 carries on the day, for 113 yards and a touchdown.
I mean, it's not as much as an Ahmad Hardy, but
He's been
no, it's still a bit.
he's been good today. The 2nd down and 8, under 7 minutes now. I mean, Ole Miss is going to bleed this clock and run the football. Shotgun set. Lacey on the right hip of Chambliss. And a run by Lacey down inside the 40, the 35-yard line, and brought down at the 34.
This defense is tired. I wish there was still fight left in anybody. This is some of these guys' last game as a Mississippi State Bulldog. It's sad to say, but some of these guys, once they put that jersey in their locker room, it could be the last time that jersey has their last name on the back of it. So give them something to fight for.
Ball at the 33-yard line now. 1st and 10, Ole Miss. They're just running clock here in this one. Hand off again to Kawan Lacey. He takes it down inside the 30 to the Bulldog 28-yard line, a gain of 5. It'll make it 2nd down and 5. 5:47 and counting in this one. Ole Miss leads 38-19 over Mississippi State.
And that's the story of his ball game. He's averaging 5 right now per carry. I mean, if your running back averages 5 per carry, that's something that you really want to see. Bothwell's really up there as well. But, man, 5 yards a carry from a running back, well done. Well done, Lacey.
Pistol set for Ole Miss on 2nd down and 5. Running this clock down. 3 on the play clock. They may just call a timeout. Lane Kiffin standing right beside the referee on the sideline, and he does call timeout. So with 5:12 to play in the game, Ole Miss leads 38-19. This thing really all but over. Just needs some time to tick off the clock.
I know you're up here waiting for that 5:12 to hit 0 so we can go in our post game and rant whatever we got to rant about. I mean, we're going to probably give a lengthy post game if it's our last football game of the season. I don't know what's on the docket for whatever we have to discuss tonight. But after the game, like we've said and mentioned before, if you've enjoyed what you've been listening to, how we've been able to commentate for you guys, please stay tuned. We'd love to kind of chat with you when it comes to post-game, kind of hear your thoughts as well. We'd love to bring some stuff up and just show you how passionate we are as Mississippi State students calling this football broadcast for the last game of the 2025 season, regular season.
Ole Miss breaks the huddle out of the timeout. 2nd down and 5. Shotgun set for him. Lacey to the right of Chambliss. Now direct snap it to Lacey. Bouncing outside left, 25 down to the 20-yard line. Hurdles a man down inside the 20 to the 18. 1st down, Ole Miss. Clock stops momentarily as Lacey did go out of bounds. Now clock moving under 5 minutes now in the game.
Out of bounds inside the Bulldog 20-yard line.
Ball at the 18 of Mississippi State. Pistol set for Ole Miss. Running this clock down here in this one to move to 11-1 on the year. They'll hand off again. Kawan Lacey over to the right side down. Tackle down at around the 15, 16-yard line. I think they're going to give him the 16 instead of the 15. So a gain of 2 there for Lacey.
Well, I guess while we're here kind of stalling time, did you enjoy your Thanksgiving yesterday? What did you have to eat? I didn't have any pecan pie yesterday. I usually want some pecan pie.
I had good turkey and ham.
Oh, there you go.
Cooked by my dad. I had great dressing cooked by my gamma. It was wonderful. Some dressing. As Ole Miss takes the snap, a jet sweep handoff to Deuce Alexander. He's brought down at the 14-yard line, so it'll bring up 3rd and 6 for Ole Miss. But had some dressing, had some sweet potato casserole.
Oh, there you go.
Had some good my Gamma special, a fruit salad. It was really, really good. I enjoyed that. She put some marshmallows in it.
Oh, that's what my grandmother. But she makes like the ambrosia type of fruit salad with like the pineapple and all sorts of stuff in it. And my dad goes crazy over that stuff. It's like
it
crack
had
to him.
had some mandarin oranges in it.
Oh, yeah. You feel healthy.
Obviously the marshmallows and it had some cherries in it. Pretty good. Timeout Ole Miss with 3:11 to go in the game. They just ran it all the way down, decided to call timeout. It'll be 3rd and 6 for them after the timeout. But yeah, I had some good food yesterday. Got home and with leftovers that I brought back. Had some pecan pie that my mom made me.
Oh, man. What about that buttermilk pie?
Had some buttermilk pie that my mom made me.
You still ain't brought me a slice of that buttermilk pie.
I got a slice at the house.
You got a slice at the house. It got my name on it?
Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know. I'm gonna have to eat tonight to forget this ball game.
You want a slice of pecan and a slice of buttermilk
well,
to make up for the hot dog not being up there?
I'm probably going to have to get both. That's how we're going to have to roll. But food was good yesterday. Good to spend time with the family. Obviously, semester kind of winding down for us. We'll be back home in about 2 weeks or so for Christmas break. 3rd and 6, a handoff to Lacey. He gets outside to the left, racing to the end zone. He is down at the 2-yard line. But there's a flag
in the backfield.
Yeah, flag in the backfield. It's going to be a hold on Ole Miss.
Lacey, the ball carrier.
So a hold on the Rebels. That would have been a first down carry.
Holding. Offense, number 85. 2-yard penalty. 3rd down.
So a hold on the Rebels, 10-yard penalty. It'll make it 3rd down and long here, 3rd and 16.
After the penalty, it remains a 3rd.
Love to see the love from California here in the chat. Got some viewers from California showing their love to us. They love the way we commentate. I think Ty and I do a pretty good job, and I enjoy it.
Timeout, Mississippi State.
I feel like a lot of commentators don't show a lot of personality. You get up there and you're like, well, I'm just going to go out there and call football. I'll call it how I want to see it. But, man, we're over here talking about buttermilk pie and muscadine ripple ice cream.
Yeah, well, that's what I got. I got to look forward to that.
After this game, you got to. Exactly.
That's the only thing I really got to look forward to. Another thing to look forward to as well, I want to remind everybody that's listening right now, Mississippi State men's basketball takes on SMU tonight at 6 o'clock from the Humphrey Coliseum. I'll be calling that one.
I know they're going to miss me on that broadcast. I'll tell you that. This is going to be old Ty calling that one. I'm sorry. My family's up here. I want to kind of spend some time with them. I don't get to see them that much now that we're kind of doing our own selves and grinding here up in Starkville. So I want to see what they have. I got a buddy of mine from high school that came up here, so spend some time with him, see how the day goes.
But yeah, I want to remind y'all to tune in tonight to the broadcast at Mississippi State and SMU men's basketball live from the Hump. Handoff and a carry that makes it about 4th and short, about 4th and 4. That was Deuce Alexander on the carry.
Oh, you know what I just noticed?
What's that?
Why didn't my Californian tell me? I didn't put
you've had
fourth quarter graphic up. I apologize. We've been calling 3rd quarter for almost 2 quarters.
Yeah.
Let me go do that real quick.
It's all right. We got a lot on our plate here. A 2-man show today.
You just get in conversation. You really don't think about it, especially talking ball with you, Ty. You just kind of get lost in a trance over here. But here we go. I just noticed it, so I'm gonna put it on there for you guys. Not that you didn't know the game was almost over, but we're here in the fourth quarter, 38-19 with 2 minutes and 56 seconds left of the ball game.
Well, sure hope, again, and I just mentioned that State men's basketball plays tonight. Sure hope they can win a game against SMU. They played SMU last season in Dallas. and beat the Mustangs in Dallas. So only one game in that between those two teams all time. So coming in, State with some home court advantage tonight, trying to get back over 500. They sit at 3-3 on the season. Fourth down, and Ole Miss is looking to go for it, but Lane Kiffin, I believe, is going to call a timeout. And he will. Trinidad Chambliss telling his Ole Miss crowd to get excited, and, they should be. A win to move to 11-1, third straight win over Mississippi State.
I want to talk about these guys on this offense for just a second. Not as players, but as people. Now, I had the opportunity to go in Oxford a couple weeks ago and coach I coached nice little Special Olympics flag football, and I got to go play Ole Miss's Special Olympics flag football team, and it didn't end up like this Egg Bowl game. We killed them 26-6. That's just the nature of how we play flag football here in Starkville, Mississippi. But I'll tell you, these guys were so nice handing us our medals and our golden egg trophy after the game. It felt like they were real excited for us to beat Ole Miss, even though they play for the team. So I'm going to give them their credits and kudos. There's some nice gentlemen on this Ole Miss football team.
So Ole Miss will go for it on fourth down, a rollout right. Chambliss looking, can't find anybody. Fires, and the pass is incomplete, intended for Deuce Alexander. So Ole Miss will turn it over with 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go in the ball game. State will get the football back. Maybe see if we see Blake Shapen here on his senior day.
Well, that was nice of Lane Kiffin not to just kill us again with another score, field goal, or touchdown. He just kind of went for it and was like, well, whatever happens, happens. I don't think that was the aggressiveness in Lane Kiffin. I just think he said, hey, look, I think I'm going somewhere else after this game's finished. I might have just bought me a nice house in Baton Rouge or Gainesville, and I might be going there after the game's all said and done.
Well, Kamario Taylor is going to stay in the game for Mississippi State. Yeah, definitely some drama with that, with Kiffin maybe staying at Ole Miss, going to LSU, going to Florida. But, that is what that is. Taylor going to throw on first down, caught by Thompson, and tackled at the far side 25-yard line. State will get on the ball quickly.
Well, as quick as they can.
Not a lot of time left in this one. 2 timeouts for Mississippi State. Coming up close to the 2-minute timeout. Taylor will throw, pressure on his backside, rolling now to his right, and just lost this thing out of bounds. Taylor today, 14 of 27 passing, 172 yards, no touchdowns and a pick. And on the ground, 18 carries for 153 yards. And 2 touchdowns, leading rusher for your Bulldogs.
And I don't think that's because Kamario can't make the throws. I just think he needs to understand what defense he's playing before every play and be able to discern what throw he needs to make.
Taylor will throw here on second down. Pressure on him in the pocket. The pocket got really tight, and he overthrows his intended target.
Well, I was trying to give him his props, and then he overthrew somebody. So, dang, I might just not be able to speak on his
Well,
behalf.
I mean, he struggled today throwing the football at 50% now after that incompletion. So, it's not really been his day throwing the ball, and it's kind of hurt. At least it's hurt Mississippi State in that he hadn't been able to throw the ball as well today as he's been able to run it. 3rd and 10 for State. Taylor, all the time in the world in the pocket, will step up and he will run to the 35 of the 40, 45, 50, kind of slowing down and slides at the 50-yard line, and that'll send us to the 2-minute timeout here from Davis Wade Stadium at Scott Field. So 2 minutes left in the final home game of the year here at Davis Wade Stadium. Been a year of, some ups and downs this season, a tremendous improvement from last year. State finished 2-10 last year, now 5-7. Is looking like what they're going to finish this year.
Well, since we're at a 2-minute timeout, let's just talk about the future for a second. How do you feel about Kamario Taylor going into next season, maybe seasons after that? Because this is almost his hometown hero just about.
Yeah, from Macon, Mississippi, Noxubee County High School. I think, personally, I feel pretty confident in him. I mean, you've definitely seen that with his running ability today. 178 yards running the football, an average of 9.4 yards per carry. So, and the thing, too, is he's only been sacked, I believe, once in the ball game.
He got sacked
got sacked twice. Got sacked twice. So been sacked twice. That's something that State's offensive line has struggled with, is giving up sacks this season. But
he's been Taylor with his legs.
Taylor has relieved the offensive line really of that in being able to run the football.
He's not a statue. He didn't look at Medusa and turn to stone back there. He's going.
But, you know, so I think – 15-yard penalty on Ole Miss for whatever. I don't know what that was, but
I think they had too many unks on the field.
Too many unks?
At one time.
Well, there will be –
that'll get you.
Ball will be at the 35-yard line. But I think you got a lot of hope in Kamario Taylor. You know, got to keep him here. Obviously, NIL era, anything can really happen. So, you know, got to keep him here in any way you can. But you got a lot of hope in him. I think there's some hope in this program. It's just it's you've seen these guys fight, and they've played a lot better football than they did last year. But even last year, they fought at times. It's just, you know, now over 2 seasons in Jeff Lebby's career here at Mississippi State, he is, doing the math, 7-17 overall and 1-15 in SEC play. So there's a lot to look at in terms of that, and I'll leave it at that. But there's just a lot to look at when you think about how Lebby has done in his 2 seasons. Again, I think there's a lot to look forward to. I think there's a lot to look forward to, but State's got a lot they got to build on, because this team is still not where they need to be. They still make too many mistakes and too many of the same mistakes. And we'll talk about that more in the post game, but I think there's some bright spots. We saw that this season, played with teams this year. You arguably should have won at least three more games. You really should have beat Tennessee, really should have beat Florida, and you really should have beat Texas.
Florida and Texas you should have beat them.
You should have beat them.
Point blank period.
So, you know, I think there's a lot of hope in this Mississippi State football program. I don't know. It is a lot to think about as regular season number 2 comes to an end here. So, and you also maybe consider too, I mean, you got to look inside your staff as well. Look at Coleman Hutzler, a defensive coordinator. Look at some other guys. Taylor, with pressure on his back, he's sacked at the 40-yard line as we're back from the 2-minute timeout again.
And
clock just running out here. Excuse me, Connor. Clock just running out here. Ole Miss going to win this thing. It looks like 38-19. State might be able to score. We'll see. Go ahead, Connor.
Well, I'm going to let you call this play-by-play so I don't interrupt you.
Empty set. Taylor will throw complete to Aiden Williams. He is tackled at the 9, after a gain of a few. I think he gained 6. Make it 3rd and 9. Shotgun set for Taylor. Gayton to his right. Taylor in trouble, rolling left, trying to find somebody to throw to, and just tried to find Aiden Williams, but kind of threw that thing off balance. Well, it's thrown out of bounds.
Everybody's getting frustrated. And what I was going to say earlier, it's not like Ole Miss is playing some fancy schmancy defense right now. They're just able to keep their zones together better than we have this game. It's like when you have too many gaps in your zones, offenses are able to scheme that, and that's what Kiffin did this entire game against us.
4th down and 9 could be the last down of the game for State's offense. Taylor looking. All the time in the world in the pocket. Still all the time in the world. Settling at his own 45. Now got some pressure on him. Evades an Ole Miss rusher. Still going. He'll throw it towards the end zone.
Pass interference.
It's incomplete. It's incomplete. Probably smart just to leave the laundry off the field.
Oh, yeah. I don't want to see any more of it because I ain't trying to do laundry today.
With 55 seconds. That'd be the last thing I want to do today. 55 seconds to go in the game. This thing just will take, 2 kneel downs?
And it'll be over.
Ole Miss going to win 38-19 over Mississippi State. It'll be the first should be the first college football playoff appearance for the Rebels
Ever.
And third straight win over Mississippi State. Ole Miss in victory formation from their own 34-yard line, lined up in the shotgun. Chambliss takes a knee. They're going to need just one more knee, and that'll be it.
All right, you want some ball knowledge right here? You want me to test you real quick?
Sure.
You know the last time a Mississippi State or Ole Miss has won 3 consecutive Egg Bowls were? Oh, okay. He stopped me now.
2011, 2012, 2013, Mississippi State won 3 straight. No. It was Mississippi State recently.
Think about it. Think about it.
I'll get back to you in the postgame. Let me think about it over the postgame.
Well, I was going to give you a hint right here, now.
We'll send it to the postgame out of the final of this one. But Ole Miss takes the final kneel down, and they can't come out on top over Mississippi State 38-19. They will keep the Golden Egg in Oxford as they win their third straight contest over Mississippi State. They go to 11-1 on the season. Mississippi State falls to 5-7 on the year and 1-7 in conference play. A tough end to the season for Mississippi State. Bulldogs maybe still a chance to go bowling if not enough 6-6 teams. Maybe a chance to go bowling. We'll have to see about it. But State not able to clinch that bowl eligibility today. They fall to 5-7 after a 38-19 loss to Ole Miss. We'll send it to a break, and then we'll be back with our postgame show. Again, I'm Ty Goldman alongside Connor Davis. Your final here from Starkville. Ole Miss 38, Mississippi State 19. You're listening to Mississippi State football on the Bulldog Student Sports Network.
place to be since I was 19. You can find me, maroon and white tee. Stay grinding, you're not on my team to get behind me and stay behind. You will play behind. Man, I'm in a Mississippi state of mind, and this state of mind ain't a greater time. Take a break in line and just take what's mine. It's an our state, our place, and you can see that it's written on our face. This is our break, our race, and if you ain't with it, get out of our way. Now stand up in your seat, sling a cowbell to the beat. Got 3-6 on my cheek, my boy and B gonna rest in peace.
We just left it being in cowbell to the wind, and this maroon and white is blending like I'm Two-Face. I'll be denting my friends up in the tent, and you know they miss a sip, and we coming for your hearts. So before we start, gonna put a stint in. My state of mind is a place for these dime rhymes to mint in, and if you cross the line, that's the place that they're gonna be spent in. I'm looking at the Mississippi women in the district, got me grinning. You step up in the pen, man, you probably gon' get hit.
And we about to roll, and everywhere we go, we taking control. We MSU, and when that whistle blow, you already know that we gon' show. 'Cause we MSU, and we about to roll, and everywhere we go, we taking control. We MSU, and when that whistle blow, you already know that we gon' show. 'Cause we MSU. We up the star, Vegas, we got that bar, baby. And all ladies breaking hearts, they call it sharp baiting. That identity, some crisis left you lifeless like your sparks. They need to decide who y'all move side, 'cause this state is ours, baby. Star crazy coming to pound, man, we drooling. You looking like a new kid in town, you gon' get bullied. You better draw back, bruh, we on the attack, bruh. We dogs of war, we coming forward, you can see that it's written on the dog tag. And we ain't listening to what you think we gon' do, 'cause either way we coming for you. And it don't matter how we do, we gonna stay true. 'Cause that's true, maroon, and that's through and through.
'Cause from that M-I-S-S-I, I'll stay from the stands with a plate in my hand full of cheese fries. S-S-I, 'cause I beat me, you know that we believe. Hit the street when we're ready, check me eat on the Yeti, you can see that we're reppin' S-T-A-T-E till we D-I-E. Every place that we step in, so rap that in maroon and white. We're gonna rule the night, we're gonna do the fight song all the way down Main, and I ain't gonna make it back to maroon tonight. Or wherever my head lands, long as that golden egg still stands behind that glass, I don't have to ask, I know we adding who I am, we MSU.
And we about to roll, and everywhere we go, we taking control. We MSU, and when that whistle blow, you already know that we gon' show. 'Cause we MSU, and we about to roll, and everywhere we go, we taking control. We MSU, and when that whistle blow, you already know that we gon' show. 'Cause we MSU.
Was nice, the party was pumping. Hey, yeah. And everybody having a ball. Until the fellas started name calling. And the girls respond to the call. I hear a woman shout out, who let the dogs out? 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 I see the young people had a ball, 'cause Billy Fountains get out. Get back, Gruffy, bash Gruffy, get back, you flea infested mongrel. Gonna tell myself I man no get angry. Hey, yeah. Two Eddie cows calling them K9. Hey, but they tell me, hey man, it's part of the party. You put a woman in front and a man behind. I hear a woman shout out, who let the dogs out? 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 Say, a doggy is nothing if he don't have a bone. Oh, doggy, hold your bone. Oh, doggy, hold it. A doggy is nothing if he don't have a bone. Oh, doggy, hold your bone. Oh, doggy, hold it.
Welcome back into the Bulldog Student Sports Network. Here it is our post-game show. I'm Ty Golden alongside Connor Davis. Mississippi State falls to Ole Miss 38-19. The Bulldogs fall to 5-7 on the regular season in the second season under head coach Jeff Lebby. Mississippi State again falls 38-19 to Ole Miss. Just a year of overall, just encapsulating the year, a frustrating year. You were in so many games. You were in so many games this year. As Mississippi State, you could have beat Tennessee, could have beat Texas, could have beat Florida. There are times in this one you could have won this one as well. I mean, there was a lot of vulnerable points in the ball game, and Mississippi State just couldn't come out on top, and enough of them this year. I think you saw a lot of improvement on the year, but Bulldogs still a lot of work to do. If they want to get to where, I hate giving Ole Miss props because I just don't. It's just how we are as a Mississippi State group. I don't like them. But I tell you what, if we want to get to where they are and the success that they've had, and especially the success under Lane Kiffin, you gotta continue to build. You got to continue to invest in the portal and continue to invest in NIL and. Because that's what Ole Miss has done. I mean, they have attacked the portal better than I would say better than anybody
in the past.
In terms of
years,
building from what they used to be. In terms of building, I think they've attacked the portal better than anybody. So I think you now have more of a reason to. I mean, you got to attack the portal, do everything, invest in this program. I think if you're Mississippi State, I mean, like I said, you saw a lot of hope this year. There were glimmers of hope on the season. You had the Arizona State game, which was big for Mississippi State, starting 4-0 for the Bulldogs, able to also, win an SEC game finally this year. So a lot of good things, but also, too, and we could talk about it as well with just the game in general because there were a lot of mistakes in the game as well that we've seen over the year, just a lot of the same stuff. And that State's got to clean up. And if they want to continue building, you build from 2-10 to going 5-7. Now it's time you got to keep building if you're Jeff Lebby.
Wins. And I think when we look at this season, it's a lot of hypotheticals. It's a lot of what ifs. Well, what if this happened? What if Mississippi State beat this team? Or what if they beat that team? And it's like, well, let's take those what ifs. Let's bring them into next year and say, well, let's answer those yeses. Let's answer those, what if Mississippi State beat Texas? What if Mississippi State beat Tennessee? Let's go in next year, build what we have this year, and answer those what ifs. That's Jeff Lebby's job as far as I'm concerned next year. You have all these questions, all these question marks around your program and hypotheticals of what if you did this better? What if you did this? Well, that's what next season is for. That's what you really have to capitalize on next season is you tell me what if I can beat this team. Well, let's see if I can do it next year.
Yeah. We'll now get into the ball game we had here today. Again, 38-19, Ole Miss wins over Mississippi State. Y'all have a graphic of some stats of the ball game on the screen. Thank you, Connor, for doing that. But we'll get into, different things that we saw that are, maybe deeper than the stats or even just stats that we couldn't include on the graphic. So, overall, Ole Miss has a great day offensively, 545 yards in the game, 359 passing yards for Ole Miss today. 23 of 34 was Chambliss, 359 and 4 touchdowns. I mean, he was really, really good. The only time where he struggled was in the second quarter, really, when Ole Miss was missing passes there at those first couple of drives in the second quarter. He struggled, but other than that, Chambliss looked fantastic, and he's looked great all season for Ole Miss. So, he played well today. You had Lacey that played well, but just talk about how you thought Chambliss played in the game for Ole Miss today.
It's crazy how if we were talking just 5 years ago, Ty, and we said, well, this is how the transfer portal has evolved now, but if the transfer portal had stayed the same as it was even 5 years ago, we wouldn't be talking about a Chambliss on an Ole Miss team.
You're exactly right.
This is how the integrity of the sport has changed with the transfer portal. You have guys like Chambliss. You have a guy like Austin Simmons, and you said, hey, he played so good when we didn't have Jackson Dart on the field. He did this, and this correct. And then he comes in this year, and he completely just craps the bed. And then you have somebody like Chambliss comes in, and he says, look, I'm going to be the guy you need, and I'm going to to be the hero for Ole Miss, and I'm going to make sure that Lane Kiffin's offense is carried out, and that's exactly what he did this year. I wish I had his stats on his season stats.
Well, at least coming into the year was sixth, or coming into the game was sixth in the SEC in passing yards. That's 29th in college football. A semifinalist for the Maxwell, Davey O'Brien, and or those two awards, and also the Walter Camp Player of the Year awards. So has been big for Ole Miss this season, and has not turned the ball over. Only 3 interceptions on the year, at least in the air.
Today.
Hadn't turned the ball over, and that was what Ole Miss was looking for, was Simmons turning the ball over a lot at the beginning of the season. They found Chambliss, and he did a great job today. Kept the ball out of harm's way. Ole Miss, didn't turn the ball over any in the ball game today. So that was big for Ole Miss today, and had did a really good job throwing the football. Weren't really penalized that much, at least in the thick of the ball game. Really did well, in terms of discipline. Overall, also you look at the average yards per play too. They were pretty efficient. 7.3 yards per play in the ball game. So Ole Miss offensively, and we expected this to happen. Expected Ole Miss to be good offensively. They did what they could. Thing I want to talk about, though, they struggled in the second quarter. They really did. And even in the third quarter, too. In those 2 middle quarters combined, Ole Miss scored 6 points. And the big thing is, if we want to talk about Ole Miss's defense, and we talked about this before the game ended, Ole Miss's defense held Mississippi State when Ole Miss's offense was not doing what they should have been doing, at least what they've done all season. And that was, producing, scoring points, and moving down the field. Ole Miss's defense, I think, was the unsung hero in this one. With how good Ole Miss's offense played is how good Ole Miss's offense played. But when Ole Miss was not clicking offensively, that defense stood up for the Rebels and did a really, really good job.
I agree. I told you when we got into this game, in the pregame and throughout the game, that this team is a more balanced Ole Miss team than what we saw last year. This team's very, very smart under Lane Kiffin. This is a team that, like you said, if the offense kind of struggles a little bit, the defense has their back. And that's what happened today. They got the stops when they needed to. We had a 3-and-out of Ole Miss, and we're like, man, we got to go down the field and score. And what did Ole Miss do? They stopped us. So they consistently stepped up when they needed to. The offense stepped up when they needed to. It's just a balanced team. And their defense, we understood there were weaknesses there. We said, hey, this is the 13th Russian D in the entire conference. There is a weakness here that we have to capitalize on. And for the most part, we did 262 rushing yards.
I thought so too. I was just going to say that if you didn't. Yeah, they did a good job running the football, but they did a great job, and I know you're going to talk about this, defending the pass. Did a really good job against that and made it tough for Kamario Taylor to have any success passing the football.
100%. And what I told you is we had to find a happy medium of this, because they're 3rd in the SEC in passing D, 22nd in the entire country. And when I went to that Florida game, I noticed how there was a how we could beat Ole Miss. And if you look at DJ Lagway's stats against Ole Miss, his passing is almost identical to what Kamario Taylor's was. So they showed up. They did the passing as well. DJ Lagway was 16 for 31. Kamario Taylor 15 for 31 today. Lagway 218 yards passing that game. Kamario Taylor had 178 yards. Lagway with the touchdown, but both had picks. The defense stepped up when they needed to in the passing game, and they just really struggled on the quarterback's legs. And Levy knew that coming in, which is why he ultimately decided to start Kamario, because he understood this is my best chance at beating Ole Miss and becoming bowl eligible for the first time in my coaching career.
And I think he gave you a good chance to win the game. Just talking about Mississippi State, Kamario Taylor, you mentioned his passing stats, but also gave you a chance outside of passing the football. Was actually the leading carrier in the game by a wide margin for Mississippi State, 20 carries on 173 yards and 2 touchdowns. He was huge for Mississippi State. Scored their only 2 touchdowns of the ball game, kind of similar to the Georgia game. That was the last home game that State had before this one. He was responsible for the 3 touchdowns that Mississippi State had in that one. So, and those were, so he gives you a lot running the football. I think you saw that. And I'm not going to be so critical on him because he hasn't thrown the ball in bulk that much this season, at least in an SEC game. But that's kind of what killed you today, was we weren't able to connect on some passes in the ball game, and it kind of hurt Mississippi State. But overall, Kamario, it brought a different element to the game that I think was huge and gave State a chance to win.
For the most part, I would say you were one-dimensional on offense. And even though you look at Ole Miss and you would say, well, Connor, wouldn't they be one-dimensional as well with their passing yards, 359 passing, 186 rushing on the game? And if you ask me that question, I'd tell you no, because their passing stepped up when it needed to, their rushing stepped up when it needed to, and that's just the nature of Lane Kiffin's offense. He's going to scheme you exactly how he wants you to. He's going to sit you over, make you a meal, and then he's going to ask you exactly what you liked about it, what you didn't like about it, and he's going to know before you even put that food in your mouth if it's too salty, if it doesn't have enough pepper in it. He's going to know these things before you actually give him any response, and that's exactly what he did today. He bent you over, and he just played some football for you, and Mississippi State didn't have an answer, and he just schemed you up because he's Lane Kiffin, and maybe, like you said, maybe you do look inside the coaching staff when this offseason hits. Maybe you say, well, look, we've struggled defense for 2 years in a row, and I hate to say it, but in my entire life as a Mississippi State Bulldog, for me to say that we have struggled in defense is something that is not heard of. And
Yeah,
I want to change that.
You're exactly right, and it brings an interesting topic up in Coleman Hutzler. Just quite frankly, you had improvement this season, right? You had improvement this season. But down the stretch, in important positions, in important ball games down the stretch, Texas in the fourth quarter and overtime. The Arkansas, even though you won that game, still didn't have a great defensive output. Georgia, Missouri, Ole Miss, all of those situations, and also to blow your mind, just in the fourth quarter and overtime, Texas scored 31 points. So down the stretch, you allowed 30-plus points in in that fourth quarter and overtime against Texas, and then every single game outside of that, you allowed 30-plus points from a defensive perspective. So you started the year off fine, but, you just really tapered off bad, and it does bring up some interesting conversation just because there was some improvement this season, but we just saw the same things over and over, especially towards the end of the year.
And going into this game, you were 15th in the conference in total defense, and you were 89th in the country, 16th in rushing, 7th in passing in defense in the conference. You knew you had weakness there. But for you to be an offensive head coach, you had to step up. There are certain things, and I applaud him for not going to his old ways, Levy. I only saw a certain amount of screens. I could probably count the screens on my fingers on one hand that he threw today, and then in games prior, I saw screens on third and longs. I saw screens and just unnecessary screen plays. So he's learning. I can say he's a young coach. He's inexperienced. This is his first head coaching gig, second year into it. I would say he's doing a pretty good job, all things considered. There's a couple things that I scratch my head and bang my head against the wall of like, well, shoot, you probably shouldn't have done that, or I might have would have done that differently, but that's the nature of it. You got to learn from your mistakes. One thing about this, and it's not even in coaching, but it's just in life in general, we're all living life for the first time, all of us. So every single thing we do, experiences in our life, we're going to do it for the first time, and if we mess up, we mess up. Hopefully we learn the second go around how it is and how we can fix that mistake.
I just think, again, like I said, he's done something. He's lifted. The program was not in a good spot after Arnett was fired after that 2023 season. Program was not in a good spot. He inherited a really tough situation last year, went 2-10. That is what it is. We're in 2025 now, goes 5-7, has a lot of games that showed tremendous upside, but also you showed a lot of the same mistakes over and over this season. You kept making a lot of the same mistakes over and over, and that lost you ball games. It lost you ball games. I think he's got a lot. I think he's got a lot to think about, and we also might be able to make a bowl game if there's not enough 6-6 teams. We'll see how that works out. But just talking about just what we know is coming and the offseason is coming, I think he's got a lot to think about. In the offseason, you've got a lot of guys on staff that maybe you need to reevaluate. And I don't want to, just point a guy out, but I guess I'm going to. I think you really need to take a hard look at your defensive coordinator and see what you have there, and take a look at your defensive staff as a whole. I think this year you saw more You saw more out of your defense, at least more than what you had last year, because you had guys. I talked about that all season last year. You had guys on this defense. A lot of guys, especially in that second level, especially in that third level. I think there were a lot of bright spots. But I think there's some things that, some things you still lacked on. I think another thing too, and this it is just in terms of counts for both fronts, the defensive front and the offensive front. Just personally, I just don't know that you spent enough time at least looking into, in terms of trying to acquire talent in the offseason up front and on your offensive line. You struggled to get pressure on the quarterback this season a lot. The only time you really had that was Will Whitson, who's still tied for second in sacks on this team, and he got hurt in the Arizona State game. You really struggled trying to pressuring quarterbacks this season. You struggled a lot as an offensive line. I think you had a different starting offensive line maybe every game this season or a majority of the ball games this year. So,
well, it also doesn't help when you have three guys rushing the quarterback just about every time you're on the football field.
Exactly. So, and that's a scheme thing too. I mean, it's just the nature of the 3-3-5. I mean,
and I hate it.
Well, I mean, it just I don't know that you've got the I don't know that you had the personnel to be able to run it. I don't know that you had
last year either.
You don't have. I don't know that you have the edges that can beat guys like consistently. I don't know that you have that nasty nose tackle. It's just there's a lot of different things that I just don't know that you have, and that's what I'm saying. I mean, just evaluating the guys on your defensive staff and evaluating your defense after this season, maybe you were in something you probably didn't need to be personnel-wise. But like I said, the bright spot, though, is I think you had a lot of linebackers that played well this season. I mean, Nick Mitchell played really well. Lockhart, who played today, a freshman, played really, really well this season. You have – I thought Gillette and Jalen Smith were pretty good as transfers. And then some of those hybrid guys like Isaac Smith and Tony Mitchell, who I think has had a pretty good season so far this year. There's a lot of guys, and then you have the guys in the secondary, really. I mean, Jerron Manning, Kelly Jones, who we've been very high on. Those are some guys that have played well for Mississippi State this year. But I just think you really struggled up front to get pressure that haunted Mississippi State a lot this year. You saw it today. I mean, Chambliss had so much time today to throw the football. I mean, an immense amount of time. State without a sack in the ball game in this one. So much time to throw the football today. He had, and you saw that all season for Mississippi State.
And that's what Florida did so good on. And I wish we would have watched Florida and been like, man, this is how we need to run our defense. They had big, nasty guys up front sending pressure, and that's what you need. But it wasn't three guys every time. It was four. It was maybe five, and they got pressure. They made mistakes. I mean, he had a pick against Florida game. I think they might have fumbled it as well. So you have these mistakes at Florida. Not that good of a team. I would say Ole Miss is a better team, but they still capitalized when they needed to, leading a lot of that game, and we didn't capitalize where we needed to. This defense, I agree, it needs to be looked at under a microscope, because there are certain things that I can pick out of this defense. Like, one, not playing the dang ball. That frustrates me. That's how penalties happen. You got all those holding penalties. You got all those pass interference penalties because you won't turn your head and play the dang ball. There were a few times where you were really torched and you couldn't make a play on the ball, and I understand we're making those penalties to kind of save a touchdown. But at the end of the day, Chambliss wasn't putting them on the money. You still could have made a play on the ball. All you had to do was turn your head and do it, and that's what I harp on when I coach flag football is turn your head and make a ball. If you're going to play man defense, you got to play your man for the first part. There's two tiers of this. You got to play your man for the first part. You got to turn around and make a play on the ball, and that just did not happen today. Other than the spectacular performance of Kelly Jones, I don't know if they threw his way at all today.
No, I don't really think they did. I don't know that they targeted him very much today at all, and there's not a lot of people have targeted him this season. I think only 37 targets coming into the game. If he got targeted today, it was a very minuscule amount. So, just a lot of I don't know. Yeah, I think you're right. A lot of things you got to look at under a microscope as a defense for Mississippi State. It's just been, an up and down year. It really feels like you had a pretty good start to the first half of the year, and then you just kind of tapered off when it mattered the most at the end of the year, and set yourself up to lose a lot of games. I mean, you just couldn't replicate the output of other offenses in ball games, and that just, that is what it is. I mean, it's tough to go replicate 38 points, right? It's tough to go replicate 35 from Missouri. I mean, I know they scored 49, but 2 of those were offensive touchdowns. Tough to replicate 41 points against Georgia. It's not easy to do that. So your defense they just didn't play well down the stretch of the season. Offensively, you got a lot to work on too. I think, you've done a really good job, I think, so far of evaluating skill guys. I mean, Brendan Thompson came in. He didn't really play a lot of meaningful football up until
neither did Anthony Evans.
This season. Exactly, and Anthony Evans too. But Brendan Thompson, had the longer career, hadn't played a lot of meaningful football. Levy knew him, brought him in. He did great this season. Those 2 guys, and then the same with Anthony Evans. Just had a season at Georgia where he returned kicks most of the year, came here. Those 2 guys finished top 10 in the SEC in reception yards. So. You've evaluated talent well. I mean, Bothwell's great, right? Bothwell's a really good running back. So, the main thing is you got to be better up front.
You got to build your trenches.
Exactly. Got to build from the trenches. And I think that's the point that I guess we want to make this. We've wanted to make this entire post-game show. Got to start. I mean, you got to look at the trenches hard. Look at the trenches hard in this offseason and build the trenches hard. Invest a lot of money in the trenches. Because like I said, I think you do a really good job of evaluating talent for this offense, just in terms of offense. And it's not, I mean, if you have some skill, it's a pretty easy offense to adapt to and become really good in. We saw that with Thompson and Evans this year. They played really, really well. I mean, you saw that last year with Craver. Craver was a freshman last year, had a really good season. Kevin Coleman had a really good season last year. Those 2 transferred off, but, you were able to just bring guys in, and those guys played about as well as those 2 did last year. So I think you've done a good job evaluating, talent in general from the skill position side. I mean, Booth is another guy. Brought him in from Utah State. Didn't play any power football, right? Or power 4 football, but comes in, plays the SEC, was great last year, led the team in rush yards last year, and I thought was good this year. Just had to split carries with the guy who was an all Sun Belt player last year too. So you brought in good guys in terms of skill.
You got to keep.
You got Kamario Taylor too, but you got to build from the trenches. That's where it starts. And I think we saw that this season. State just was not built up front big enough or good enough to what they needed to be.
I hate to say it and give this analogy, but if you look back to when we were young and we were kind of watching football on our screen and when we were kind of learning the game, we could look at the Eagles, for example. There was a time where people thought Howie Roseman was one of the worst GMs in the entire league, probably in all of existence. And what he did to that Eagles franchise was build from the dang trenches, and he did it dang well. He drafted best available, he brought in guys, and he did what he had to do from the trench spot. And you see how well that team has turned out, too. It's not rocket science. Football is football. You build right, you build your foundation correct. It doesn't matter how big of a house you build on that foundation. It's never going to fall. You want to build a little house? That's fine. You want to build a big house? That's fine. But if your foundation is right and it's concrete and it's rock solid, you're going to build a dang good football team on top of it. It's hard to make that house collapse over and fall when the wind comes.
Yeah, I think that's well put. I think that's a good analogy. You get, the foundation is that those trenches, and a good house and great quality of house, a 5-bedroom, 5-bathroom house, how great it is. If it doesn't have a good foundation, it's not going to go. It's not going to go. And then when it comes time to sell that house, it ain't going to sell for very much. So I think that's a good analogy with that. That's kind of the thing that we've just thought about all season. We've discussed this, me and you together have discussed this privately. I mean, it's apparent that State is not built the way they were not built the way they needed to be this season in the trenches at all. It showed. State struggled in pass protection. State struggled just as an offensive line in general. State struggled to have a pass rush on the year, and really lost a lot at the point of attack in terms of when teams were running the football on Mississippi State. Got pushed back a lot at the point of attack. So there's just a lot. That's the main thing that we've talked about this season. Is it really starts in the trenches. I think State's got to put a boatload of money into really going to get quality guys out of the portal. In the 2 seasons that Lebby has been here, the best offensive line, at least the best, he's only had really 1 hit out of the portal in terms of offensive line. Ethan Miner was great last year.
Oh, yeah.
Ethan Miner was a really good offensive lineman.
North Texas?
North Texas. Let's go find some Ethan Miners, right? Let's go find, but enough that can make up how good he was last season, enough guys that can make up how good he was and have a concise offensive line. So, and the thing, too, about it, you look at this offensive line in terms of class. Jimothy Lewis is a redshirt freshman. Jacoby Jackson, redshirt senior. Cannon Boone, redshirt senior. Albert Reese, redshirt senior. Zach Owens, redshirt sophomore. So 3 redshirt seniors on this starting offensive line for Mississippi State. You have Javen James, who was a redshirt sophomore. You should hopefully get back Blake Steen last year or this year, who got hurt early on in the season. But outside of that, you have Trevor Mayberry, who's a grad senior. Luke Work, who State's been trying to put in and get work with him, but he just hasn't really panned out like they wanted him to. So, you have some guys leaving. You have guys leaving. I mean, Jackson will probably be gone. Boone will probably be gone. Albert Reese will probably be gone. Mayberry will be gone. You got an opportunity to go get some guys, and you're going to need some guys on the offensive line. You always have to go stock up. It's imperative that Mississippi State stocks up big time on the offensive line, and also same goes for the defensive line for Mississippi State.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up in terms of offensive line, because I was actually going to bring it up. The name of the game is not to go out and recruit freshmen anymore. The name of the game now is to get how many experience.
You got to hit the portal.
You got to hit the portal.
That's what Ole Miss has done.
The Jimothy Lewises, I understand there's high upside for people that go to I think he went to IMG, didn't he?
Yeah.
There's high upside for guys like that. But at the same time, that's not the brand of football that people play nowadays. You look at the Georgias, you look at the Texases. They're not starting freshman people on the line. They're starting big, nasty dudes that have experience somewhere else and are able to play some dang good football.
Well, we've tried. At least it seems like we've tried to hit the portal, and some of these guys that we've hit on offensive line that we've tried to go get, it just hadn't hit. So we're going to have to dig deeper and find something. And a lot of that, too, I think you also have to, in terms of, they're still transfers. I'd stay in state a lot, too, and look at these JUCOs. Look at these JUCOs inside of the state of Mississippi. I mean, you always have guys inside JUCOs that really, really, really produce, and teams that really produce inside the state of Mississippi in terms of JUCO ball. So I think you hit JUCO heavy in terms of recruiting, but also, you got to go hit the transfer portal when you go to the offensive line, but you got to dig deeper and find some real key guys that can be big for you next year. Because, I mean, that was just the missing part of the offense. I think you had all the talent, all the skill position guys this year, but you couldn't go anywhere because you had an offensive line that just didn't play up to the standard that this offense needed to have it play to. Same thing for the defense. I think defense played some – I mentioned we had a lot of good guys on the defense in the second level, third level. There just wasn't enough on the first level on that defensive line. So,
and that should be the best door, right? That should be the door that's the most fortified as your first level. You shouldn't be able to get through that door and be able to break through it that easy. We want the 3 little piggies, and we want the one that's building out of bricks. We don't want the straw. And this year, our trenches look like straw houses. That's just the fact of the matter is. The farther you got into our levels, the better it got, and that should not be the case. It should be maybe it should be comparable, but your first level needs to be the guy that's stopping the run, that's getting to the quarterback, and we just did not have that this year. When you have a dude that got injured in the second game of the season, he didn't play the full second game of the season, and he's tied for second on your team for sacks, that's sad. You got to look at that and evaluate it and say, well, how can we get this number up? What can we do? Because 2.5 sacks on the season by a linebacker that leads your team in sacks, that's a sad number. And I would hate to be the person that has to evaluate and look out for the next guy that's coming up to Mississippi State.
But we have to guys and staff got to make some tough decisions over this all season. But yeah, I mean, just, today, though, State, had a lot of opportunities, was in the game most definitely, and, just couldn't when their defense was getting stops, just couldn't click on offense. It was just either if the defense was playing well, the offense didn't play as well. If the offense was playing well, hey, the defense didn't play as well. So, I mean, you saw that an example of that. State scores with, late in the ball game in the fourth quarter, their first score of the fourth quarter. 2 plays later, on the second play of the drive for Ole Miss, they hit a deep shot and score and ice the game. So, you had the offense playing well, but the defense didn't play well. And then when the defense played well, the offense played well, or didn't play well. So, just State never could find – it felt like State was never even kill. Never was even kill in the ball game today, and that's kind of what led to them losing the ball game. Any last thoughts on the game and I guess on the season, since this is the last ball game of the year, at least that probably we will broadcast. I don't know if we'll be able to go to a bowl game, but probably the last football game we have this year. So any final thoughts on this game we had today and also the season?
I'll put my critiques out there and kind of end it on a better note just so we can get on out of here and have a nice end to the broadcast. Got to get better defensively. Got to get better in all facets of the football game. I don't know if you've played a complete football game at all this season, and that's partly because of personnel, partly because of coaching decisions. You got to learn what that word complete means and be able to illustrate that to the best of your ability on the football field. I think that's the best way to there's so many holes on this team. You got to figure out how to spell it, how to describe it, how to define it. And once you are able to put that product on the football field, that's when you can start going to bowl games, and that's when you can start feeling confident in your football team. But until that time, we're going to be having the same conversation about what State needs to do on this team. But I've really enjoyed this season. I've been blessed to have this opportunity. I'm glad we've been able to call this game. I know we kind of yap a lot, but we're passionate. We love what we do. And maybe it'll be our career one day. Who knows? But, yeah, I'm glad I get to do this besides you, Ty, and I've loved the opportunity. The season's been nice, from 2 to 8 to 5 and 7, or 2 to 10, to 5 and 7. That's not too bad of an improvement. So I'm not too upset there. But I love it here. I love the opportunity, and we'll just see and tackle it next year, whatever happens.
Well, yeah, I mean, I do agree with you. At least, there was some improvement this year. We saw a lot of things that we didn't see last year, and I think State has some things to look forward to next year. I think you got some guys you can be excited about. I think there is at least some belief in this program, I think, in individuals that are inside the program and just in the trajectory of maybe where it's heading. But there's also, like we mentioned, a lot Mississippi State has to work on. And it's always like that with any college football team, no matter if they're 12-0 or 0-12. Or 5-7 in the case of Mississippi State. So there's always something to get better at, something to execute better at, and State has got to find that to figure out how to continue to build this program in the right direction. So, yeah, I appreciate you joining me today. It was a blast, at least calling it. The game didn't turn out the way we wanted it to, but it was a blast being able to call it. And a thanks also to our audience today. I mean,
say the same thing.
I think probably the highest audience for a game we've had.
Yeah,
ever.
Probably.
Looking at almost 21,000 views so far on this, and we had 300, 400 viewers at the same time during the ball game. So, and also the chat was very active today. Appreciate all y'all all of y'all interacting. All of y'all tuning in and listening to us. We appreciate it because it's a great opportunity that we have to be able to do this, and we don't take it for granted. It's very fun stuff, and from the bottom of my heart, the bottom of Connor's heart, we appreciate y'all very much, at least for interacting with us in the chat, watching the stream. It helps us out a lot, gives us a lot of confidence, kind words that were in the stream as well. Gives us a lot of confidence in what we're doing, and we'll continue to try and put out great content for all of y'all to enjoy. Speaking of great content, tonight, I'll say it one last time as we're about to wrap up here, I'll be on the call for Mississippi State men's basketball as they take on SMU at 6 o'clock at the Humphrey Coliseum. I'll go on about 15 to 20 minutes before tip to do a pregame show, so tune in if you can. It'll be, right here on this YouTube channel, so you ain't going to go anywhere. And if you get stuck in trying to find our YouTube channel, well, follow us on our socials on Instagram at Bulldog Student Sports Network. You can find our link to our YouTube channel in our bio, and then also I'll post a link to the stream tonight on our Instagram story as well, as I always do. So be sure to follow us there and follow us for various kind of posts on there. Also follow us on X at BSSN_MSU for. Also, I'll send out a tweet with a link, a stream link tonight for us. And, we also post game updates and whatnot for Mississippi State Athletics. And then if you're listening to us right now or coming back and listening to us later on, subscribe to us here on our YouTube channel and click that notification bell. I always say it's like ringing a cowbell. If you're a Mississippi State fan, it'll help you now and it'll help you later. You'll get instant notifications when the Bulldog Student Sports Network, goes live or posts one of our editions of the Bulldog Breakdown, which is a new show we're starting to do. Connor and I have been on that, along with our producers Tanner Davis and Josh Wilson. It's a new show that we've started, breaking down Mississippi State athletics. So if you want to watch that and you're interested in Mississippi State, I think it'd be a great show for you to be able to watch. You'll be able to listen to us, talk to you about Mississippi State athletics from a student perspective. So follow us on our socials. Also check weekly. We should have a video next week, correct? For breakdown.
Let me know when you're done plugging though, because
go ahead.
I just want to transition you.
Go ahead.
I want to do you some justice.
What justice am I going to be doing? I'm worried.
Are you about ready to wrap it up then? If I transition you to it, you got anything else to say?
I don't think so.
All right, ready?
Sure, I'm scared of what this is going to be.
No, it'll be a nice little seamless transition. You can wrap it up. But before you say those words, we had someone say that we were future Jack Crystals in the making. So, that's what I was going to say.
I can't say that because we didn't win.
Well, you can still say something.
We could wrap this broadcast in maroon and white. How about that? How about that? But yeah, that'll wrap it up for our post-game show here in our full broadcast. Again, we appreciate y'all tuning in and listening to us. It means a lot that you're listening to us, and we certainly will keep working hard for you and continue to provide you with the best content and best coverage of Mississippi State athletics. But your final today, unfortunately, Ole Miss wins the Golden Egg, and they defeat Mississippi State 38-19. Mississippi State falls to 5-7 on the season, and they finished the regular season at 5-7. For Connor Davis, I am Ty Goldman. It was a pleasure broadcasting this one to you today. We hope you have a great rest of your week and weekend. Tune in tonight and listen to me call the Mississippi State men's basketball game versus SMU here on the Bulldog Student Sports Network, and also catch our other streams whenever we do go live. Thank you for listening. Have a great rest of your week and weekend, and Hail State.
So your bag's backed up against the wall, and the bandwagon's falling right off. And you're hearing all the talk about maybe you should think about what you're gonna do if it don't work out. It ain't about if it makes sense, 'cause if the boot do, it don't fit. As far as I can see, there ain't no way to be somebody if you just gon' quit. So if you got a fire, don't lose it. If you gotta do or die, dream, do it. If you got something to prove, go on and prove it. Don't let nobody clip your wings. Keep your head down, keep on the blinders. Tune out the doubters and all the closed minders. If it's in your blood, falling down ain't enough to change you. You were born to be. And getting back up, that's the only backup plan you need.
going back